You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio. Hello, and welcome to this great collection of classic detective old-time radio shows, brought to you by yours truly. Nothing but detectives here tonight. Really popular shows, and a few lesser-known but fantastic detective shows as well. I'm Greg, coming to you from the Retro Radio Sanctorum. As usual, I have remastered and optimized all of the audio for you. Now on to the first few shows of this collection. First up is Saddle Shoes from That Hammer Guy. That great detective show aired at the height of Mickey Spillane's tough, hard-boiled woman-chasing detective Mike Hammer. In this one, Mike is settling down for the night in his hotel room when there's a knock at the door, and as soon as he answers it, he is shot at. Luckily, it's just a flesh wound, but the only thing Hammer sees is a pair of brown and white saddle shoes. Who wants him dead, and why? A great mystery story in the classic hard-boiled style as he tries to answer that question. This one aired on July 19, 1953. Then next up is The Sugar Cane Caper from The Adventures of Sam Spade. Howard Duff stars as Spade, who's hired by a man, Mr. Cavanaugh, who's trying to prevent his wealthy stepdaughter from marrying a known gangster. If you love the show as much as I do, it's got all the things that we like: Spade's sarcastic wit and narration, excitement, surprises galore, and a perfect ending. Next is Fleet Lady from Pat Novak for Hire. Novak finds himself involved in a horse racing scheme gone bad in this one, when a racing horse named Fleet Lady is found dead, followed by a dead jockey, and a tip on the murderer. Jack Webb is at his noir, hard-boiled best in this strange murder mystery. After that is Am I My Brother's Keeper from Let George Do It, another great hard-boiled investigator played by Bob Bailey as George Valentine. Martin Bentner hires George to find his missing brother, the black sheep of the family, who has had his problems with the law. But when the body of a local gambling boss is found in his missing brother's apartment, George is running against the clock to find him before the dead man's criminal cronies do. One of the better episodes from the show, in my opinion, with George pitted against the mob and running into obstacles right and left as he tries to not only find the missing brother, but whether or not he is the murderer of the mob boss. It aired April 12, 1948. And then we have The Gruesome Spectacle Matter from yours truly, Johnny Dollar. A man, Tommy Hargrave, has been killed in a traffic accident, and there's a $70,000 double indemnity life insurance policy on him that benefits his wife, who did not like him at all. Was it just an accident? A great story that gets stranger and stranger as Dollar digs into the details and eventually discovers the truth. It aired September 28, 1958. All right, settle back and enjoy the shows. I'll be back for the next batch in a while.
The number one selling mystery character in all fiction is on the air. The hard-hitting private eye, Mike Hammer, in the Mickey Spillane mystery, That Hammer Guy. The makers of Kix, tasty, crispy corn puffs, food for action, and the publishers of Esquire magazine, in cooperation with the Mutual Broadcasting System, present That Hammer Guy, a new suspense series transcribed based on Mickey Spillane's fabulous Mike Hammer. More than 20 million readers have thrilled to his exciting books. In just a moment, you'll meet in person Mickey Spillane's That Hammer Guy. And now, here is Larry Haines in the Mickey Spillane mystery, That Hammer Guy.
You've been prowling the town like a happy tomcat with a night full of delicatessen garbage cans. But by the time dawn rolls around, you've got that washed-out gray feeling. So you turn in at the nearest glorified flop house and hit up the sleepy room clerk for a berth.
Here's the key, room 500. Someone just checked out. You're lucky. Any special service you want?
All you want is sleep. So you crawl in the sack like a bear who's finally found its winter cave. But just when you settle down to hibernate, the knocking starts. Oh. Keep your shirt on. Okay, I'm coming. Yeah, what is it? Before the world exploded into orange flashes, all you saw was a pair of old beat-up brown and white saddle shoes. The stabbing pain in your side brings you out of the whirling blackness, and you're still in the room, but on the bed now. And the unfriendly, pasty face of the desk clerk is looking down into yours.
You're lucky, Hammer. It's only a flesh wound.
If this is luck, I'd like to know what you think misfortune is.
If you're going to get yourself shot, why pick this hotel?
Well, where else in town can you get a bullet through your side instead of breakfast in bed?
You can't afford to be funny.
Oh, well, thanks for the patch job. Does a little information come with the room service?
For information, you go to a booth in a department store.
I'd like to know who plugged me. You don't mind that, do you?
Your clothes are hanging over the chair. You're all checked out.
I asked you a question.
How should I know? You fool around with dames. Things like this can happen.
This wasn't a dame.
You know more than I do. Why ask me?
There was a guy wearing brown and white saddle shoes. That's all I know. You tell me the rest.
All I can tell you is to get out of here.
Well, maybe I want to stay till the doctor comes.
You don't need a doctor.
All right, then the cops.
Look, Hammer, you don't want any trouble with cops. They ask a lot of questions. We don't want any trouble with the cops either. We got enough trouble already.
I'll bet you have.
Like I said, your clothes are on the chair. We need the room.
For a shooting gallery.
You got 10 minutes to get out.
Well, I'll need more.
10 minutes or a couple of guys will be up to show you.
I'll show you. Be hospitable or you'll get your neck wrapped around the bedpost.
Let go.
You're going to answer my question.
Let go.
You're going to answer or you're going to go around with your head in a cast for a long time.
All right. Don't stop.
You saw the guy who shot me.
No, I didn't.
On the bright.
I swear.
He must have passed through the lobby downstairs.
You were the last person I saw in the lobby. Probably used the back stairs.
You said somebody just checked out of the room before I took it. Who was it?
I don't know his name.
You got to register.
He didn't sign in. He slipped me $5 to sign in.
Let's try that again.
Martin. It's just Frank Martin.
Why didn't you want to tell me his name?
He slipped me the money to keep my mouth shut.
Okay, fill me in with the rest. What kind of a guy was this Frank Martin?
Looked like a hayseed. Checked in 2 days ago. Stayed in his room all the time. Even had his meals sent up.
Why'd he leave?
I don't know. He came running down the stairs like the devil was after him and went out.
Went out where?
Didn't leave a forwarding address.
Oh, you want more of the same?
No, wait.
All right, keep talking.
I helped him get a cab. I heard him tell the driver something.
What?
An address. Hotel Fairfield, I think.
You just think?
Fairfield, I'm sure.
That's better.
No trouble. I told you we don't want any trouble here.
Yeah, well, you better pray you told me the truth.
Well, I did. Now, will you please get out of here?
All right. But if you didn't level with me, I'll be back. Then it won't be the reputation of this joint I'll hurt. It'll be you. You find Frank Martin at the Fairfield, all right. But someone found him before you did. Whoever shot you by mistake got to Martin and corrected the error. The desk clerk was right. This Frank Martin must have been a hayseed. The kind of a guy you'd expect to see calling the turns at a square dance. The room's been stripped of everything except a leather picture frame on the night table. And whoever tore out the picture left the lower right-hand corner jammed into the broken glass. And on that corner you read the scrawl, "To my darling husband, from Lillian." Except for that, you're at a standoff. Yeah.
Frankie?
Yeah.
This is Ella. I found out where she is, Frankie boy. You're in for a big surprise.
Who?
Who? You spent 2 years looking for that ever-loving wife of yours. You come here all the way from Kansas, and now that I can deliver her, you sound like it don't mean a thing.
Where is she?
Where is she? Say, what's the matter with you? Don't you remember our agreement?
Oh, yeah, I just was anxious.
Well, don't get too anxious. A bargain's a bargain, Frankie boy. You bring the $500, and you'll get the information.
Mm-hmm. Bring it where?
Jefferson Park in 20 minutes. Okay?
Fine.
I'll be under the statue of Columbus. And believe me, Frankie boy, you're going to discover a whole new world.
You've got to know the rest about Frank Martin because you've got to know how you can locate saddle shoes. On the way over to the park, you keep thinking about a mild little guy who came to the big city to find his wife and was stopped dead. When you get to the statue of Columbus, there's a dame standing under it, glancing around like a lookout for a heist job. Looking for something?
If I was, you couldn't find it.
That's a nice statue, but you'd make a much nicer one.
Don't get fresh. I might blow the whistle.
There's nothing wrong with talking, is there?
This isn't the time. I'm here on business.
Mm-hmm. You're lucky I know what kind of business, or I might blow the whistle.
Hey, who are you?
Oh, we made a date, Ella. Remember?
Either I have a short memory or you've got a long nose.
Frankie Martin.
I'm right about the nose. It's missing.
Our business. You have some information for me.
I have some information, but you're not Frank Martin.
You'll have to settle for me.
Where's Frank? My date's with him.
He's been dead over an hour.
Try again. I just talked to him 20 minutes ago.
You talked to me.
Too bad.
About Martin?
About the 500. I hate to miss a payoff like that.
Well, you can tell me what you were going to tell him.
Sure, I could.
Well,
Got the 500?
no.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, but why let this relationship be cheapened by money?
I never do anything for nothing.
I didn't think so.
Goodbye, soldier. Your leaf is over.
Don't overrate yourself. I just hate to see people killed. It messes up our fair city's streets.
Killed? What's that supposed to mean?
Frankie Martin was looking for his wife, Lillian, wasn't he?
So?
So somebody didn't want him to find her, so he got killed.
So he got killed. What's that got to do with me?
You know where his wife is, don't you?
All right, I do. Why should you want to know? You're no cop, are you?
No, I'm no cop. But I'm curious about Lillian Martin and the guy who wears a pair of beat-up saddle shoes. I stopped one of saddle shoes' slugs for Frank Martin before the mistake was corrected.
Saddle shoes, huh? Maybe I could locate them for you. Cash on the line, of course.
What a wonderful friend you'd make.
The only friend I have looks at me in the mirror every morning when I brush my teeth.
I bet you like to think that people write books about you.
I learned early in life that you get by only on a strict cash and carry basis. And I didn't read it in a book.
You mind telling me how well you know Lillian Martin?
Well enough to feel sorry for a husband. Now go home and lick your wounds. You look like the kind of a guy with a past that can absorb this experience.
That wound of mine isn't going to get healed till I find saddle shoes and Lillian Martin.
Save your strength. Even in my society, her kind is marked no good.
You can easily lose your life membership in your society.
You said that before.
You know where she is. It'll be just as easy to kill you as it was to kill Martin.
I can take care of myself.
Yeah, that's what they all say before the gun goes off. Now, if you'll tell me...
You still haven't got the 500. See you around.
You should live so long. You watch her walk down the park path, swinging her hips like a basketball player taking a pivot shot. In a moment, she's free of the bushes and out in the open. You grind out your cigarette and start to follow. Only you don't get far. And Ella, well, she makes even less progress.
In just a moment, we'll return to That Hammer Guy. Here's a sad little song by a person who starts the day without breakfast.
It's a shame to be a nixie like me. I suffer from a lack of energy. Won't somebody tell me why I fail in everything I try? It's a shame to be a nixie like me.
People slow to catch on, hard to get started are nixies. Unlike quick-witted, fast-footed kixies. Kixies are men of action who eat kicks, food for action. Peppy boys and girls, grown-ups too, who build breakfast around a heaping bowl of kicks, have lots of energy every morning, because Kix is an 83% energy food. Start your day with Kix Corn Puffs. Tender, tasty, crisp. Eat Kix. Food for action.
Oh, it's grand to be a Kixie like me. Always feeling full of pep and energy. Every morning I eat Kix, so I'm never in a fix. Oh, it's grand to be a Kixie like me.
And now, back to the Mickey Spillane mystery, That Hammer Guy.
You can't see where the shots come from, but you know by the crazy pirouette Ella makes as she goes down that she isn't getting up anymore. And when she goes down, your hopes of locating either Lillian or Shoes sink with her. She was dealing for $500, but all she has in her pocketbook is $2.40 and several matchbooks advertising the Friendship Bar. After you call Pat Chambers at Homicide, you go to that bar.
Look all wound up, mister. Why don't you relax?
You've been buying drinks around, but nobody knows a thing. You take a look at the dame who's wrapped around the bar stool next to you. And you know a few more drinks and she won't even recognize her own name.
Sophisticated lady. Isn't that a pretty song?
It's a song.
Special for me. Never get tired of listening. I hear you've been asking around about Lillian. Wouldn't you like to buy me a drink?
Sure, why not? What are you drinking?
Almost anything.
Name it.
Bourbon will be fine. Same as you.
Another one of these, bartender.
Such a pretty song.
What about Lillian?
Sophisticated lady. It's my special favorite piece.
Oh, your drink.
Thanks.
Well, that's you here, huh?
To you, mister. You want to know about Lillian Martin?
That's right.
Forget her, mister. She's no good. She'll ruin you.
Look, I want information, not advice. How well do you know her?
Lillian, too well. Look at me. Pretty. I can be pretty again, too, anytime I want. All I have to do is stop drinking this stuff.
So why don't you stop?
Because I can't. You ask a silly question, you get a silly answer. Silly, isn't it?
What was she to you?
Lillian? Everything, nothing.
What's that supposed to mean?
Two kinds of people in this world. One with a long story and the ones with a short story. You don't want to hear the story of my life, do you?
I've got nothing but time.
Well, I'm the short story type. Lillian was my friend. I gave her a place to sleep, helped her get a job, let her wear my clothes. Even introduced her to, as they say in the storybooks, the man I loved.
And?
And she took him away from me. You want to find her?
I want to find her.
Me too. Ruined me. Ruined my boyfriend. Ruined the only guy I ever loved. You ever hear such a sad short story? My name's Vera Condon. Call me Vera if you like.
What about your ex-boyfriend? Is he around?
Dave? Haven't seen him since she took him away.
No. Well, maybe he'll come floating back.
Dave? I'll slam the door right in his face. No, I won't. But what's the difference? What I do? He's not coming back.
Look, Vera, here's my card. If he does show, give me a ring, huh? If you happen to find out where he is, let me know.
You're a nice guy. We should have met before. Things would have been different.
Yeah. Things always would have been different. The days roll by as slow as glue coming out of a bottle. And with every itching ache of a healing wound in your side, you know you're going to find Lillian Martin in saddle shoes if it's the last thing you do. You try everything, look everywhere, but nothing happens. And just when you're ready to face the fact you're in a downfall with no hope for a breeze, the phone rings.
Mike, this is Vera Condon. Come over to room 417, the Royalty Apartments. The door will be open.
The apartments are royalty, you know. They've been in exile too long. Vera's room is filthy with empty bottles and smells like old home week at a Kentucky mountain still. And she's sprawled over the bed, kicking her feet against the backboard in time to the phonograph record.
Ever hear such a pretty song, Mike? Sophisticated Lady.
What'd you want to see me about, Vera?
I remember when guys didn't have to have a reason to see me.
Now, you know what my reason is.
Yeah. Lillian. Always her. What's the matter with me?
Nothing, but...
You can't kid me, I know. Oh, no more sophisticated lady.
You know something. That's why you asked me over. You know something about Lillian Martin.
She disappeared over a year ago with Dave. I still don't know where she is. Maybe Dave does.
You told me you didn't know where he is.
Well, you know how girls are. They always change their minds.
So?
Well, there ought to be something in it for me besides a drink at a bar, don't you think?
What do you want, Vera?
Something I lost a long time ago. My self-respect.
I can't help you with that.
Too late, huh? Mike, you don't have to be honest all the time.
Vera, I can't help you lie to yourself. You can't break every mirror in the world.
Nobody can help me anymore.
Nobody but you.
You're a nice guy. I like you, Mike.
I'm a guy looking for somebody.
If I tell you where he is, will you come back and see me?
Sure.
Even if you find Lillian?
Sure.
His name's Dave Williams.
Where will I find him?
Where you find everybody who's been nice to Lillian. At the bottom of the ladder. In the mud.
And where's the mud he's in?
A place called the Gotham Club down on the 4th Street. But don't let the name fool you. It's a flea bag of a flop house.
Thanks. Here, maybe you can use this.
$20. You're a nice guy, Mike. You don't have to tell me what it's for, so you don't have to bother with someone like me anymore. I'm paid off.
I told you I'll come back. I mean it.
I can straighten out, Mike. Honest.
Sure you can. If the bottle you buy has perfume in it.
Sure. Perfume. That's a good idea. When you see me again, I'll be like I was before. Sparkling, just like those rhinestones. I can really straighten out.
You leave Vera all hope. But you know her hope is as empty as the stock exchange on Sunday morning. You know just what kind of a bottle she's going to buy. When you find Dave Williams in that flop house, you begin to understand what she means about Lillian.
It's an old story, friend. She made me what I am today.
You don't know what Dave Williams was like a year ago, but today he isn't winning any prizes as a lady killer.
It's crazy for a guy to believe in a dame. You always find out too late.
Isn't what Vera told me.
Vera? Yeah, I understand it's even too late for her.
I'm only interested in Lillian right now.
Forget her.
I can try, but her husband won't let me.
Husband? So she had one of those, too?
Yeah. And he got paid off worse than you did. Somebody killed him because he wanted to find her.
Always a smart operator, that Lillian.
Nobody who uses a gun instead of his brains is smart.
I wonder.
What?
Who's better off, her husband or me?
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
I could use a benefit.
Look, just tell me where I can get hold of Lillian, and I'll leave you.
Get hold of her? You got a shovel handy?
What do you mean?
Lillian's dead. She's been buried in Fairmount Cemetery for over 6 months.
When Dave Williams tells you that Lillian Martin is dead, the news hits you like a pile driver. But right after that shock, you get the biggest crusher of them all. Just as you get up to leave, you look down at the foot of his bed. And there, peeping out at you like obscene eyes, is a pair of old, beat-up brown and white saddle shoes. You want to turn back and listen to a few of Dave's bones crack, but you hold yourself in and get out. You're waiting outside in your car when he comes out and gets into a cab. You tail him to a Tony apartment building on Park Avenue. You watch him go in, call on the house phone, and then take off. The doorman tells you his call was to the penthouse occupied by a Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Kane. Kane himself greets you at the penthouse door, shows you into the library, and answers your questions with the calm of an efficient surgeon.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hammer, but I never heard of this Lillian Martin.
I didn't think you did. This isn't her kind of world.
I suppose we ourselves create our own kind of world.
Yeah, well, sometimes you get helped along, whether you like it or not.
I happen to believe that we are the masters of our own destinies.
Well, maybe you're right, but it's nice to think you've got someone to blame.
Just what do you mean by that?
I mean the guy who called up here a few minutes ago.
Nobody called here. This phone is used for my business only.
Well, for him, the call might have been for pleasure.
The call may have come in on the house phone.
It did?
You could be entirely mistaken, Mr. Hammer.
Is your wife around?
I don't know.
What does she do, fly in and out the window?
She's anything but a witch, Mr. Hammer.
I didn't mean it that way.
I'm sure you didn't. You're perhaps referring to her coming and going without my knowledge.
Yeah, that's right, I am.
She has a private entrance to her portion of the apartment. Society life is rather boring, unless you have an outside interest such as charity work. I'm afraid Helen has thrown herself completely into her hobby.
I never met a husband who doesn't know where his wife is.
I don't have to know. I trust my wife implicitly.
Yeah, well, like you said, people create. But I'd still like to know about that phone call.
Then why don't you ask my wife?
Well, I thought you said you didn't know whether or not she was here.
I was only talking in theory. I like people to know how well mated we are. Saves embarrassing talk about the difference in our ages.
Mm-hmm. Would you mind calling her in?
She's resting in her sitting room. You may go in, if you like.
You go into the sitting room, and the first feeling you get is the fluffiness of the ruffles and the smoothness of the satin. But Mrs. Helen Kane, for better or worse, is conspicuous by her absence. Then you spot a photograph on an end table. It's a shot of a beautiful blonde, sloe-eyed dish, practically smiling the words of the autograph in the lower right-hand corner. To my darling husband, from Helen. And it's written in the same scrawl that spelled out, to my darling husband, from Lillian.
Hello, Mike.
I came back like I promised, Vera.
Thanks. Same song, same pretty song, sophisticated lady. My song.
I saw Dave Williams, Vera.
Did he ask for me?
No, he talked mostly about Lillian.
Oh.
He said she was dead.
I can't say I'm sorry.
But she isn't.
Huh?
Dead. I found her.
You did? What did she say?
She said, you did? What did she say?
You're laughing at me, Mike.
You're nothing to laugh at, Lillian.
I'm not that drunk. You got the names mixed up. Mine's Vera.
Sure. Vera and a lot of other things, too, including Mrs. Helen Kane.
Now who's drinking too much?
Look, I saw your photo in your sitting room with your autograph.
Oh?
Oh. I've heard of dames making themselves up, but never down, like you.
And you didn't believe Dave about my death 6 months ago.
I almost did until I saw his saddle shoes under the bed.
Is that a mistake?
The worst kind. I was shot by a guy wearing saddle shoes.
Oh?
Oh.
It's a pity I didn't have a chance to spend that $20 you gave me. It would have been for perfume.
No perfume could kill the stink of death around you.
Well, I had to do something about Frank. My new husband would have been horrified if he found out I was a bigamist.
From Hayseed to Park Avenue, you worked your way up the ladder, didn't you?
Girl's got a right to live.
So did Frank Martin. So that dame who was killed in Park Avenue. All she wanted was $500.
She wanted much more from me.
What does Dave Williams want from you?
All the money he can get. But I don't mind giving it to him.
Nice guy, Dave.
I'm satisfied.
Sure, as long as your husband doesn't find out.
She's old, and he doesn't ask questions. He's glad to have me around. On my terms.
He's not going to have you around anymore, Vera, or Lillian, or Helen. By the way, which is it, really?
Pick anyone, Mike. Any name you call me's all right.
Now, you wouldn't like the name I've got picked out for you.
Mike.
You're thinking of a price.
Everybody's got one.
Well, this is one time I haven't.
You should have believed Dave.
Doesn't make any difference now.
Doesn't it?
Oh? Why did you wait till now to get out that gun?
I thought it wouldn't be necessary.
Yeah, but it is, huh?
Very.
You'll never use it. You think I came here alone?
I think you're bluffing.
Wait and see.
Sorry, I can't.
You try a bluff and it doesn't work, but something else does. Right on top of the shot, Vera's body jerks like a monkey on a string. And then the string breaks. You swing around, and standing behind you in the doorway is Stephen Kane. The only motion is the smoke swirling up from the nose of the gun in his hand. You know how he got here. He followed you.
She had it on her terms long enough. Now it's on mine.
You switch your eyes from him to the twisted body on the floor. The sophisticated lady.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Detective Agency.
They offered me a cool $1.5 million, but I couldn't be bought.
Oh, Sam, all the time fooling.
Straight goods, Abby.
Oh, really, Sam? Why didn't you take it? Oh, but you couldn't, of course.
That's right, Hazel. Taxes.
Oh, you mean it would put you in a bracket?
The girl's name, in case you were going to ask, was Sugar Kane.
Was she sweet?
Oh, Effie, you made a joke.
Oh, not much of one, though.
That is true, but even though you do seem to be, as you would say, in a jugular vein, I shall be right down, serious and frowning, to dictate a chronicle steeped in the bitter tea of general confusion, brewed in a witch's cauldron of murder, greed, and avarice. That's what gives it that nutty flavor.
What, Sam?
Silly girl, I refer to the Sugar Cane caper, on which I will forthwith my report be down to dictate on, goodbye.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Want to look better on the job? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Want to look better to that gal of yours? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic improves your entire appearance by grooming your hair neatly and naturally, relieving dryness, removing loose dandruff. If your family hasn't yet enjoyed the benefits of America's leading hair tonic, here's what to do about it. Ask at your drug or toilet goods counter for the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wildroot brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Hello, Sam. How are you, Sam?
Hmm?
You were so lugubrious over the phone. Sometimes you're so bucolic, but tonight...
What am I? When?
Lugubrious tonight. Just bubbling over.
Do you possibly mean I'm being lush with my verbiage?
There, you see?
Well, that's because I've been at work in the environs of Snob Hill, where they never use one word if 12 will do. Are you ready for the dictation, I guess it is? I plan to be most amusing tonight. Already I am yet. Look, I haven't even started.
Oh.
Really, I haven't. All right. Now, pencil. Date. Alan should have such an audience. Date. October 3rd, 1948, to Clifton Cavanaugh, Esquire. Down, Effie. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Sugar Cane Caper. On Thursday last, at 11 a.m., as I waited for the traffic signal so that I might legally cross Powell Street in order to board a cable car, a cat rubbed up against my leg. I leaned over to stroke it and noticed that it had 6 toes. I wondered if that meant anything. It didn't. Most Snob Hill addresses don't mean much anymore, but yours still does. The house was big, hideous, and reassuring.
Oh. Are you from Peppersnell?
No, I'm in business for myself. Mr. Cavanaugh in?
Oh. Well, come on in. I can't understand what happened to that boy from Peppersnell. Oh, pardon me if I seem a little hungover.
Gladly, but can you ever forgive yourself?
I like you. You got a sense of humor. You'll need it.
You trying to tell me you don't approve of Mr. Cavanaugh?
That perfume pothead.
What did he do to you?
He married my mother.
Oh. Stepfather?
Yeah. I'm Fred Blair.
Spade's my name. And where do I find him?
Detective?
Check.
I'll give you a clue. Look behind you.
I did. I turned and found myself looking straight into your handsome face. You looked several years younger than your stepson, with regular aquiline features, dark, widely spaced eyes, and blue-black hair.
Well, so you're the notorious Sam Spade.
Well, I don't want to seem modest.
Come into the conservatory. There's just the barest chance that we'll not be overheard.
Good.
There. Sit down.
What's your problem, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Problem indeed. Problems, plural. Starting with that junior grade lush that collared you at the door.
He's very fond of you, too.
Well, you can't imagine what a trial that boy's been to me. Both the children. For some reason, neither Fred nor his sister Eunice ever quite accepted me as their father.
You don't say.
I suppose my youth counted against me. I think they misinterpreted my motives. When any man marries a wealthy widow twice his age...
Yeah. Why did you send for me, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Well, it all started several months back, before my wife, their mother, where was I? Oh, died. The scandal quite literally killed her.
You're sure that's what did the trick?
Fred, who, among other talents, was a positive genius for knowing the wrong sort of people, struck up an acquaintance with a hoodlum named Johnny Verona.
Nice, clean-cut gangster type, runs a joint on Pacific Street.
Precisely. With the positively hysterical name of the Subtropico.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was a sordid brawl of some sort. A man shot. Obviously, this Johnny Verona shot him. Fred had to give testimony before the grand jury. It was all we could do to keep it out of the paper.
But you did.
No, and old Eleanor, my wife, that is, dropped dead when the butler brought in the Chronicle. But the worst was yet to come, Sam.
Well, don't keep me hanging, Cliff.
Well, Fred continued to frequent this bistro, this dive of Verona's.
I understand.
I believe the bait is a toothsome little teaser with the unlikely name of Sugar Kane.
She likes Fred.
No woman in her right mind would look twice at that idiot, even if he were twice as rich and only half as sodden. Then, where was I? Oh, yes, this Verona person came here several times on the pretext of pouring Fred through the front door, and thereby met my stepdaughter, Eunice.
Well, that's a very interesting story, Mr. Cavanaugh. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you want a detective for.
Because my stepdaughter has brazenly informed me that she intends to marry this gangster. I want you to help me prevent that marriage.
I don't see.
Don't see what?
I don't see how I can.
Well, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. When Verona was arrested for that shooting in his club, Fred didn't tell the grand jury all he knew. Now, if you could prove that Verona is guilty, then we'd be rid of him for good.
Is it Verona you want to get rid of or your stepson?
Good Lord, you don't think Fred did it?
Do you?
Why, no, of course not.
Okay, supposing Verona did it, then Fred goes up on a perjury rap, maybe accessory.
Oh. Well, I have no overwhelming desire to injure Fred.
Look, why don't you tell me what you have an overwhelming desire for?
Well, under the terms of her mother's will, Eunice will inherit $3 million as soon as she marries.
When?
When what?
When do I meet her?
Be serious, man. Now, I will pay Verona $50,000 in cash if he'll stay away from her.
Would you take $50,000 as the payoff in a $3 million caper?
In this instance, yes. Eunice is not very well, and you may quote me on that. Book, chapter, and verse.
To Johnny Verona?
To Johnny Verona.
Okay. Water's mighty cold this time of the year at the bottom of the bay, but if you don't care, I don't.
Thank you. Let me know how it comes out.
Don't give it a second thought. You'll know. Don't get up, Mr. Cavanaugh. I know the way out.
Hey, Spade, wait up.
Well, you look a little better.
Listen, there's something you ought to know. He was my sister's boyfriend before he married my mother. He did it out of revenge because Eunice threw him over. He still wants to marry her.
Any particular reason?
Oh, my mother put that crazy marriage clause in her will. He's been systematically getting rid of every man who's been interested in her. Bought him off, threatened him off any way he could. Why? He thinks Eunice will eventually marry him to get her inheritance. But she won't. She'll kill him first, and if she doesn't, I'll do it for her.
Fred.
Huh. Oh, yeah?
Fred, what on earth are you saying? Who is this man?
Well, he's the detective.
Sam Spade. You're Eunice Blair?
Yes, I want to talk to you. Fred, go and...
Yeah. See you later, Spade.
I know why my stepfather hired you, Mr. Spade. If you need the money, go ahead. But this time it won't work.
You look as if you'd like to be a nice girl. How did you happen to settle for a cheap grifter like Johnny Verona?
Because we understand each other, and he can't be scared off.
Any message I can take him from you?
Tell Johnny I'll meet him at the usual place. And tell him I still like my coffee black. No sugar.
I didn't ask her what kind of sugar she didn't want any of. I thought I knew. The only thing wrong with Sugar Kane's dance was her dancing, but the customers didn't seem to mind, and I didn't either. It was a pleasure to size her up carefully, as I would have felt obliged to do anyway in my professional capacity. She was a black-haired number with aquiline features and widely spaced dark eyes. It was a beautiful combination, and I wondered where I'd seen it before quite recently. I decided to find out.
Hey, what's the idea of barging in here after me? Can't you see the sign on the door? No customers in the dressing room.
Then let's go someplace else. I want to talk to you.
Beat it.
Take it easy. This is on business.
Good. I'll fix it up with the boss. Johnny!
Yeah, Sugar? What's the matter? Is Joe giving you trouble?
You sailed in here after me, the cheap masher, on the pretext of discussing business affairs.
Okay, out you
Hey,
go.
wait a minute.
Come on, move.
And don't come back!
Well?
Sorry I had to give that bum's rush routine. I don't want to get her excited. She's a nice kid, and she doesn't know why you're here.
I take it you do.
Yeah. Eunice called me and told me you'd be down.
Okay, Johnny, I'll give it to you fast and get out. Clifton Cavanaugh will pay you $50,000 to leave Eunice alone. He also made a few idle or not-so-idle threats about what might happen to her if you don't take his money.
For example?
He said she hasn't been feeling well, might not live long enough to get married. I don't have to tell you what I think about that kind of talk, and I wouldn't be peddling it if my office rent wasn't due. That's why when you started giving me that bum's rush, I made only, shall we say, a token resistance?
Yeah. Now, about me marrying Eunice, you can tell Clifton to stop worrying.
Hmm?
Yeah, Eunice and I got married 3 weeks ago.
You what?
Married. Now, you want to see the papers?
Why the secrecy?
I don't want her to get hurt.
You're scared of Clifton?
Nah. Sugar. She's got a very low boiling point. She's pardon me. Yeah. Yeah, Nick. What is? Go ahead. Yeah, I heard you. No, don't touch anything. Don't let anybody in. I'll be right over.
Bad news?
Yeah, Eunice. She's dead.
How?
One of my boys found her in my apartment. She was supposed to wait for me there.
How did it happen?
He's not sure. He thinks she took poison.
I had to give Johnny Verona one thing. He didn't make any pretense about being grief-stricken. But after all, he just inherited $3 million. Sugar Kane took it standing up, too, but she just lost a rival and got her man back $3 million richer. I wasn't with you when you got the news, Mr. Cavanaugh. But the one I really wondered about was Eunice's brother, Fred. What brought that on was something I picked up in Johnny Verona's apartment where we found Eunice's body sprawled out over a tray of coffee things. It was a medicine bottle with a doctor's prescription number on the label. The name of the druggist that had put it up was Pfefferschnau. I remembered what Fred had said to me when he admitted me to your house that afternoon. Quote, "Are you the man from Pfefferschnau's?" I wondered if I'd answered yes, would Eunice still be alive?
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Sugar Cane Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The morning papers didn't carry anything new on Eunice's death. Cause was put down to an overdose of a toxic drug. The doctor who prescribed it said she'd requested it for migraine headaches, which he suggested might have driven her to suicide. He did not explain why she had taken 4 doses in capsule form and dissolved the rest of it in a decanter of coffee. I thought somebody else had dosed the coffee, and so did you, Mr. Cavanaugh.
Verona did it, of course. He knew she was taking those pills and dosed the coffee just enough to be fatal when added to what she took voluntarily.
You knew all that, too.
Well, so did Fred.
But you had more reasons, 3 million more.
But they were already married.
You know that when you hired me?
Yes.
Then how come?
I knew she was planning to do away with herself. I thought if we could pin it on Verona, after all, he's guilty of that old murder, Fred's a witness to that. Well, if he were convicted, the money would revert to me.
Nuts.
You don't believe me?
She wasn't planning suicide, and you know it.
Well, then?
I don't care who takes the fall, but I got less on Verona than I got on you.
Then I'll give you something. Here. Take a look. Verona's lawyer sent this around before her body was cold. A claim for $3 million, notarized yesterday while Eunice was still alive. Well, Mr. Spade?
Pardon me while I drop dead. You did and waited hopefully, but I managed to stay on my feet. I even managed to make it down the hall to the bar where I found your stepson ambushed behind a row of empty bottles.
Fine detective you turn out to be. I warned you. Stand up like a man. That's all right. I'll take on both of you.
Come on, sober up. Makes sense.
Where's my drink? Who took my glass?
Here it is.
Give me it.
Sure.
You spill it. Ooh, ice on my shirt.
Listen to me. This is very important.
Important?
You were expecting a delivery from a drugstore when I arrived there yesterday morning. Who ordered it?
She did. Eunice, she told me to watch for it and bring it to her.
Did you do that?
No, she wasn't here.
What did you do with that bottle of medicine?
I'm sleepy. I gotta get some rest.
Wake up!
Don't!
I said wake up!
Leave me alone!
Now listen. You took that bottle with you when you went out. Where did you take it?
I tell you when you let me go to sleep.
You took that bottle with you, didn't you?
You're guessing. I know you're third degree.
You went to Verona's apartment, didn't you?
Two gentlemen of Verona. Willie Shakespeare.
You doped that coffee, didn't you, with the poison that killed your sister?
I didn't mean it for her. I didn't know she was going there.
Go on talking.
I want a lawyer. I know my rights.
Listen, I'm not a cop. I'm not taking a statement. You're too drunk for us to hold anyway, so you can tell me.
Okay. Here's how it happened. She took her 4 pills and went to bed.
Yeah?
I sneaked a bottle out of the medicine chest and I went over to his place. His boy Nick was there making coffee for the boss, he said, when he got home. I hung around talking for a while and I stripped some of the stuff in the percolator while he was getting out the cups. And that's all.
Why did you want to kill Johnny Verona?
So Eunice wouldn't have to marry him.
What do you mean, have to?
She was doing it for me, so he'd keep quiet.
About that brawl in the club, that old killing they tried to nail Johnny for?
Yeah, that's it. The gun that did it. He got rid of it before the cops arrived. That was my gun.
Fred, straighten up. Look.
Yeah.
Johnny dictated the story you told the grand jury. How do I know he didn't dictate the one you're telling me now? Who are you covering for?
I didn't say anything. I didn't tell you anything. Get out of here!
What's the matter with you?
Get out the window!
The revolver barrel that crashed through the darkened window pane behind the bar spoke twice. I answered it. I looked out into the darkness, making myself a good enough target to draw some fire. I fired back at the flashes. I was depending more on luck than aim, and luck was what I wasn't having much of. I went back to the place where Fred had fallen. The shots that had dropped him were luckier. He'd been dead before he hit the floor.
What is it? What's happened here?
See for yourself.
Who?
Shot through the window, couldn't see anything but the gun muzzle. Looked like a .45.
Johnny Verona, he packs a .45.
Who told you that?
It came out of that investigation. One of the reasons they couldn't indict for that old shooting.
There were a lot of reasons they couldn't get that indictment.
What are you driving at?
Neither one of the leading suspects was guilty.
I don't follow you.
Sugar Kane did that job.
That's wild.
What if I told you Fred made a statement to that effect before he was shot?
You're lying. He confessed.
Did I tell you that?
Well, he must have. He always talked about it when he was drunk.
All right, I was bluffing.
Why?
Just a crazy hunch. I thought there might be something between you and Sugar. Now I'm sure there isn't.
Of course not.
Should have spotted it before. You're too much the same type. Even look alike.
I can't make you out.
Well, don't try. It's not worth it. You better call homicide about Fred here. Tell Lieutenant Dundee if he wants my statement, I'll be at my apartment. After I pretended to leave, I came back and did a little eavesdropping of my own. You didn't phone homicide, but you did spend an hour filing out the barrel of a .45 automatic. Then you went out. I tailed you to an address on Sloat Boulevard. A short time after you went in, Sugar Kane came out alone. I followed her to, you know the answer, my apartment. I went in the back way via the fire escape and arrived in time to answer her buzz.
Oh, Mr. Spade, thank heaven I found you at home.
So am I. Come in.
I know it's terribly late.
Forget it. Won't you take off your coat or something?
Can't stay very long. It's not safe. I may have been followed here.
Oh, surely not.
Sam, you don't mind if I call you Sam?
No.
I'm so frightened. It's about Johnny Verona. I don't know what he may do. He's convinced that Fred killed Eunice and he's out gunning for him right now. We've got to stop him before he does anything rash.
You come to the wrong party, Sugar. I'm working for the enemy.
Enemy?
Kavanaugh.
Oh.
It's no skin off his nose if Johnny Verona drops Fred Blair or if you all drop. All he does is sit back and collect.
Oh, he can't be as cynical as that.
You ought to know.
Has he told you anything about me?
I'd rather hear it from you.
Maybe sit down. Well, there's not much to tell. I played along with Johnny for one reason and one reason alone. To save Fred from that old murder rap.
Were you figuring on marrying into that family, too?
Oh,
a regular pincers movement, wasn't it? Johnny and Eunice, you and Fred.
All right. It's true I wasn't in love with Fred, but it wasn't all the money. I was sorry for him. Money's not what I really want. I know that now.
What do you want?
Someone. Someone I can trust.
Me too, Sugar.
Oh, Sam, you're what I want. Say you want me to. Please say it. Don't answer it, Sam.
Why not?
Johnny may have followed me here. He's insanely jealous.
Well, I gotta face it out with him sooner or later. Might as well be now.
Sam, be careful.
Stand out of the way, Sugar.
No, Sam. No, please.
Don't reach, Johnny.
I'm not gunning for you, Spade.
In that case, come on in.
Well, Sugar. I didn't believe him that you were coming here.
I had to, Johnny. He got some crazy confession out of Fred while he was drunk. I had to stall him till you and Clip could talk to him. To save Fred, I mean.
Oh, stop horsing around. We all know that we all know Fred is dead, and we all know that we all know who killed him.
Well, then Clip was leveling. You are trying to pin that on me.
I don't need it, but if you want it, you can have it.
There's $3 million in my part of it. I'll split down the middle with you. If you throw in with them, it's a three-way split.
There's no split at all if you take the rap for Eunice's killing, and you will if you throw in with me. It's their word against mine. 2 witnesses against 1, and all I've got is a confession by a drunk who is now dead.
Sam. Oh, Sam, I was sure for a moment you...
Get away from me.
Sam,
Go on. Go to work on him. I should have given you a little more time. That wasn't fair, was it, Sugar?
I hate you. I hate you both. I never want to see you again.
Get back in that room, Sugar. What happened, Sugar? Why were you running away?
Johnny double-crossed us. Now Sam knows everything.
What does he know? The whole caper. Part of it I wasn't quite sure of until I saw you and Sugar standing side by side. That blue-black hair, the same eyes, plus the fact that the bell on Sugar's apartment on Sloat Boulevard reads Kane, parenthesis, Kavanaugh. You took a crazy chance when you knocked off Fred with me right there in the room. The kind of a crazy chance a brother would take to keep his sister clear.
I could have told you that.
It would have helped a lot, Johnny, but you didn't. When a man lets his sister go on dancing in a joint like yours after he's in the chips and she goes on liking it, you can be sure they're both playing for big stakes and for nobody but themselves. Where do you think you were supposed to wind up, Johnny? I'll tell you. Drinking that poison coffee that Eunice got hold of by mistake.
That isn't true, Johnny. I never told Fred a thing. He thought you really loved Eunice. I don't know how he found out you were forcing her into that marriage.
Did you also neglect to tell him that he was innocent? That you pulled the trigger in that old killing and shoved a gun into his hand when he was too drunk to know what he was doing?
I've heard enough. Watch it, Johnny.
No!
I winged you a split second before you fired. Your aim went wild. All I saw at first was that it missed Johnny. Then I saw him move forward in her direction. She was leaning against the wall, a puzzled expression on her face, her hand plucking nervously at a spot of red that was spreading against the white of her dress. He caught her as she pitched forward and carried her over to a couch. She didn't speak again. You and Johnny knelt beside her until the cops arrived. If you were aware of each other's presence, neither of you showed it. Period. End of report.
That was a sad ending, Sam.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry it ended so sadly.
Well, it was bound to, one way or the other. There wasn't anybody in the whole gallery that thought about anybody but himself. Except poor Fred, I guess, and his only friends arrived in bottles and left in the ash can.
All those millions and millions. We'll get the money now, Sam.
I'm glad you asked that. It leaves me cold. Go tight that up while I knit myself a sweater.
And now, listen to this. It's the smart mother who sees to it that Wild Root Cream Oil is always kept handy around the house. For she knows that Wild Root Cream Oil grooms her family's hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Get acquainted by asking for the new 25-cent bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Well, here it is, Sam. Goodness, what a terrible group of unfortunates. As you say, it just had to end badly.
If you hope to get back in my good graces by quoting me, to trick me into agreeing with you, you have succeeded.
There you go, Sam. So lugubrious.
Effie, what is this? What means lugubrious?
Oh, Sam, it's wonderful. It's my new habit.
Oh?
Every time I read a book now, and you know, like you read a book and there's a word you don't know what it means or you're not sure.
Yeah.
Well, I make it a practice now to write down and learn 3 new words per day. And learn the definitions to use them in conversation. You know, like, desultory.
And lugubrious?
Yes, that's one of my 3 for today. You see? Lugubrious, right here it is. To talk a great deal. Bucolic, state of being sorrowful. And verbose, to be out in the country.
I see. Very praiseworthy. Enlarging your vocabulary.
Yes,
Love it.
But I don't expect to be really lugubrious for the knob.
Look, Effie, why don't you go verbose for the weekend? It's the best cure for the bucolic.
Oh, Sam, look what I've done.
What have you done?
I've clipped the wrong definitions to the right words.
Well.
For instance, lugubrious, well, it isn't that at all. And bucolic, oh, Sam, I've learned them wrong.
I wasn't going to tell you, Effie. It's better to find out for yourself. It's more, efficacious.
My new habit. Oh. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin with score composed by Rene Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Are you baldy? Get Wild Root right away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company brings to its entire network one of radio's most unusual programs.
Pat Novak, for hire.
Sure, I'm Pat Novak, for hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says, Pat Novak, for hire. You gotta put it in block letters, because down on the waterfront in San Francisco, there's a price tag on everything. You gotta do that or marry a rich widow. I don't like to work that hard, so I rent boats and do anything else that's cash and carry. Oh, it's all right. You don't mind trouble, because that's one thing you can't duck. It's like trying to dance the minuet in skis. And the best trouble always looks good from the outside. You're all smiles and you feel like a kid opening a hand grenade under the Christmas tree. I found that out Tuesday night. It was around 7 o'clock, and I was getting ready to close the office when this little guy showed up. He was about the size of a golf bag with arms. If he had a cigar box, he could see over a pool table. He walked up to the desk and started talking in a voice that made you think he was trying to put Lily Pons out of work.
Hello, you Novak?
You're doing all right so far. What's on your mind?
I'm Jackie Gregg. You heard of me, huh?
You're the shy type, I know.
I'm Jackie Gregg, the jockey. You heard of me, huh?
All right, now I heard of you. Put the show on the road.
I'm looking for a horse. You want to find me a horse?
Yeah, I breed 'em in the back room. What color you want?
You're so tough I gotta take that from you?
Calm down before you wind up in a boys' choir. If you got anything to sell, put it on the line or beat it.
I'm riding a horse tomorrow called Fleet Lady. She's disappeared.
Well, she's not here.
I'm supposed to ride the 6th race with her tomorrow. The Bonanza handicap, and she's gone.
All right, she's gone. Maybe your horse likes to go out at night. I haven't seen her. Get to the point.
I'll give you $200 to find that horse. Somebody took her in a van. I trailed him down here at the waterfront.
But you lost him up at the ferry building.
That's right. Something funny's going on. My mount disappeared, and you gotta find her.
This is a big waterfront, and where's the $200?
You'll get that all right. Down by Pier 19 they turned in. You think you can find Fleet Lady?
I don't know. Who owns her?
Woman named Sybil Thornton. She's, mixed up, I think.
Yeah. Why steal your own horse?
I don't know. Run a ringer, maybe.
That's a tough trick.
This woman's got some good ones. You want the $200?
Yeah. How are the odds?
What's the difference? You gonna open a book? You better take the $200 now.
Yeah. The dough will keep. You sound frightened, Junior.
And you sound nosy. Here's the $200. I want you to find the horse. You let me know at the Kingston Hotel, huh?
Sure.
If you don't find anything around the waterfront, maybe you better try the track. Ask around there.
Yeah, by the way, how do you fit in? How come you got $200 interest in that horse?
Maybe I love horses. What do you care if maybe I love horses?
I don't. A guy like you's got to love something. Oh, it was a real sweet proposition. A jockey in search of a horse. Now, there was something phony about the whole thing. I had the $200, but I didn't feel good. It was like a guy stealing a murder gun to help out on a scrap metal drive. Well, after the little guy left, I closed the office and started to hit the docks, but it didn't work out. You can buy good whiskey these days, so you feel funny walking up to some guy on the pier and asking, "Have you seen a racehorse around here, mister?" Well, by 9, I was sure that horse wasn't around, so I borrowed a car and drove out to the track. I found out where Sybil Thornton's horses were quartered and headed down that way. It was pretty dark, so when I bumped into her, all I got was a vague outline. She had a good-looking vague outline.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, I'm full of regrets, too. Should we try it again?
Aren't you a little mixed up in your animals? They keep horses here.
You don't seem to mind.
No, you lean nicely. But you'd probably feel safer with a platform.
Well, we'll try this again when I've had 3 good meals. That's a horse.
Yes, I know. In fact, I own her.
I see. That'd make you Sybil Thornton.
Yes, what would that make you?
A guy named Pat Novak looking for your horse. I was hired in the waterfront to find her.
Why, they grow big on the waterfront. You must get a lot of sun. By the way, is Fleet Lady missing?
Your jockey says she is. That's why I'm snooping around.
Didn't know he had any friends.
He's got a checkbook. How about Fleet Lady? Is she tucked in bed?
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
You'd find it very dull, Mr. Novak.
Yeah, that's what they said to Anthony. Let's see the horse, huh?
Suit yourself. She's down this way.
Okay.
I'm doing this out of the bigness of my heart. I think you're wasting my generosity, Mr. Novak.
Don't use it all this trip.
It's from in the stable. Come on.
All right.
Down about here. Fleet Lady's stall. Here. There's a flashlight on the wall.
Okay.
Poor thing.
Do horses die broke, too? Who is it, Fleet Lady?
Yes, are you satisfied?
No, I'm going to ring up headquarters.
Are you crazy?
Then I'm going to call Jackie Gregg and tell him his hunch paid off.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Novak.
Stop kidding me, sweetheart. She didn't get killed in a fight with another horse. Gregg figured somebody was tilting the machine. That's why Fleet Lady's dead. That's why I'm going to call headquarters.
Shoot yourself, but remember what happened to Fleet Lady.
You getting tough, Angel?
No. You just wouldn't look good with a saddle, Mr. Novak.
I watched her as she turned and walked out of there. It was the kind of a walk that makes you flip the calendar and find out how far away spring is. I looked around a while, but it didn't do any good. The place was full of doors, so whoever killed Fleet Lady got out easy like a roomer at a church picnic. I closed the door and went down the line to call headquarters. As I stood in there talking, I saw Sybil Thornton drive by. It was a long convertible with red asbestos seat covers. After I called headquarters, I went back and waited near the stable. About a half hour later, a police car pulled up, and when I saw who got out, I began to get unhappy like a 3-legged man in a ballet school. It was Hellman from Homicide, and he had a squad with him.
All right, I'll talk to him. Hello, Novak. Where's your trainer?
Your boys get paid to laugh at you, Hellman. I don't.
Yeah. Where's the horse?
What are you doing on the case?
I came for the ride. You mind, Novak?
No, I just wondered if they wised up downtown.
Huh?
Because you could find a dead horse, Hellman. If they staked it out in the middle of Market Street, you'd find it before long.
I'll try this time. Where is it?
Stall 18 over there.
Yeah. Keep an eye on him, boys. I'll be back in a minute. In here, Novak?
Yeah, the one with the teeth like yours.
You better shut up, Novak.
Don't get jumpy. You haven't seen the horse.
Just shut up, huh?
Well, wasn't going to be much of a conversation anyway.
What color horse was that, Novak?
What do you mean? Take a look.
Yeah, I did. I just took a look. It's a smart horse, Novak.
Huh?
That's right. That dead horse in there is wearing a double-breasted suit.
Hellman got the message straight. I walked in and took a look. Jackie Gregg was lying there on the floor as dead as last year's love. The sickness didn't show until we rolled him over on his stomach. Somebody'd gone duck hunting in the middle of his back. I began to feel a little sick myself and was ready to send out for the same gun when Hellman started to talk.
You forgot to mention the guy when you phoned headquarters.
He wasn't there. I was in here before, and the guy wasn't around.
What was he doing out of the horse?
I don't know. Hellman maybe crawled out of a crack. I don't know. There were 2 shots. I came in and found the horse.
Yeah?
Check the horse.
You're trying to tell me the horse shot back? Who is he?
A guy by the name of Jackie Gregg. He gave me $200 to find a missing horse.
Yeah?
A horse called Fleet Lady running into Mars Handicap. This is the end of the line.
How do you know it's the same one?
I don't. Maybe you gotta be a horse to tell. Why don't you ask one of your boys? Yeah. The boy's real tough. Call him off, Hellman.
He's nasty. We all hate him, Novak.
It's all right. I'll put it on your bill, Hellman.
That's good. You can write it up at headquarters.
Hellman, you ought to run an idiot. The heavy thinking's too much for you.
I can piece this together. We come out here and find a dead man with you kicking up dust 40 feet away.
Look, Hellman, I didn't kill the guy and then call up headquarters. I know they're bad in homicide, but I'm not that big-hearted.
We got a spare hook for you, Novak. That's where you stay until somebody gets you off.
Well, you can start out with Sybil Thornton.
Another horse?
She's got the speed for it. Look her up. She owns Fleet Lady, and she was dashing around here in the dark, playing easy to get.
I'll look her up.
You better leave the boys behind. After all, she's only a woman. When you see her, ask about that van down on the waterfront, and ask what she was doing before I made that phone call.
I'll tag all the bases. Don't worry, Junior. And if things fit together, you'll both be in the jug. I'll see you later. I got work to do.
Yeah, it's getting late. You better put the boys back in the cage. Well, I began to worry after Hellman left. There was no murder gun, and he didn't have too much to go on, but there was no one else wanted my job. I knew the girl was going to have an alibi, and I was the last guy that Jackie Gregg had seen. I had about as much chance as a fat girl at a Princeton prom. Hellman didn't like me, and he was a smart cop with a disposition like a ton of rhubarb. Oh, I had to start right from scratch. I felt like Adam the first morning he woke up. So I looked up a guy named Jocko Madigan, an ex-doctor and a boozer who will give you a lift if you show him where the stirrups are. Oh, a good guy, but he thinks all food makes a gurgle. I hit all the bars and finally found him up at Maggie Nielsen's apartment. She's a good-looking voice that lives up on the hill, and Jocko was working his way into her liquor supply.
Hello, Patsy. You're just in time to join me for my first drink of the evening, or one of my first, at least.
Yeah, I see it.
Maggie's not here, but I found her whiskey. It was in plain sight, locked in the closet under some newspapers.
All right, Jocko, when are you going to sober up?
I plan to do it briefly on April 1st, when the rest of the world plays the fool also.
I'm in trouble, Jocko. You got to help me.
Good. I've got a special bottle I use to forget your troubles.
Stop caressing that jug and listen to me. I'm in a jam.
Patsy, there's nothing in nature so sad as a half-empty bottle. It's like a broken vow or an unfulfilled promise in the skies. A falling star, almost.
All right, Jocko.
A falling star, and you shrug it off, never realizing that a whole world has ended at that moment. 100 million dreams, maybe, and you watch it fall and make an asinine wish, and that's all the good it does a star to fall. It gives some kid a chance to wish for a bicycle.
You finished now, Jocko?
Yes. What kind of trouble? Anything I could aggravate?
I'm mixed up out at the track. A guy by the name of Jackie Gregg is dead, and I don't look good.
Hellman?
Yeah. The guy's a jockey, and he hired me to find a horse named Fleet Lady.
Did you?
The horse and the jockey ran a dead heat, but there's something funny about the whole deal.
Did you talk to the jockey?
Not enough.
Patsy, you've got to break yourself of the habit of waiting until people are dead before you think of a question.
Jocko, I want you to hit all the horse rooms. Find out what you can about the 6th race tomorrow. It's the Bonanza Handicap, and hurry up, will you?
Well, if it's the 6th race, why can't we wait a while?
Start now. Get everything you can and call me. I'll leave a message at your place.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe up to see the girl.
Patsy, you're going to be waving at the hangman's wife when they spring the trap door.
I gotta see her. She owns Fleet Lady.
Why don't I see her?
She's got a stake somewhere. I got a lot of questions. What could you do up there?
Yes, if it weren't an academic question, I'd argue the point.
Looked like a bum deal right from the start.
Oh, Patsy, you have the instinct for recognizing trouble, but not the intelligence to duck it.
Jocko, will you get out to those horse parlors? I need facts, not fables. Now give me a hand.
All right. Give my love to a Fleet Lady.
Her name's Sybil Thornton.
Well, I'll bet I'm not far wrong. Good night, lover.
After I left Jocko, I went to the Chronicle morgue and looked up Paul Stangl. We pulled out the clips on Sybil Thornton. They were nice and fat because she'd been to Reno 4 times and hadn't broke training for years. She'd been traded around more than a Red Sox pitcher. The clippings said that she was 32. There were a lot of pictures, and from her eyes, we got the idea she was around 35. But there were arguments the other way, too. There weren't any stories on her for the last few months, just a few items from the columns. They all said the same thing. She was hitting the night spots with a gambler named Rudy Hauser. There were pictures of him, too. Oh, he would have looked real good in a cave with heavy curtains. I asked Paul. He said Hauser had a gambling place out on Geary, so I took a cab out there. For $10, the guy at the door said Sybil Thornton had left the place an hour ago. That made me feel good. When Hauser opened the door to his office, I lost the glow.
Yeah? What's with you?
I got a problem.
You got the wrong door.
Well, you can't get any tougher, so I'm coming in.
Suit yourself. I never throw anybody out until I'm sure they've lost all their money. What's on your mind?
A horse named Fleet Lady. She disappeared at 7 o'clock tonight.
Here, you check under the rug. I'll try the cabin.
She got back just in time to greet somebody's gunsel.
If I say no, will you go out and lose your money like a good boy?
Fleet Lady was owned by a gal named Sybil Thornton. The columns say you're number 5 on her list.
And they never lie. The whiskey's too good.
Also, a little bird says she was in your office an hour ago.
That's right. She said your name's Novak.
Oh.
The next time you get a bombshell, give it a test run.
With Fleet Lady dead, your money's going to look good in the 6th tomorrow.
What makes you think that gal would throw a race?
For the same reason she goes out with you.
Huh?
When a gal takes a Great Dane like you out in public, it generally means the guy's a few bucks ahead of her.
You want to fight the team now, Novak?
Oh.
Just remember. Sometimes you can't be right and a gentleman, too.
Yeah, I hope that's the way you feel when they pick you up for Jackie Gregg's murder.
Huh?
Oh, you do a real nice double take, mister. The jockey checked out with a horse.
I didn't know that, Novak.
Yeah, with no brains, you built this gambling club.
I didn't know that he was dead. I told you that, Novak, and I meant it. It was all right for a little punk. I'm sorry he's dead.
So's he. I'll see you later, Hauser. I gotta nose around and find out where you were tonight.
Yeah. You seem all right, Novak. So I'll tell you. If you got any dough left when you leave my table, it's better on a horse named Fleet Lady in the 6th race tomorrow.
You always bet on a dead horse?
You got the tip. Use it or bury it, but don't loan it out.
Oh, the case was a regular grab bag when I walked out of Hauser's office. I began to tick off the things that didn't add up. First on the list was that van down on the waterfront. If it was Fleet Lady, who got shot in the stable? If it was the ringer, that meant Fleet Lady had run tomorrow. I couldn't figure out why Hauser was so sure she'd win. An idea kept racing around in the back of my mind like an ant in a cookie factory. Jackie Gregg lied about that van down on the waterfront, but why? Not to bail me out of the poorhouse with $200. I got part of the answer when I stopped by the pay telephone and called Hellman.
Yeah, Hellman talking.
This is Novak. I got some news.
You'll have to put it on the back page.
What do you got?
Your friend Jackie Gregg had some love life.
Well, there's a chance for you, Hellman. Who's the girl, Sybil Thornton?
Yeah, we found her picture in his wallet, the gooey kind.
I'll bet you stole it for long train rides. What time did he die?
The right fit for you, between 9 and 10 o'clock. 2 shots from a .32 caliber pistol.
How about the horse?
.45 caliber.
2 people. It's getting involved.
Maybe, maybe not. You got 2 hands, Novak.
Look up a guy named Rudy Hauser. He's got a joint out on Geary Street.
I got enough friends. You look him up.
I did. He's still talking about Fleet Lady and tomorrow's race.
All right, maybe he's sentimental. Look, Novak, I'll pick out my own work. I don't need free help from you. Jackie Gregg paid $200 and look what he got.
Suit yourself, but Rudy Hauser and that gal are close friends.
Yeah?
Like 2-part harmony in a telephone booth. Now get off the dime, Hellman. Hauser's got that gal in his hip pocket. She owns Fleet Lady, and he's betting her to win.
You're trying hard, Novak.
It's gotta be a slow field to lose to a dead horse. Wake up, Hellman. You couldn't smell a rat in a basement full of cheese.
I did all right in your apartment.
Huh?
That .32 caliber pistol. We found it up at your place. See you later.
Well, I wasn't too worried about that. Hellman's smart enough to know a phony plant. I began to think about that .32 caliber pistol. It's a woman's weapon, but that doesn't prove anything. So's a bread knife if she's in a bad mood. Must have been about midnight when I got to Sybil Thornton's place. She was wearing black lounging pajamas, tied tight around a slim waist. She looked like a wasp with a nice sting, and she had company.
Come in, Mr. Novak.
Yeah.
Mr. Novak, this is Ronnie Stark.
Hello, Novak.
Oh.
Well, he's not very friendly, Sybil.
He's just pouting because they're going to arrest him for Jackie's murder.
How do you like Hellman?
You've known him longer.
Yeah. Somebody left the murder gun up at my place. Where you been all night?
Please, Mr. Novak. You're embarrassing Ronnie.
That's right. I'm blushing, and it's not the whiskey, Novak.
I see.
You must stay longer, Ronnie.
He's persuasive, huh, Novak? I'll see you tomorrow.
You won't forget, Ronnie.
Oh, I won't forget. Oh, I'm betting on you, Novak.
What won't he forget?
Mr. Novak, I hope nobody ever asks you that question.
You You don't want to talk about putting that gun in my apartment?
No.
Let's talk about Rudy Hauser, then.
Hmm?
Your meat grinder friend. We just had a good talk, and he opened up a new road.
What'd you tell him?
Don't break a spring. He's all right.
Will you do me a favor, Patsy?
Like not talking to Hauser anymore, huh?
That's right. Won't do you any good, Patsy, and it'll do me a lot of good.
How's he going to know which horse got killed? I'll bet you lied to him, Angel.
It's my apple cart, Patsy. Leave it alone.
Sure. But play your hand right, baby, because I'm going to watch your cards, and if you got one that says Jackie Gregg, I'm going to call you the hard way, too.
Patsy, you're a nice beast. I really think you would. Sit down.
Yeah.
Drink?
No.
Do you good.
Not right now.
Well, you've read the book.
Just a couple of chapters.
Bet they're the right ones.
You better watch out, baby. I may be a long shot.
Well, you care as long as I bet.
I don't.
That's good. I didn't think you'd mind.
All right, Angel. It's time to wire the folks.
Used to know that. Just wait till you know me better.
That's from me. I left the number.
It's your fault, then.
Yeah.
Hello, Patsy.
What'd you find out, Jocko?
Not much. Nobody seems to care about the 6 race.
I care about it.
Well, that's because you killed one of the jockeys. The rest of the people have a more casual interest.
How do the odds run?
No heavy favorites. Vinair and Sleepy Time Gal figure to be the best at around 5 to 1.
What about Fleet Lady?
Down the line somewhere. I talked to one fellow. He says she's a dog and couldn't beat a paralytic goose over 100 yards.
Yeah, what else?
Well, that's all.
What do you mean, that's all? Start digging, Jocko. We're not getting any place.
Not even at your end.
Huh?
I counted on you to do better than that. Right, lover?
On the way home, I bought the morning papers. There was a story on Jackie Gregg. No details. Most of the story was a statement by Hellman on Hellman. There was no mention of Fleet Lady. And at 1 o'clock in the morning, there was nothing I could do but roll into bed. I woke up about 9 and called Jocko. It was like sending a message out to the Farallones by Indian Runner. He just muttered and said he'd meet me out at the track. Well, I had to have some more dope, so I called Ira Snow. He calls the races and bets on them. The way he does it, a horse is a real beast of burden. He was playing Elf when I got him on the wire. Ira, this is Novak. What do you know about the Bonanza handicap?
It's a horse race.
Oh, you're funny. What about the field? Are the horses any good?
For hamburgers, maybe. Nothing else.
How about Fleet Lady?
Eastern track. Nobody knows.
Would she be worth a heavy plunge?
If you want to be a monk. What's this all about?
Ira, I'm in trouble. How about a fix? Could they run in a ringer on Fleet Lady?
It's been done before, but it ain't easy.
That's what I figured. How's Rudy Hauser on horses?
He ain't. He got burned a long time ago. He never bets.
I think you're wrong.
Look, Novak. I know every guy in town that's got the itch. Rudy Hauser? No.
You know a guy named Ronnie Stark?
Sure, runs a book. Why?
Nothing. I may see you at the track. I'm going to make a bet.
Yeah. I'll tell the horse.
Well, that left me in a hole. If Ira was right, Rudy Hauser on Fleet Lady didn't make a bit of sense. I got out to the track about 2:30. Jocko was there, and Hellman was wandering around up in the grandstand where they couldn't push him into a starting gate. Sybil Thornton waved from her box as I moved over to get a better shot at the starting line for the 6th. They were almost at the post when Jocko came back from the betting window.
Well, Patsy, I bet $2 on a horse called Scotch Victory. It seemed like a good omen.
Yeah?
I saw your friend Rudy Hauser at the window.
Huh?
He was pouring money down on the favorites to win.
Well, that's why the odds have gone down on Vinair and Sleepy Time Gal. Look at that board.
Yes, Fleet Lady's gone all the way up to 12 to 1.
Yeah, from 8 to 1, all the way up.
Maybe the word got around she's dead.
No, that's the funny part. She's down there, number 3 on the rail, see? Not a peep out of anybody.
Yeah.
They're off and running. Hot weather is going to the front by 1 length. Sleepy Time Gal by a head. Fleet Lady between horses is running third by 1 length. On the outside, it's Vinair and Old Soldier by 2 lengths. Going into the clubhouse turn, it's Hot Weather by 2 lengths. Sleepy Time Gal by a half length. Fleet Lady is moving up on the outside. It's Vinair fourth by 1 length.
Fleet Lady runs well for a ghost.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rudy Hauser'd better hurry or he won't see much.
Huh?
You better hurry. He left the track 10 minutes ago.
Huh, are you sure, Jocko?
Yes, I heard him tell someone he had to make a phone call just before the betting closed.
Well, Jocko, you're a sweetheart.
Oh, I like to
Let's go to the stable.
Well, the race isn't over.
It was over 5 minutes ago.
Well, how about my $2?
Come on, will you? There's only one person who won't try to fix a horse race. That's a horse. I knew there was going to be trouble fast. The horses were just coming under the wire when I waved to Hellman and started for the stable. When we got there, Sybil Thornton was clearing out like a fire sale.
I'm in a hurry, Patsy, darling. Let me by.
No, you made a bad play, Angel. Stick around.
Let me by, Patsy.
You heard him, lady. Stick around.
Thanks, Copper. I'll take charge.
That's a big gun, Hauser.
I got a big deep. You let me drop 100 grand, Sybil.
It was your idea, Rudy.
Not this way. You let me drop 100 grand because you ran Fleet Lady.
Program said Fleet Lady, and that's who ran.
I brought those odds into line at the window. My other 80 looked bad on Fleet Lady. You didn't stay to watch her trail the field.
All right, I didn't stay. You lost your 100 grand. You killed the ringer. You were a smart big shot who was going to sew up the race.
You ran Fleet Lady and cost me 100 grand. All right, Copper, move away from her. Over this way, Sybil.
No. Don't let him do it, Patsy.
I want to see how tough you are.
Come on, Sybil. Let you and me move over against the stall.
Watch out, Hauser. You're backing into the horse.
Grab the horse, Novak. He's going to trample him.
You grab him. It's your idea.
Dead?
Yeah. You should have learned the first time. You can't beat the horses.
That's a bum joke, Novak.
I guess it is.
Now that we're all here, who do we book for Jackie Gregg's murder?
I'll answer that one, friend.
Who's this guy?
One you missed, Hellman. Hello, Stark.
Hi, Novak. Now, what are you waiting for, Sybil? Tell the man you killed Jackie Gregg.
I've had enough trouble today, Ronnie.
You got more coming. You figured it out yet, Novak?
Hauser dumped his 80 grand on you.
That's right. It's a lot of spending money.
Wait a minute. Ronnie, I don't like this.
You'll get your half, baby. I'm going to write out an IOU. And when they book you for murder and the vote's in, you can't use it.
You wouldn't do a thing like that, Ronnie.
A dead girl can't spend 40 grand. She killed your guy, Copper, and tried to palm it off on Novak. I was there, so I'll testify.
Ronnie, you're a no good guy.
Don't be silly. I love justice. Well, book her for murder, Copper. I want to tear up that IOU.
Well, Hellman finally worked it out. Started out as a fixed race, and when they were all through, it was up to the horse. Rudy Hauser put the squeeze on Sybil for some dough. She offered to run a fast ringer in place of Fleet Lady, so Hauser could pick up a bagful. Rudy just wanted to make sure, so he sent one of his boys around to knock off Fleet Lady. Only the guy killed the ringer instead. It was a break for Sybil. She made a deal with a bookie named Ronnie Stark to take all of Hauser's bets and guaranteed him that Fleet Lady couldn't win because she wasn't that good a horse. It panned out that way. She let Hauser think Fleet Lady was dead. He spent 20 grand at the window pushing up the odds on Fleet Lady and dumped another 80 on her to win. A moving van? It was a phony story Gregg used to get me to scare Sybil. He wanted in on the deal. He went back to the stable that night, got in a beef, and she killed him. She had him out in her car. When I went to make that phone call, she figured it was a good way to pass the buck. Well, Hellman asked only one question. Why would a nice, tame horse go crazy and trample a man to death? Jocko had the answer. The horse that killed Hauser was a filly.
The Armed Forces Radio Service has just brought you Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced by William P. Russo. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be with us again next week when over most of these same stations we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire.
Standard
Government of California, on behalf of standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you have something that must be handled with complete confidence, then you need me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, hatred between brothers is an old and tragic story. More tragic in my case because in all the years we haven't seen each other, my brother Phil hasn't been exactly a model of virtue. I feel I am at least partially responsible, and I'd like to make it up to him somehow. I think I
finally succeeded in locating him, but at this point I need your help. You can reach me at the Hotel Stapleton, and it's signed Sincerely Yours, Martin Bettner. Gosh, I think in a way this is, well, touching. One brother realizing his error and trying to...
Brooksy, you're a dyed-in-the-wool sentimentalist. I bet you still have your first doll and your first dance program stashed away somewhere.
Yes, along with some other sentimental relics I've collected since I met you.
Oh?
A blackjack, an old and faded poison pen letter, one sawed-off
Touche,
shotgun...
Angel, touche. Now, what do you say we call this Mr. Bettner at the Stapleton and see just what he has on his mind?
I called you in, Mr. Valentine, because, well, in a way, you're my neighbor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Bettner?
Well, look here, Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks.
Yes?
Here in the personal notice column in the paper, your ad is just under mine.
Oh, yes, now I remember your ad. You've been running this for a week or so.
That's right, Miss Brooks.
I just didn't tie it up with your letter.
Oh, let me see that. Philip, let's forget the past. If you'll meet me halfway, we can make up for all that bitterness. There's even a place waiting for you in the family business. I'm at the Stapleton, Martin Bettner.
You said you'd located your brother, Mr. Bettner. He must have gotten in touch with you.
I said I think I've located my brother. But if Phil has seen my ad, he hasn't answered it. I got only one reply from Renee Clemens. Take a look at it, Mr. Valentine.
Huh?
What does it say, George?
Huh? Well, it seems Miss Clemens knows where Phil Bettner, quote, the rat, unquote, is now holed up. She's willing to part with that information for a price figured to be arrived at. Well, what's the problem, Bettner?
Well, back in Waynesville, I know my way around, but here in this town, like a fish in water. Back home, I've got my own hardware business. I know everybody to look at, and they know me, but here it's different.
Oh, I see. Well, why don't you just find the best bargain you can with this gal, pay her off with a dated check, then see if her information is the real thing.
Oh, it isn't just the money. I don't know the kind of people Phil's been associating with in the last 5 years. This could be some kind of trap. It'd be an awful lot better if you came along with me to see this, Miss Clemens.
All right, good enough. But look, Bettner, you've been hinting that your brother has been operating a little on the shady side.
Well, I'm afraid so.
Well, then the police could tell you where he was, just like that, if you got in touch with them.
I checked. Phil has no police record, thank heavens. He's been mixed up in gambling, mostly horse racing, and so far he's been lucky. 2 weeks ago, some people in Detroit told me he left for here, and that's all I know.
Well, assuming Miss Clemens is a local girl, your brother must have worked pretty fast to make such an indelible impression in 2 weeks.
I don't know what to think. But I've got to find Phil and talk to him.
Well, first let's have a talk with Renee. She may know whereof she speaks, but I'm afraid her price won't be reasonable.
It'll cost you $500.
Now, wait a minute, sister.
The name is Miss Clemens. And I should up the price, seeing that all of a sudden I'm dealing with 3 people.
Please, Miss Clemens, I asked Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, to come along with me.
$500.
But Mr. Bettner only wants his brother's address. He doesn't want to make a down payment on the house.
Oh, I see we've got a Vassar girl here.
All right, ladies, enough of this banter. The price is too high, Miss Clemens. Sorry. Come on, Bettner.
Yes,
let's get going.
Wait a minute.
Well?
What kind of a deal would you go for?
Well, I'll tell you. I'll be lavish with Mr. Bettner's money. $250 cash.
I have that much right here with me. What do you say?
Well, Miss Brooks still doesn't seem to approve of the price.
All I can say is you're lucky you're dealing with men.
Yeah, some girls are lucky to have what it takes to get what they want.
All you've got is an address, and it's not even your own.
Listen here, you
Break
little...
clean, girls. $250, Miss Clemens.
All right. Let's have it.
Certainly. Here you are. Now, where can I find my brother?
It's 356 Moreno Street. A grimy, broken-down rooming house. It's so dark you need a seeing-eyed dog to get up the stairs.
I got you. Just a cottage small by a waterfall. Thanks. We'll find our way.
Just be sure you tell him Renee sent you. I wish I could be there to see the look on his face.
Well, if you know Philip is so dead set against getting in touch with me, why are you doing this?
Let's be charitable and say I wouldn't mind if he dropped dead. And it'd be a pleasure to spend the $250 on flowers for his funeral.
Oh, I knew she had a kind heart.
Well, we may as well be going, Valentine. I know if I can just speak to Phil, everything will be all right.
Yeah, 356 Reynolds Street, Miss Clemens?
You heard me.
That better be Phil Bettner's place, or you'll find his brother is just an Indian giver. Get what I mean? Well, this is it. Number 7. He's got his card tacked up on the door.
Philip Bettner, investments. Huh. Who's kidding whom?
Well, this is worse than I thought.
Looks like nobody's home.
We'll wait right here till he comes back.
I don't think that'll be very comfortable. Do you mind paying for a lock, Bettner?
What?
What do you mean, George?
Just this. Wait a minute. Please sit down.
Phew. Oh, golly, where's the window? This place hasn't been aired out in a week.
The eternal feminine. I don't know what I'll say to Philip. I don't want to hurt his pride. What have you got there, Valentine?
Well, it looks like this desk is your brother's investment office. His favorite and only investment being horses.
I knew it was something like that.
What's up, darling?
December 20th, $2,000 Henning. January 3rd, $3,500 Henning, etc. And all to Henning.
What's that supposed to mean?
No wonder your brother Phil is living in a dump like this. From the way this stacks up, he owes about $25,000 to Lou Henning.
Oh, George.
Wait a minute, Angel. You see, Bettner, this character Lou Henning is the big shot bookie in this town. You don't go around owing him $25,000 for too long.
Oh.
George, please.
I was just trying to explain to Bettner. What's the matter with you, Brooksy?
That red spot under the closet door.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
It's all dried up.
Blood, George?
It's not red ink.
But do you think that...
Could be. Henning has his own way of collecting debts. Well, there's one sure way to find out.
That's not Phil. Who is it?
This, my friend, is Lou Henning. Just about as dead as you can get with a knife stuck in your back.
Phil wouldn't do a thing like this. He might have been a lot of things, but he's not a killer.
I wouldn't know, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
There's no phone here. Beat it down the corner and call Lieutenant Johnson.
Oh, I won't mind getting out of here at all.
Valentine, couldn't we close that closet door?
Sorry. From now on, we can't touch anything.
Oh. I suppose the police will just take it for granted that Phil did this killing.
What would you think in their place?
I guess you're right.
Now, look, Bettner, I'm not saying your brother did this. But as soon as Henning's mob finds out what's happened, they're going to jump to their own conclusions. What I'm trying to say is, let's hope the police find him first.
I see. Valentine.
Yeah?
You're still working for me, aren't you?
I was, but things are a little different now.
No, they aren't. You still have to find my brother.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Find him before he's shot down in cold blood. With the police, at least he'll have a chance to explain all this, if there is an explanation.
You're putting me on a tight rope, Bettner. The police on one side, Henning's boys on the other.
If it's a question of money, whatever you say...
Looks like Henning's been in that closet a couple of days. It's not going to be easy picking up your brother's trail.
I'm not asking you to promise me anything, but try, will you?
Okay. Okay, it's a deal. But if Henning's mob gets to Phil first, that Clemens dame will be spending that $250 on flowers for your brother's funeral.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about gears. Most folks just couldn't say whether the gears in their cars are spur, worm, spiral, or hypoid, but the men at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations know the minute you drive in. And because there are so many different kinds of gears in today's cars, all these service stations carry a variety of lubricants to meet their special needs. RPM lubricants. Each one tailor-made to carry away heat, to keep gears shifting easily, to do a better wear-saving job. Make sure you get an RPM lubricant next time you get that 5,000-mile change for your transmission and differential gears. While you're at the independent Chevron gas station or standard station, ask for a free copy of Batter Up, the new illustrated handbook on baseball. It's a gift to you from the service stations that say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Am I my brother's keeper? Martin Bettner thought so, and hired George to help him locate his black sheep brother, Philip. But when they arrived in Phil Bettner's room, they found a body in the closet. The body of Lou Henning, a big-shot bookie. George has just sent Claire to the corner drugstore to call Lieutenant Johnson.
Be reasonable, Bettner. I promised you I'd look for your brother, but I can't leave until Lieutenant Johnson gets here. He's going to have an awful lot of questions to ask.
But Phil won't have a chance if Lou Henning's men get to him first. You said so yourself.
I know. All right, there's one thing I will do, though. Make a phone call. I think I know just the character who might be able to give me a lead on Phil. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Say, I just remembered. I think I saw a phone down in the hall when we came in.
You could have thought of that before. I wouldn't be calling you, Outpost, if I wasn't willing to pay for the information. The name's Bettner, Phil Bettner. Doesn't mean anything to you, huh? Now look, Outpost, you're my favorite pawnbroker. You know everything that goes on in this part of town. He's probably hiding out. Okay, I'll pop around your place in an hour or so. Now that's funny, that hall light's out. Hey, what goes here? Hey, Bettner, open the door so we can have some light out here in the hall, will you? Come on, before I break my neck. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh! There.
Now you stay right there by the head of the stairs, George, till I put on this light.
Never mind that, Angel. Open the door.
George! Mr. Bettner, he's...
Yeah. Looks like he got the same treatment I did. Hey, see how he is, will you, Brooksy? I couldn't bend down now to pick up $1,000 bill.
Mr. Bettner! Mr. Bettner, are you all right?
Oh.
Good. At least he's making a noise.
George, he was knocked out, too.
It was Phil. I was standing there, and he came in the door, and then...
Let me help you get up, Mr. Bettner.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Are you sure it was Phil?
I tried to talk to him, but he picked up that desk lamp and hit me with it.
You better sit down.
Thank you.
Your brother. So that's the one who threw me down the stairs. Why did he come back? What was he looking for?
Valentine, at least we know that Phil can't be very far from here. That should help you find him.
You mean you're still interested in finding that brother of yours?
He didn't know what he was doing. He didn't even give me a chance to talk to him.
You stay here in the hall, Hennessy.
Okay, Lieutenant. Hey, what is this? The St. James Infirmary?
Oh, Lieutenant Johnson.
I get your point, Lieutenant. Bettner here and I took a little worse for the wear. But we managed to outlive the corpse.
Where is it, Valentine?
Over there.
Yeah, what do you know? It is Henny. Let you in on a little secret, Miss Brooks. I didn't believe you when you called me.
Why do you think I kept screaming at you over the phone?
Oh, Hennessy.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Get the fingerprint boys and the photographer and we'll go to work.
Yes, sir.
Still can't believe it.
Believe what?
Lou Henning with his $25 silk shirts, and look at him. Folded up like a jackknife in the bottom of a closet in a crummy rooming house and killed by a cheap little gambler.
Oh, Lieutenant, I don't think you heard. This is Philip Bettner's brother, Martin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Lieutenant, I know there's only one thing you can think, but I still insist my brother didn't kill this man.
Look, I may as well tell you, Mr. Bettner, we've got a general alarm out for your brother.
Yes?
I suppose, as usual, Mr. Valentine, you got an altogether different theory about this thing.
On the contrary, Lieutenant, I'm in complete agreement with you for once. Well, we dropped Bettner off safely at the Stapleton, and I bought you a nice, juicy hamburger. So now, out you go, Brooksy. You know what you're supposed to do.
Yes, George. But you don't know what you're asking of me. Rene brings out the fishwife in me. The Black Maria will be taking us both away.
Go on now, Angel. That gal in there didn't tell us half what she really knows. Maybe because you do rub her the wrong way, we can find out some more.
Well, okay.
And when you're through, wait for me in the lobby of the stable.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't get there, I'll give you a call.
Mm-hmm. He's so good to me. Well, now for Rene. Wish I'd let my fingernails grow.
Yes, miss? What? Well.
Now all you have to do is whistle.
Yeah?
And I'll send you my grandfather's OU Kid button.
Huh?
Oh, never mind, Bogart. Get on your switchboard and call Miss Clemens. Tell her I'm coming up to see her.
Sorry, miss, she just left. I'll be leaving in an hour myself. Does that mean anything to you?
Listen, Junior. Did Miss Clemens say where she was going, and was there anybody with her?
Sorry, I don't know a thing about the affairs of our tenants.
Oh, I get it. Oh, now a bright, good-looking boy like you must notice everything. I could tell that the way you looked at me as soon as I came in.
Well, knowing yourself as you do, can you blame me?
Oh, if you keep saying those things, you're going to spoil me, sure thing.
The name's Tommy.
Yes, Thomas. Now, about Miss Lemon.
She left about 5 minutes before you came in. She had a couple of bags with her. She was with a big, tall guy.
Yes, Tommy?
He had kind of wavy hair, and I think she called him Phil.
Huh? Oh, that's fine, Tommy. That's just what I wanted to know. How can I ever thank you?
Well, I told you I'll be off in an hour. Wait. What was your name again?
I'll mail it to you on your 21st birthday. And that's a promise, Tommy.
Now look, Outpost, why are you making like a clam all of a sudden?
Is that what I was doing?
Oh, don't give me that. You've been selling information about people for years. Why the sudden... Oh, I get it. You already know about Lou Henning.
Who doesn't? Now look, Valentine. Why don't you forget you ever heard of Phil Bettner? If I'm afraid to talk to you, who will? Side pocket, 3-ball.
Sorry to interrupt your pool game, friend, but Whitey Sanderson said you might know where I might find Phil.
Look, brother, you're a stranger to me. Let's keep it that way. Okay, boys, here's the last race, Hialeah. Queen Meg. Win, 880, place 663.40 for show.
Say, mister, they tell me you're looking for information.
Who tells you?
Oh, word gets around. It's about PB, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right. You got anything I can use?
If you're willing to pay for it. What do you say to step up out here?
All right, come on, give.
You know, you took the words right out of my mouth, mister.
Okay, mister. Here's 5 tens. And don't try chiseling for more because it won't work.
I wouldn't do this to my best friend, except I had a bad day at the track.
Never mind that. Now, where do I find Phil Bettner?
22.5 Jackson Place.
Okay, Valentine. I got your call. Where's Phil Bettner?
Yeah, Lieutenant, that's your boy. What's left of him.
So Henning's mob did catch up with him first. That's about as neat a job as I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's been right cozy sitting here waiting for you.
I know. You lead an awful tough life, Valentine. Look, we're going to get him down to the morgue. You get his brother down there to identify him.
Yeah, I'll do that. You don't mind if I make a telephone call first?
What for?
I promised Brooksy faithfully I wouldn't leave her sitting in that lobby all night. And he's on his way to the morgue, Brooksy. So that just about washes it up.
Then I suppose what I wanted to tell you isn't too important now. Rene left her apartment with Phil a few hours ago.
Yeah, but look, Angel, tell Martin Bettner to meet me at headquarters. He has to identify his brother. But don't tell him why. I'll take care of that myself.
But sorry, George, you're going to have to call him yourself.
Huh?
I just saw something walk across the lobby, and I'm going to follow it.
What are you talking about?
Tell you about it later, Angel. I'll be seeing you. going somewhere, Miss Clemens?
Oh, the Vassar girl again.
Yeah. Now, look, dearie, how about you and me going to the morgue together?
What are you talking about?
Oh, they'll probably want to ask you some questions about Phil, and I'd hate to see you take this bus and have to come all the way back.
I'm taking this bus.
You're just making things very difficult.
And what are you going to do about it?
Oh, I'm just going to tear your hair out and scream all over the place. Then they'll slap us both in jail for disorderly conduct. And the jail is right next door to the morgue.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, no? Ah!
Stop it! Okay, you win.
I knew you'd be reasonable.
Where's that client of yours anyway, Valentine?
Please, Lieutenant, be compassionate. I just told Bettner his brother's lying here in the morgue. He's having a cup of black coffee. Be here in a minute.
Oh. Swanson.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Got the tag on Bettner all filled out?
Just got through making it out. Bettner, Philip, age 36, Caucasian, height 6'2", weight 190, identifying marks, if any. Right arm withered, appendicitis scar, port wine birthmark of the left knee.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Where have you got him?
Down the aisle there, number 302. When you get through identifying him, let me know and I'll put him away.
Come on, Valentine.
Oh, sure, Lieutenant.
Now, don't tell me this place is getting you down. A tough-minded character like you.
Oh, no, I was just thinking.
Let's see, 302.
Right down there, sir. I think they're waiting for you now.
Thank you.
Oh, there's Bettner now.
Yeah. Are you okay now?
Yes, I think so. Could we make this as quick as possible?
I know, of course. Just necessary routine. Here. Is this your brother?
Yes, that's Phil.
Well, that's all there is to it, Mr. Bettner. We'll just put the sheet back over.
Colonel Johnson, he's down there, miss.
Can I talk this way, Miss Clemens?
Now, what gives?
Yeah, what is it, Brooksy?
Look who I found, George.
Well, we meet again, Miss Clemens. So that's what you saw walking across the lobby.
Who's this?
She's the young lady who gave us the information about my brother.
Oh. Well, you might as well identify him too, miss. Just for the record.
Oh, Phil.
I guess that clinches it.
I tried to tell him he wouldn't have a chance against Henning, but he wouldn't listen to me. How am I going to go on without him? I can't.
Isn't this a sudden reversal, Miss Clemens? Not long ago, you were willing to sell him out to his brother for $250.
Yes, and even spend that money on flowers for his funeral.
What's that?
I didn't know what I was saying. I was sore. I guess I loved him too much. He said he was going to walk out on me, and well, that's why I answered that ad of yours, Mr. Bettner.
It doesn't really matter now, does it? Lieutenant Johnson, I suppose I can call down here and make all the necessary arrangements about the body.
Just talk to Swanson, that's all.
I'd like Phil to be buried in Waynesville in the family plot.
Don't worry about a thing. You don't look too well. You better get back to your hotel. Get some rest.
I'll see you about the bill before I leave, Valentine.
Oh, we won't have to wait for it that long. I got it for you right now.
Hey,
What are you doing?
I didn't make myself very clear.
Oh, George, did you hurt him?
What's the matter with you? Are you crazy?
Come on, get up, Bettner.
Hey, what's the idea?
A nice 38 you're packing, bub. Is this what you mean by the hardware business?
Well,
Are you going to do some talking, or do I have to knock your ears off with this gun?
Phil, don't let him.
Shut up, you fool.
Yes, baby. It is Phil.
What's that? Then who's this guy on the slab?
Martin Bettner. I think, huh, George?
Right, Brooksy. And what do you got to say to that, Phil?
Nothing.
Okay, then I'll put the words in your mouth. You had a fight with Henning and you killed him. Who knew that between the police and Henning's boys you were as good as dead?
Oh, Phil.
But you also knew your brother, Martin, was in town looking for you, the brother you always hated. So you got in touch with him, killed him in gangster style in that room on Jackson Place. Then hired me for this fancy runaround.
You don't know what you're talking about.
It's beginning to make sense to me. Go on, Valentine.
You outsmarted yourself, Phil. You should never have put that light out and thrown me down those stairs. You see, that's something Martin couldn't have done in a million years.
What
do you see
for
yourself? His right arm. We heard the report of Swanson. There was nothing wrong with Phil. But Martin Bettner had a withered arm. Now, I wonder, Brooksy, Why is it that when brothers hate each other, it's worse than all the Hatfields and the McCoys locked in one closet?
Didn't you suspect anything about Phil before Swanson read that tag at the morgue?
Well, when that character in the bookie joint sidled up, volunteering information, it was a little too good to be true.
You mean Phil planted him there?
But, Sweetface, blood is thicker than water. Brothers should love each other.
Well, I thought it was pretty unfeminine for Renee to rat on Phil one moment, then leave with him the way Tommy told me she did. You didn't even listen to me, did you, when I was telling you about that on the phone?
Well, maybe with one ear.
Then when I saw her in the lobby of the same hotel where Martin was staying, well, I had a hunch, too. Oh, of course, it wasn't one of those scientific hunches you get.
Yeah. But about brothers, Brooksy, do you think it's familiarity that sometimes breeds such man?
Oh, not necessarily. Now look at husbands and wives. Huh? They go on for years and years living together. Well, they never think of murdering each other.
Oh, Brooksy, you just haven't lived.
And now, a message of importance to motorists. Can you imagine our friend George Valentine driving into a station and saying his car needed oil? You wouldn't catch George that way. He'd be sure to specify RPM motor oil, the great modern lubricant that's tailor-made to keep cars young. And if you consider your car an important investment, be sure you say RPM motor oil. RPM contains special compounds, and each added ingredient does a specific wear-saving job for your engine. It's a premium motor oil that stops rust, foaming, and corrosion, keeps your entire engine system cleaner. No wonder RPM motor oil is the 2-to-1 choice over any other motor oil in the West. Get it tomorrow at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
George, do you think if Dr. Wormsley is right and he did see a man pushed off the roof, he'd be...
Nothing like checking, Brooksy. Oh, wait a minute. The river's behind that high board fence and only windows from the elevator shafts on this side of the building.
That would mean that...
Wait a minute.
George! That's a man. I mean, it was.
Yeah. Past tense is putting it mildly. Well, Brooksy, it wasn't just Dr. Wormsley's imagination. And the odds are this is the body of our Mr. Dunlap.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Ken Christie appears as Lieutenant Johnson. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gloria Blondell, Carlton Cadell, Tyler McVeigh, Harry Bartell, Bill Bissell, and Stanley Waxman. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for... Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Ed Barrett at Tri-State Life and Casualty in New York.
Oh, hi, Ed. How are you?
A little sick at the moment.
Oh, what's the matter?
I was planning to go up to the fishing lodge of a friend of mine over the weekend. Tommy Hargrave.
Oh, but now you've had to call it off, and, brother, I know exactly how you feel.
Oh, Johnny, I don't think you do.
Look, Ed, I'm a fisherman myself, and when something interferes with going... What was that?
I just received word that Tommy had a car accident up there. Car rolled over on him. He was killed instantly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ed.
Yeah. And company policy being what it is, since he carried $70,000 in insurance, double indemnity, since there was an accident involved, well, I got to order the usual investigation.
Yeah, sure, I see. Who's the beneficiary?
His wife, Mary.
They get along all right?
No, as a matter of fact... Now, look, Johnny, don't get any crazy ideas. Just go on up there and help her all you can.
Oh, sure. Where, Ed?
Place is called Shadow Hill, near the little town of Bethel.
New York?
Yeah, up in Sullivan County. The police department is a man named Skinner.
Police? If everything's okay?
It was Skinner who called me, that's all.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Ed, I'm on my way. And if I dig up anything...
Johnny, I assure you that everything's all right about this one.
Oh, sure.
You You say that as though you don't believe it.
Well, just my suspicious mind showing, I guess. Forget it.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-State Life and Casualty Insurance Company, New York, New York. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the gruesome spectacle matter. Expense account item 1, 620, fare and incidentals, Hartford to New York. Item 2, $50 deposit on a rental car. I swung north, crossed the George Washington Bridge, then picked up Highway 17 through Goshen, with its famous racetrack, through the summer resort town of Monticello, then past White Lake, a good fishing spot, to the little town of Bethel. It really isn't much more than a crossroads, a couple of filling stations, a general store and post office, and Emmer's Hotel, where I park my bags. Shadow Hill, however, turned out to be a beautiful summer lodge sitting high above the edge of a nearby private lake. From the highway, I could see the narrow, winding road that led from the lodge down to the lake shore. I could also see the spot where a car had apparently taken a corner too quickly, skidded, and rolled over to where it lay on its side. Then, shortly after pulling off the highway, I could see something else. Another car, just short of where the accident had occurred. It was half hidden in a clump of trees that bordered the road. And as I slowly pulled up to it, a man suddenly jumped out and leveled an old .30-30 rifle at me.
Stop right there. Don't come any closer.
Oh, well, now, just a minute, mister.
Who are you? What are you doing around here? Stranger, huh?
Yeah, I guess you'd call me a stranger, but look,
Then maybe you're the stranger I'm looking for. Get out of that car with your hands up over your head. And don't try no funny business.
Hey, what is this, a holdup?
Do like I tell you to. And be quick about it.
Okay, whatever you say.
Come on.
I can't seem to... This door doesn't seem to want to...
You trying to pull some trick?
No,
Open that door.
Well, it's stuck. I can't...
Here, I'll do it. Now then.
Thanks. Yeah, now I'll take that gun.
Oh, no, you won't.
All right.
Now.
All right, up on your feet.
Now, just a minute, son.
Turn around. Go on, turn around.
You just look here, son.
You just take it easy, old man, and remember I have the gun now.
I'll lock you up for this. That's what I'll do.
You what?
Yes, sir. Interfering with the law this way.
The law? You?
That's right. See? Here's my badge. See?
Oh, okay then. Look, Mr. Skinner.
You look, you... Hey, how'd you know my name?
You are Mr. Skinner, aren't you?
Well, sure I am. Amos Skinner. Only it's Chief Skinner to you. Police Chief Skinner. And if you think you're going to get away with this, you... What's your idea?
Oh, Chief, it looks like you're just the man I came to see.
Huh?
Only, maybe you'd better have your gun back. Here.
Well, all right. All right, now, you just put your hands up and... Say, now, just a doggone minute. Who are you?
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar? Is that what you said?
That's right.
The Johnny Dollar?
I'm an insurance investigator.
Well, praise be to Betsy. Well, I might have known there was someone like you, the way you outsmarted me. Banging the car door against me that way.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Chief.
Well, Johnny, I'm real proud to meet you. And believe me, son, I'm just mighty glad you're here.
Oh? Why do you say that?
Just you look here, Johnny, over the edge of this road. Look. You see it down there? That car?
Is that the car in which Mr. Thomas Hargrave was killed?
Oh, you know about that?
That's what I came here to investigate.
Well, all right then. Now, you listen here to me, Johnny.
Well?
I'm the one that telephoned down to Mr. Hargrave's insurance company down to New York.
So I understood.
I did it as a favor to Mary. That's his wife. On account of she was so broke up and all. Never did like her, but she was pretty upset.
Very considerate of you, Chief.
And I told the insurance company just what I told everybody else. That Tommy Hargrave took this turn in the road too fast. Now, you see the turn right above here?
Yeah, that's a sharp one.
Well, he took this turn too fast and skidded off the side, and the car went over, and pinned him underneath it, and that was that. Killed him.
Well?
Well, all right. Now, Johnny, I just come over here from old Doc Walton's. It was down to Doc that I took Tommy's body yesterday just after it happened. And you know why I come back here?
Well, I can think of one good reason.
Yeah.
From something you just told me.
Yeah.
And from what I can see of the car down there.
Yeah, well, it was because I suddenly started thinking, how could a man who knows this road so well ever make a mistake of... Hey, what were you going to say?
Well, Chief, that car was coming down the road, down from the lodge, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
That means he made a left-hand turn right here.
Correct. The car went off the road, fell on its side, and leaned right where you landed, right where you see it, right on top of Tommy Hargrave.
That car is a sedan.
Yeah, that's right.
And even from here, I can see that the windows are all closed, except for the one next to the driver's seat.
Correct. But now...
Then it's obvious it didn't roll completely over.
No, sir. It just flipped over on its side and slid down there.
And yet you say that Tommy Hargrave's body was under it.
That's right. Under the right side of the car where we practically had to dig it up. Hey?
Uh-huh. Can you tell me how he could have fallen under that side of the car, windows closed?
Johnny.
Yeah.
Tommy was murdered. That's what. And the car pushed over on him to make it look like an accident. And Johnny, you proved it.
A couple of other things we've got to prove, Chief.
Hey? Like what?
Who murdered him? And why?
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Our flag now numbers 50 stars, and behind each star there stands yet another flag, representing one of the 50 states. Rhode Island's state flag is white with an anchor, first used as a colony symbol in 1647. The motto Hope was added in 1664, when the government was organized under a charter from King Charles II. A circle of 13 gold stars were added for the original 13 colonies. This is the flag of a unique colony and state, which carried out a most noble experiment in freedom. The Royal Charter of 1663 reads, "To hold forth a lively experiment, that a most flourishing state may stand and best be maintained with full liberty in religious concernments." Rhode Island's state flag, the flag of the 13th state to enter the Union, was adopted on May 19th, 1897.
And now, Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the gruesome spectacle matter.
All right, Chief, tell me this. When and how did you learn of this so-called accident that killed Tommy Hargrave?
Well, from Mary, his wife.
Oh?
It was like this, Johnny. I was sitting down at Bob and Ernie's and...
Who are Bob and Ernie?
Well, they run that mobile gas station down the highway you pass on the way.
Oh, go on.
Well, we were just sitting there talking about the Hambletonian and all the money...
What do you mean, the Hamiltonian?
Well, you know, the big harness race they run down to Goshen every year.
Oh, yeah.
Why, it's world famous. Bigger than the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, I know. Go on.
Well, we was talking about how much money Barney Marson has made taking bets on those races, and we...
Oh, Chief. You mean you have a bookie here in Bethel?
Well, now, John...
And that you, as chief of police, condone such goings-on?
Well, now, we...
Oh, I'm surprised at you, Chief.
Oh, well, it's just a little sort of harmless betting is all.
Oh, sure.
Every man's entitled to a little... Well, you know how it is.
Yeah, I sure do. Now, let's get back to the subject.
Yeah, sure. Well, like I say, we was sitting there talking... And we seen Mary Hargrave driving by on her way back from New York, where she'd gone to do some shopping that day.
She wasn't here when it happened?
Well, no, sir. She couldn't have been.
You're sure?
Well, like I told you, she was in New York. Anyhow, she drove on up here, saw what had happened, and drove right back to tell us at the gas station. We came up here, dug Tommy's body out from under, took it down to Doc Walton's office, and that was that.
How carefully have you inspected that car down there?
Well, that's what I was about to do when you come.
All right, come on. Let's take a look at it.
Well, sure.
Have you any way of proving Mary Hargrave was actually in New York?
Well, no, I guess not.
Hey, look here, Chief.
Huh?
Keys are still in the ignition, but the ignition's turned off.
You're right, Johnny. You're right. This car wasn't rid over the side of the road. It was pushed.
Here, let's see if we can get this door open.
Yeah, I'll give you...
Now, let's see if some of this
Yeah, very good.
Well, what are you doing to that handful of dust?
Well, it's not very professional, but some of this fine dust ought to bring out any fingerprints on the steering wheel, and we'll be...
No prints there that I can see.
No, you're right. Chief, this wheel has been carefully wiped off. So whoever did it...
Huh? What'd you find?
Did Tommy Hargrave wear glasses, spectacles?
Tommy? No, sir. What?
Come on, Chief. First thing I want is a look at his body. Did Doc Walton just say?
That's right.
Then let's go.
Well, as a matter of fact, it was I who suggested to Amos, to Chief Skinner, I should say, that he go back and have another look at that car, Mr. Dollar.
Just why, Dr. Walton?
Because a couple of things about this body made me wonder. Look here, the way the clothes are torn, as though he'd had some kind of a struggle. Scratches and contusions on his hands. But more important, here.
Yeah?
Here at the base of the skull, this mark. Up where that car is, there are no rocks, no stones, no anything that could make a mark like this. And there's another on the face below the eye.
You know what that looks like to me, Doctor?
Oh, what's that?
The mark from the butt of a .38 automatic. And I've seen plenty of them.
My Betsy, Johnny, you're right.
Then that would indicate Hargrave was murdered. And the car pushed over on him to make it look like
Yes, sir. And Johnny and me found a few other things around that car that would indicate the same thing.
Doctor, I understand Tommy Hargrave did not wear glasses.
No, not that I know of. Of course, Mary, his wife...
She wears them?
Yes, she does. Can't do without them.
What kind?
Well, just regular tortoiseshell, you know.
Something like these, maybe?
Well, no.
Granted, one lens is smashed and part of the frame is broken, but is this the kind she wore?
Yes, Mr. Dollar, I'd say so. Of course, a great many
Johnny, surely you don't think his own wife...
They didn't get along too well, did they?
Well, no, but after all, when any couple's been married 10, 11 years...
Also, she just happens to be the beneficiary of his sizable insurance policy.
Good heavens, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I think we'd better pay a little visit to Mrs. Mary Hargrave.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the gruesome spectacle matter.
The three of us, Dr. Walton, Police Chief Amos Skinner, and I, drove up to the lodge outside the little town of Bethel, New York, to see why Mrs. Mary Hargrave had killed her husband, made it look like a car accident. That is, if she did it. And what little evidence we had pointed right straight at her. The obvious fact the car had been pushed over on him after he was killed. The marks showing he'd struggled for his life, had been struck with the butt of a pistol. The fact he and his wife hadn't got along too well, that she was his beneficiary. And finally, there were the glasses I'd found in the car.
My Betsy, I wonder if she found out you were here, Johnny, and has flew the coop.
Isn't that her car in the yard?
Yes, Mr. Dollar, it is.
All right, then, if she is here... Well, sir, I'll arrest her right on the spot.
No, let me handle this.
But, Johnny...
I said please, let me handle it.
Yes? Oh, Dr. Walton and Chief Skinner.
That's right. And this here is Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, Mr. Dollar. Mr. Barrett at the insurance company phoned that you'd be here. Won't you come in?
Well,
Surely. Thank you.
I'm sorry to have been so slow in answering the door, but I seem to have mislaid a pair of my glasses.
Yeah, that, Johnny.
I'm blind as a bat without them. Won't you all sit down?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mary.
I've been using an old pair of steel rims with an old prescription, but they look so terrible.
When did you lose your glasses?
Oh, I must have mislaid them a couple of days ago.
Ha!
Now, what do you mean by that, Amos?
You know very well what I mean.
You don't seem terribly upset about your husband's death, Mrs. Hargrave?
Why should I, Mr. Dollar? We haven't been exactly getting along for years. All he seemed to care about was his fishing and betting on the horses day after day.
Oh?
And I never did care about spending every summer up in this stodgy little town with all its stodgy people and... Oh, I didn't mean you, Dr. Walton.
Oh, yes, thank you.
The first thing I'll do when I collect the insurance is sell this place and go back to the city where my friends are. Where there's some excitement and... Mr. Dollar, are those my glasses you have there?
Are they?
Well, they look like mine. Only what happened to them?
Sure, they are hers, Johnny.
What?
No, Dollar. No, I don't think they are. Let me have them, please.
Sure. Here.
What's going on here?
Johnny, we're just wasting time.
No, wait. These can't be hers. I should have realized.
Sure they are.
Gentlemen, please.
I've seen your glasses, Mary, many times. Very thick at the edges, very thin in the center of the lens.
Well, isn't this pair?
This lens, the one that's still intact, bears no resemblance to yours at all.
Oh?
No.
Wait a minute, wait. Listen, Mrs. Hargrave.
Will somebody please tell me what's...
Listen, will you? You say your husband was always playing the horses.
Yes, of course he was. But do you mind telling me what
Even while he was up here?
Yes, all the time.
Mr. Dollar, I don't see what you're driving at.
I sure don't.
Oh, brother, this is probably the wildest hunch I've ever had.
What?
Mrs. Hargrave, did your husband owe a lot of money on his betting?
Oh, a lot? I should say not. Just the opposite. He's been going around for nearly 2 weeks boasting about the big killing he made, if he ever collected.
Doctor, let me have those glasses.
Oh, yes.
Look, here, this little mark inside the temple.
Oh, that's the mark of the optometrist over in Monticello. Here, you see? The same mark as in mine.
Yeah, okay. Now, just sit tight, the three of you.
Oh?
Now, Mr. Dollar.
Now, you look here now, Johnny.
And Amos, don't try arresting anybody while I'm gone.
But,
it
Johnny...
might make you look a little foolish when I get back.
Back from where, Dollar?
I'll see you all later. Well, that's really just about all there is to this case. Oh, except, of course, for the fact the optometrist in Monticello had no difficulty at all in matching the glasses I'd found with the prescription of... Yeah, you guessed it. They had belonged to the bookie Chief Skinner had told me about, Barney Marston. Of course, Barney wanted to put up a fight when we faced him with the facts. But then he couldn't seem to explain the various and sundry bruises he was carrying around, until we reminded him of the fight he'd had with Tommy Hargrave. Yeah, he'd killed him and pushed the car over on top of him. The reason for it all? Simple. Tommy had won a cool $25,000 from him. Had threatened to put him out of business if he didn't pay, which he couldn't. So, Barney killed him and tried to fake the accident. And you know something? I have a sneaking suspicion Chief Amos Skinner isn't going to stand for any bookies operating in Bethel, New York from here on out. Oh, and Mary Hargrave found the glasses she'd mislaid. Expense account total, including mileage on the rental car and the trip back to Hartford, $148 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week? Well, listen. I promise you the most unusual case and some of the most unexpected people you ever... Well, join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Harry Bartell, Junius Matthews, and Joe Kearns. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Coverly speaking.
I hope you're enjoying the detective shows so far. Now let's dive into the next batch. First up is Martin White Sees Dead Men, from Richard Diamond Private Detective, that lighthearted and humorous detective show starring Dick Powell as Diamond. In this one, Martin White asks Diamond to find Paul Jarvis, a murderer and, he claims, a deserter from the army who he served with. The problem is that Martin says he saw Jarvis killed in action during the war. Yet he also says that he's currently attending the same college as he is. A strange and twisting story that is a lot of fun reaching the conclusion to, which of course Diamond does. Now I have cut his traditional song at the end. Sorry, not sorry. Next up is Killer Cards from the New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet as the lazy but brilliant armchair detective and his right-hand man Archie Goodwin. This is one of the stranger tales from this show. The owners of the Candy Club want Nero to join them in a game of cards for a fee, basically officiating. Wolfe has no desire to do so, and they tell him that one of the players will be Death himself. The game proceeds with the stakes being that the winner gets sole ownership of the Candy Club and the other owners must retire. When Archie Goodwin is kidnapped, Nero finds himself forced to get involved. This is probably one of my more favorite Nero Wolfe stories. A lot of exciting action, a really intriguing plot, and Wolfe being forced to step outside of his comfort zone. It aired January 12, 1951. Next up is Murder Seeks a Lost Penny from The Fat Man, that great detective created by Dashiell Hammett and running on radio from 46 to 51 on American radio and from 54 to 55 on Australian radio. This one is from the Australian version, starring Lloyd Barrell as Brad Runyon in the title role. Now, when Brad's mother visits him, they go to an ice cream shop for a soda. While there, a man enters with a gun and holds them up, except that he doesn't want any bills, he just wants their pennies. A very different mystery, with a crazy plot and an even crazier ending. And I'm sorry I don't know the broadcast date. Then The Busybody from The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring the great Gerald Moore as Raymond Chandler's hard-boiled detective. Marlowe is hired by a rich girl to find her missing fiancé. He hits all of his known hangouts and eventually winds up at a house next door to the fiancé's house, where the nosy neighbor tells him all sorts of observations she has had about the fiancé, such as other girls and strange men visiting at strange hours. This then leads Marlowe on a twisting trail where he discovers even stranger things about the missing fiancé. And I won't say any more. A really fantastic tale with a very satisfying ending. It aired June 18, 1949. And then we have The Case of the Forgetful Killer from Nick Carter, Master Detective, starring Lon Clark as the Great Sleuth and Helen Choate as his assistant, Patsy Bowen, and later Charlotte Manson. The series was based on the dime novels and the pulp magazines published by Street and Smith, and it ran from 1943 to 46. Now, in this episode, Don Mason, a Bible salesman, is being blackmailed by a thug named Whitey Gear for $10,000. Whitey happens to know that Don is actually Jimmy Burke, a man wanted for murder. When Whitey is found dead, Burke then asks his best friend to alibi for him, since he can't remember what he was doing when Whitey was killed. Great story. A lot of surprises that you're not going to see coming until they hit you in the face. It aired November 7th, 1948. And then finally, The Telltale Pigeon Feathers from The New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the famous roles. This one takes place in 1899, and Holmes' older brother, Mycroft, plays a big part in the story. Mrs. Hudson, not wanting to bother Sherlock, goes to his brother Mycroft instead, who works in the Foreign Office for the government. She says that one of the guests in her sister's boarding house is a man that can turn into a bird. Mycroft deduces that what this really means is the man is smuggling in illegal birds, and rather than doing anything about it himself, he sends an anonymous letter to his brother Sherlock telling him to stay away from the case or else, knowing that that will make Sherlock get himself involved in the case, and then solve it for him. As all episodes in this series are, this is excellently written, fantastically acted, and a really intriguing mystery story that you can't walk away from until it's over. Now let's enjoy these great detective tales, and I will see you in a bit.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Are you Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, unless there's a warrant out.
Mr. Diamond, I'd like to talk to you about a man.
Oh, don't look so unhappy. Can't talk about girls all the time.
Mr. Diamond, this is pretty serious. I'm scared stiff of him.
Why?
Because he's dead.
And here's another exciting case from the files of Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, homicides with class. Well, that's a pretty good answer.
What kind of a slogan was that, Shamus?
Oh, my goodness. Sergeant Otis.
That's right.
Well, don't take any bets. I know a dozen people who would swear you were something else.
Oh, now stop the gags. I got something important to talk to you about.
I know what it is.
You do?
I bet you've lost your shoes.
What makes you think that, wise guy?
Well, I drove by the docks this morning and spotted 2 landing barges with laces.
Oh, I give up. Here, you better talk to the lieutenant. Rick?
Hello, Walt.
Why don't you lay off, Otis? ask you to do a favor for us.
What kind of a favor?
The 5th Precinct is having its annual dance next week.
Oh, now, Walt.
Well, what's the matter? Just a couple of songs, and then you can go home.
Oh, sure. Just like last time. I was just going to be a couple of songs last time, too. But before those lovely cops let me go, I had a crack in my voice like the Liberty Bell.
Now, this time, I promise. Only 2 songs.
All right. If one of them's Mule Train.
Sure, but why Mule Train?
I want to whip Otis for sound effects.
Mr. Diamond?
Wait a minute, Walt. I think I spotted a client.
Okay, Rick, I'll tell the committee you'll be there.
Bye.
Are you Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, unless there's a warrant out.
Mr. Diamond, I'd like to talk to you about a man.
Oh, don't look so unhappy. Can't talk about girls all the time.
Mr. Diamond, this is pretty serious. I'm scared stiff of him.
Why?
Because he's dead.
Hmm.
That's right. He's supposed to be dead.
Well, bring him over. We can make a fortune from Barnum and Bailey.
I guess I better go.
No, wait a minute. Maybe you better tell me about it.
Okay. I'm Martin White. I go to Barrett College. I'm an ex-GI. I'm a senior now because I couldn't start until I was released from the hospital 3 years ago.
Hospital, huh? What was the trouble?
I got hit at a casino.
How long were you in the hospital?
2.5 years.
2.5 years?
Yeah, Okay, I fell apart up there.
Oh, psychosis?
Yeah.
Go on.
The other day I was on my way to class when I saw this man I was telling you about.
The one who's supposed to be dead?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
He used to be in the same outfit with me. I saw him killed at casino.
Oh, well, so you made a mistake. So he looks like the guy.
No, it's not like that. Maybe I better tell you, and then you'll understand.
Go ahead.
Well, his name was Jarvis, Paul Jarvis. I was a captain with the 5th Army when we went into casino.
And Jarvis?
Private. He'd been with us since we pushed Rommel out of the desert. Everybody hated him.
Why?
Goldbrick. Never missed a chance to dog it. But he was smart, plenty smart. There wasn't anything we could pin on him.
Yeah, I know the type.
He was great in a street fight because he was big. And I mean really big. Big and nasty. But up on the line, he went to pieces.
Okay, go ahead.
One night, we got a report that a man answering Jarvis's description had killed a corporal in a fight. By the time the details got to me, the Germans had opened up with everything they had. I was ordered out on patrol, so I took Jarvis with me.
You took a big chance.
You know it. There was one witness to the killing, an old man in the town. If Jarvis knew he might be identified, he'd have gone over the hill, sure. So I figured I'd watch him. Keep him with me until the Germans slowed up and we could show him to the old man. Oh, we moved up. The Krauts had the main body zeroed in with their 88s. Our job was to move up, try to spot a path through the enemy artillery pattern. We had to belly down, and Jarvis and I ended up in a hole together.
They'll spot us, sure. They'll correct and drop those things all over us in a minute.
Keep your head down, Jarvis.
I tell you, they'll spot us.
Now, you listen to me. You raise your skull 1 inch out of this hole before I tell you, and so help me, I'll drill you myself.
Okay. You hate my guts, don't you?
Knock it off.
This is real funny, this is. 2 guys this close hating each other.
Next time I'll pick a bigger hole.
Captain White.
What?
About that murder.
Can it?
You think I killed the guy, don't you?
I don't think anything right now, just those cocked tanks down there.
You're thinking about it all right. You and everybody else. You all hate me because I'm not a tin soldier like you with ideals sticking out all over your fat face.
I told you to knock it off, but you wanted it laid on the line, so I'll tell you. Yeah, I hate your guts. Okay?
That's good enough. I killed that corporal, Captain White.
You're out of your mind.
I am, huh? Well, this is as good a place as any to go over the hill.
You're crazy. Get down.
Relax. I got a bayonet pointed right at your belly.
Jarvis, don't.
Go on. Cry. Whine. I'm going to put you in for a Purple Heart. Only you'll have to pin it on your blanket.
Jarvis, for the love of it.
Now you're only a number on the record.
Jarvis, you dirty
You're going to take a little while to die, Captain, so you can think about me getting out. I'm taking off, and I'm leaving the rest of the saps with all the honor and glory they want. So long, Captain. It's all yours.
Jarvis! Come back here! Jarvis! Well, it was one of those lucky things, Mr. Diamond. I got out. Spent a day and a night in that hole until the medics found me.
What about Jarvis?
I'd swear he got the 88 right on top of him.
But now you think you've seen him and you're not sure.
I'm not sure of anything right now. But I saw that 88 hit, and I saw Jarvis go down.
Okay. Let's say you did see Jarvis. He got out some way. Looks pretty simple to me. Call up the authorities and tell them you spotted a man wanted for murder. There certainly should be a lot of guys from your outfit who could identify him.
No. He's done something to his face. Maybe the shell did it for him, but I know it's him. You can't miss a guy that size.
A lot of big boys.
Sure, but he's got the same rotten eyes. That didn't change, and that nasty smile he gets. I'd know him anywhere. In a dark room, I'd know him.
No. Well, you said you were scared. Why not go to another school?
I can't. I've got a job up there, and I've got a wife and a kid. That's why I came to you. I can't go to the police. They might put me back in that hospital. They'll think I'm slipping again. Up here.
Uh-huh. Well, let's say it is Jarvis. What in the world would a guy like that be doing in a college?
Don't you think I've asked myself those questions? Just forget the whole thing.
No, wait, Martin. Look, if I prove to you one way or another about this Jarvis, will you forget about Casino?
Yeah.
What name is he using?
Blackwell. John Blackwell.
Okay, let's go.
Don't you get a fee or something?
Your wife a good cook?
The best.
Well, I'm staying for dinner, and after you see what I put away, you'll probably wish you'd paid the $100 a day in expenses. Usually I'm pretty hard about my fee because the trouble I get into has to be balanced on the book some way. But a young guy comes in with a real problem, and old hard-headed Diamond gets a fast softening of the skull. Well, 2 hours later, Martin White, me, and my real soft skull were on the campus of Barrett College, and in the converted Quonset hut the Whites called home.
He's hungry, Mr. Diamond.
Hiya, fella. Well, nice-looking boy.
Yeah, takes after his mother.
Martin, if we're going to do something about this thing, we'd better get a move on.
All right, where do we start?
Well, I think I'd like to look at this, what's the name this guy's using, you say?
Blackwell.
Oh, well, I'd like to look at Blackwell's school record. How about it?
Well, I think I can fix it. Let's go.
Oh, dinner's at 6, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah, we eat early because I'm night watchman on campus. I go on duty at 7.
I'll be on time, Mrs. White.
It's Nan.
Oh? Well, love corned beef and cabbage, Nan.
Well, I'll walk out with you. I have to go to the store.
Come on, Mr. Diamond. We'll walk Nan out across the street.
Martin, look out! Oh, that idiot. Must have been drunk.
Nanny, all right?
Oh, sure, but you, Martin, he came right at you.
I know. Mr. Diamond, that guy wasn't drunk.
Yeah. Well, Nan, you think you can go to the store alone?
Oh, certainly. I'm fine now.
But that car...
Now, come on, Martin. We've got to check those records.
Well, I see you at dinner. And, Martin, you listen to what Mr. Diamond has to say. That man was probably drunk.
Good girl.
Yeah. What about that car?
Could have been an accident. Let's think it was for a while, anyway.
Well, this is where they keep the records. Hello, Susie.
Hi, Martin. Well, hello.
Hello, Susie.
This is Mr. Diamond, Susie. Mr. Diamond, Susie Wirt.
It's really a pleasure, believe me.
We'd like to look at the file, Susie.
You a new professor, Mr. Diamond?
No, just a friend of Martin's.
Married?
Not a bit. Why?
Pretty square, huh?
Sometimes, but I can learn.
Yeah? Well, I might just start some night classes of my own.
Sounds like fun. In about 5 years, you let me know how your education is progressing.
Oh. Age is a problem with you, huh?
My dear, when I stumbled over 30, everything got to be a problem. Now, do you think we can,
Yes?
The records, Susie. Remember?
Yeah, Susie, the records.
Oh. Okay, which ones?
We want to see the file.
Everything from B to C.
Okay. But if I get in trouble for this, you may have to make it up to me in some way.
I'll buy you a soda.
And I'll let you. Here they are. B to C.
Thanks, Susie. I'll let you know when we're finished.
Okay, be a recluse. Only I got some ideas about that, too. I'll be in the next room.
Youth. Well, let's take a look.
How come you asked for everything from B to C?
No sense in letting everybody know what we're doing. If we just asked for Blackwell's file, Susie might have said something to him.
Oh.
Here it is.
Yeah, it says here, John Blackwell, 28, resident of McAllister, Oklahoma.
Hey, get a load of this. Height, 6'6", weight 240.
Like I said, he's a big one.
If he fell down, he'd be halfway home. Look, Martin, where can I find this Blackwell?
Now, let's see. What does it say about his classes here? It's 2:30 now. Yeah, he should be in English Lit.
Take me over there.
You want to see him?
I want to meet him.
You want to meet him?
Oh, now relax. Sooner or later, you've got to talk to him. Oh, Susie. Susie.
Yes?
Oh, Susie, we're finished.
I'm not. How about that soda?
I'll take a rain check.
Lots of rain up here.
Susie,
Yes?
bye. Well, we left Susie in the middle of a pout. Martin took me across the campus to another building. We went up a long hall and stopped at a door marked English Let. Martin looked in for a minute and then pointed.
That's him. That's him right there.
Now, relax. Hey, he must get a bloody nose from the altitude. He's head and shoulders over the whole room.
I'm sure of it. I tell you, when I get around to that guy, I'm sure of it. That's Jarvis.
Get back from the door. The class is breaking up.
Let's get out of here, Mr. Diamond, please.
No. Now, I want you to introduce me to him.
I can't. I tell you, I got the shakes.
Oh, you're going to have to face it sooner or later, Martin. Here they come. Okay, I'll try. There he is.
Blackwell.
He sees you.
Over here. Now, what do I say?
Just introduce me. I'll do the rest.
Yes? You call me?
Yeah. You don't know me, but I understand you're a new student. I'd like you to drop by the fraternity house and meet some of the boys.
Oh, well, thank you. I'd be glad to.
SAE. This is Mr. Diamond, Mr. Blackwell.
How do you do?
Fine, thank you.
You a professor here, Mr. Diamond?
No, just a friend of Martin's. This your first year at college?
Yeah.
A little late, aren't you? What held you up? Service?
That's right.
Oh, well, I was in the Army myself. What outfit were you in?
I didn't say I was in the Army, Mr. Diamond. Matter of fact, I was in the Navy.
Oh.
Well, Mr. White, I have to be going now. When would you like me to stop by the house?
Oh, anytime. Around 6. Most of the boys are in then.
See you then. Nice meeting you, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah.
Well?
You've never met him before. I mean, here on the campus?
No, why?
When he left, he called you Mr. White.
Yeah, and I didn't introduce myself.
Well, I do know one way to clear this whole thing up.
How?
Fingerprints. Washington's got a record of Jarvis. If I can get Blackwell's, we can compare them.
It's a swell idea, but about as ezy as going after a mountain lion's molar.
Oh, I'll think of something. And you go on home and stay with the wife and baby. I left Martin and cut across the street to the college malt shop. When I went in, a bunch of kids were having a time playing records and making dates, so I slipped by them and eased into a phone booth and put in a fast call to the 5th Precinct Police Station and Walt Levinson.
Fifth Precinct, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, good grief. I got the zoo.
Oh, you just call up to make wisecrack, Shamus?
Now, put the lieutenant on. But don't growl at him. He's close enough to snap a collar on you.
Oh. Yeah, what do you want, Diamond?
Oh, that's a pleasant way to answer the phone. What have you noticed been doing? Setting fire to the commissioner?
Oh, I give up. Where are you?
I'm up at Barrett College.
College?
Sure. I'm trying to talk the science department into bidding on your sergeant's brain. They've got gargantuas, and they need a match set.
Now, will you please be serious?
Okay, Walt. Now, look. I've run into something that has a good chance to end up looking like homicide. I can use some help.
You know that's out of my district.
Look, I just want you to do some checking for me. Find out about a John Blackwell who's supposed to come from McAllister, Oklahoma. He's a student here.
What do you want to know about him?
Oh, how long he lived in McAllister? Family, friends, the usual things. And then do some checking on a boy named Jarvis, Paul Jarvis. Check his fingerprints with the military authorities. See if he was ever in McAllister and if he knew Blackwell.
Okay. Where can I call you and how fast do you need it?
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I just spotted someone in this malt shop.
Are you in a malt shop?
Yeah, and I gotta hang up. I don't want to lose this boy.
Well, where can I reach you?
Call the local law and tell him I'm on the campus.
Wearing a beanie?
Funny. Pretty funny. Mr. Blackwell, isn't it?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Mr. Diamond.
That's right. Mind if I sit down?
Not at all. Just finishing my malt.
Looks good. Think I'll have one.
It is good. Good for you. Makes you healthy. Live a long time.
Well, I guess that's what we're all after.
I guess so. How long have you known Martin?
Martin White?
Yeah.
Not long. How long have you known him?
Just met him today with you. Why?
Oh, nothing. Wondered how you knew his name.
Oh, he was pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I gotta be going, Mr. Diamond. This little chat has been very enlightening. Goodbye.
Goodbye. No. Hey, waiter.
Huh? Oh, you want something, mister?
Yeah, the small glass.
Just the glass?
Don't touch it.
What's wrong with it? Is it contagious or something?
Yeah. Here's $5. Give me a napkin to wrap it up in.
Oh, a collector, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, take it. I had a girlfriend who used to collect beer cans, but this is a new wrinkle.
Thanks.
Oh, it ain't nothing. Come back again and get a load of our ice cream dishes. You'll lose your mind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't look where I was going.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't break anything of value, Mr. Diamond.
You're going to hog a sidewalk, that's for sure.
Let me help you.
I can make it.
It's a mess, isn't it? Taking one of our famous malts back home?
It might be, Jarvis.
I beg your pardon.
I said it might be, Jarvis.
Name's Blackwell, remember?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You see, Martin White says he thinks he was in the service with you.
I told you I was in the Navy.
I didn't say Martin wasn't.
Well, you're mistaken. My name's not Jarvis.
Oh, well, isn't that funny? Martin's so sure. He was even going into New York in the morning to see if he couldn't find some of his old buddies who might have remembered you.
I hope he has a nice trip.
I'll tell him when I see him.
But I don't get it, Mr. Diamond. Why did you tip him?
Oh, he knew it before I tipped him, Martin. I don't want him to skip before I can get the information on him.
But now he's sure to take off.
Not until he gets you.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, do you think
I know he'll try, Nan. Martin is the only one here at Barrett who can actually identify him. He knows I'm suspicious of him, so he'll go after Martin first and then me. He's got to make his play.
But you said that he'd...
Martin, give me your hat and coat.
Why? What are you going to do?
Take your place as night watchman. Whatever he's going to do, he'll try it tonight. I want him to try it on me.
No, I won't let you do it.
Look, I've pushed it this far. It's all set up.
Oh, honey, don't let him do it.
Yeah, Mr. Diamond,
Now, you two lock yourself in, and I'll come back, huh?
Oh, please, Mr. Diamond.
Hey, the hat fits pretty good. How about a look?
But there must be something we can do.
Oh, sure, Nan, there is.
What?
Save me some corned beef and cabbage, huh? It was dark when I walked out with Martin's hat and coat and started across the campus. I had a flashlight. The night was black, solid black. But I had a feeling that sat on my shoulder and raised goosebumps. When you've been in this business as long as I have, that feeling is an alarm ringing inside, telling you that trouble is creeping up. Halfway across the campus, I stopped. I heard nothing but the usual sounds that come with night. Dampened, muffled sounds. I walked on. And I heard it. The sound of someone walking well behind me. I stopped again. Maybe it was Jarvis. Maybe it wasn't. There was one way to find out. Keep going. If it was anyone with no business with me, okay, he'd stop following. I cut to my left, away from the main walk and toward the shadowy bulk of the college buildings. I kept going until I reached the gymnasium building. I was leading my pigeon to me. But who was the pigeon? My toes were beginning to turn in, so I figured I was. Then the bulk of a big building popped up in front of me. I tried the door. It was open. I went in, closed the door behind me. There was no light at all. Only a funny sound that I couldn't identify. A peculiar humming, and there was a smell. Chlorine. Yeah, chlorine. Now I knew where I was, an indoor pool. The hum was the filtering machinery. I wanted to turn on the flashlight, but in a place like this, I couldn't give Jarvis the tip on where I was. I had to get out, so I felt my way carefully along the tile floor. I kept what I guessed was the middle of the walk around the pool, and then... He was in with me. I stopped, but he didn't.
White. I know you're in here. This couldn't be better. You're a sap, White, coming in here. Don't be silly, White. You know that door leads to the filtering machinery. Come on, this way. It's the only way out, and I'll be waiting for you. Okay. It's all the same whether you come to me or I go to you.
Stay where you are, Jarvis.
What's that?
We met before.
You're not White.
No, I'm not.
Diamond.
Yeah. Not White, and you're not Blackwell. You're Jarvis. Surprised, Buster?
What's the difference?
None, I guess. Where's the real Blackwell?
Where you're gonna be, Diamond.
Stay right there, Jarvis.
Sure, and let you shoot off your mouth. All right, Diamond. It's all the same to me whether I get you first or White. I gotta do both. Now we'll see just how tough you are, Diamond. Well, the boy's got a gun. You missed, Diamond. And too bad the flash gave you away. Now I gotta do this fast. This is it, Diamond. Diamond, for the I can't swim.
No. Well, Buster, I got news for you. I'm not going to teach you. This won't take long. Just enough to get you a little waterlogged. Hold your nose, Jarvis. It helps.
Diamond.
Martin. Lights, Martin. Get them on.
Yeah. I have to come. I couldn't let you do it alone. I heard the shot and I... Where's Jarvis?
Jarvis? No, I think we can take him out now. He's done. Here, grab him.
Yeah. He dead?
No.
Here, give me your hand, Mr. Diamond.
Wait. Wait, I'll get my breath. You know, Martin, Jarvis was a bad soldier, but in the Navy, he had just been plain lousy.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, we're both so grateful.
We've got to pay you something.
Okay. Mail the recipe for your wife's corned beef to a gal named Helen, huh?
But, Mr.
Don't
Diamond...
forget it.
Jarvis won't... I mean, he won't...
Come back? Oh, no. The Army picked him up. They've got first crack at him. Then come the McAllister authorities who'd like to talk with him about the murder of John Blackwell.
So that's how he got Blackwell's papers.
Sure. Blackwell was alone in the world. He was going to come here to school, but Jarvis hitched a ride and, well, once the guy killed, he'll do it again to beat the rap.
And Blackwell and Jarvis were both from McAllister.
Yeah. Jarvis figured this college would be a great hideout under a different name, papers all in order, but you saw him and he saw you, and that put a crimp in his plans. From there on, you know the rest. Now, I guess...
Oh, I'll get it. Be back in a minute.
I'll send your clothes to you when I get back to the city, Martin.
No hurry, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, the phone's for you.
Me? But no one knows I'm here but the McAllister police force, Levinson, Otis, Jarvis, Susie, the campus, and you.
Well, he asked for you.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Diamond?
Levinson?
Yeah.
Well, what's on your mind?
Are you all right?
Never better. Why?
Because we got the report on Jarvis. He's a bad boy. You watch yourself. Don't get caught alone with him.
Oh, sure, Walt. I'll be real careful. The only place I'll be seen with him is in a swimming pool.
Huh? And I'll cut the wisecracking. What's that? You say something?
Hold it a minute, Walt.
Oh, Bill, shh, please.
Sorry, Mr. Diamond. I guess the phone awakened him.
Diamond, what are you doing? You got asthma?
Quiet, Walt. Hold it. Martin, bring the baby here.
But he's never done this at this time.
Oh, never mind. Bring him here.
Okay, you asked for it.
Now, baby.
Stop calling me baby.
Hello?
Hello. Say, what's going on over there?
Oh, now, hold it a second, Walt. I got somebody who wants to say hello to you. That's a good boy. Now, say hello to the lieutenant.
Otis, get off the line.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Ed Begley played Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Paul DuBois, Sammy Hill, Jerry Hausner, Jane Webb, and Dave Ellis. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC? Phil Harris celebrates his birthday this evening by getting into just a little more trouble than usual on the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Theater Guild on the Air presents Jane Wyman, Beatrice Pearson, and Mel Ferrer in the psychological melodrama The Willow and I. It's the best entertainment on the air, and it's yours for the listening today on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office. Archie Goodwin speaking. You want Mr. Wolfe to what?
Mr. Wolfe will do nothing of the sort, Archie. Mr. Wolfe is thirsty.
Hold on for a moment. The bottle opener's in the left-hand drawer of your desk.
Thank you, Archie.
Mr. Wolfe, I've got a man named Denby on the phone. He wants you to umpire a card game.
Man is insane.
He's offering a fee.
The answer is no. I know nothing of card games, nor do I wish to learn.
Okay. Well, the answer's no, Mr. Denby. Sure, I'll ask him again. After he finishes the beer he's working on. Goodbye.
People appall me. The fantasies they indulge in. Bah, what on earth made that maniac think I might consent to preside at a card game?
Well, seems he expects one of the players to be death.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Mr. Wolfe would not attend, but the card game went on anyway. At the home of a Mr. Stephen Denby.
Jean?
Yes?
LaCosta? Mr. Piper? I think we're ready to begin, eh?
I'm ready.
Yes, Jean. You always are.
How I like that remark, I'll have to decide later on.
Please do. LaCosta?
It's all right with me.
And Mr. Piper?
I brought a deck.
No, as host, I shall supply the cards.
Before we play, I examine them, yes?
Of course. Here you are. Chuck?
Yeah, Mr. Denby?
You will remain outside the door until called. No one is to enter this room under any circumstances.
Got it.
LaCosta?
The cards look all right.
Thank you. Now then, shall we make things absolutely clear?
You mean, should you make a speech? I don't mind.
But make it short, huh?
I shall. The four of us seated at this table are joint owners of the Candy Club, a rather successful institution devoted to the sale of food, liquor, entertainment...
And the gambling.
And games of chance. For some time now, we have all resented sharing the profits. Some of us have attempted to buy out the others.
Denby, you needn't babble on. No one wants to sell. We know that.
True, Mr. Piper. Which is the reason for this little game of cards. One hand shall be dealt to each of us. A hand at poker. Whoever wins gets the club. The others retire as gracefully as they can. Agreed?
That's why we...
Agreed. Very well. The cards are shuffled. I'll place them in the center of the table. LaCosta, would you like to...
I cut.
Good.
If nobody minds, I'll cut them too. After Mr. LaCosta.
Nobody minds? Happy now, Mr. Piper?
Let's get going, huh?
Very well. Unless Jean would care to...
Oh, thanks. We're all crooks here, which sort of cancels out any funny business with a card.
Very well. We shall all draw a card in turn until 5 cards are drawn by each player. Shall we start, Jean?
Sure.
LaCosta?
Okay.
Mr. Piper?
Yes, of course.
And myself. We just keep going in rotation.
This is fun.
Fun? No. There's too much money which rides on these cards.
That's what makes it fun.
Would you mind keeping quiet? I'm nervous.
We all are, one way or another. I think we all have our 5 cards now.
We all got them.
Very well, then. In the same order that the cards were dealt. Jean?
A pair of 3s.
LaCosta?
Nothing.
Mr. Piper?
Kings. 2.
The lights!
Piper.
Well, what?
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Hey, I don't like to seem stuffy, mister, but will you take your elbow out of my back?
I'd be delighted to, Mr. Goodwin, but it's not my elbow.
I don't care if it's your tibia maximus. Just take it away.
Chuck wouldn't like that.
Well, we have company. Mind if I look around?
Keep right on walking, pal.
Well, that would be Chuck behind me, huh? And you are...
My name is Denby. You may remember it.
Oh, yeah. You phoned a couple of hours ago about a card game. Now, look, just what is your boy poking in my back?
I think it's a 38.
You're not sure?
It might be a 45.
Chuck, is it loaded?
Make a funny move, pal, and you'll find out the hard way.
Yo, wait a minute. It's just a passing curiosity. Where are we going?
My car. Get in.
If you insist, I guess you do. Okay.
I'll drive, Chuck.
The car bulletproof?
No, that's hardly necessary. Chuck shoots first.
Well, that's a saving, I guess. The only thing is, I hadn't figured on taking a ride. I told Mr. Wolfe I was going for a walk. He disapproved.
You're going for a ride.
Isn't that a little corny?
Now, there's a minor difference. Usually the guest, shall we say, is killed at the conclusion of the ride. In this
Let's
case...
not make the difference too minor. Huh?
You will survive the ride. It's what comes afterwards that might kill you. You see, Mr. Goodwin, my friends and I have a little mystery to solve.
You want me to solve it?
No. We want Mr. Wolfe to solve it. In order to do so, he must leave his house and come to mine. He has to in order to find the solution quickly.
Why?
Neither my friends nor myself have any desire to improve our acquaintance with the police. Therefore, we want the mystery solved before the police are even called in. Hence our need for Mr. Wolfe. Hence our detaining you.
Detaining is a pretty word in the circumstances.
Now, this is my home, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, well, I don't like the architecture. I think I'll stay out.
Get going, pal.
On second thought, Mr. Denby, what makes you think Mr. Wolfe is going to leave his house and come here?
You. Unless he does so, he will lose you. Forever. The door, Chuck.
Okay.
Mr. Goodwin, may I introduce you to my associates in business and in poker? To your right, Mr. Lacasto, a charming but impulsive fellow.
Hello.
He's only the stooge. Where's the fat fellow?
In time, Lacasto. The lovely lady whose back is to you is Jean. Jean something or other. She's always changing her name.
Hello.
Hello.
And the gentleman facing you is Mr. Piper.
How do you do? Is he exclusive or just... Hey, he's wearing his red carnation a little low, isn't he? Over his heart. Except that's no carnation.
That, Mr. Goodwin, is blood. Lifeblood.
Archie. Oh, Barry's always taking walks. Come in. The door's unlocked.
Are you... Yeah, you're Wolfe.
Having made a magnificent discovery, suppose you remove your hat?
No, come on.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Denby wants to see you.
Mr. Danby can see me here.
Here ain't where he wants to see you.
Here, at the risk of minor monotony, is where he'll have to see me.
Don't you want your boy Goodwin to keep on living?
No one has ever been able to discourage him.
Mr. Denby will.
Ah, Archie's in custody?
No, in Mr. Denby's house under a gun.
I don't have to believe that.
Take a look at this.
A wallet. Archie's wallet. I shall accompany you. And permit me to warn you that if Mr. Goodwin has been harmed, nothing short of murder will satisfy me.
It's getting late. Wolfe isn't here yet. Maybe he doesn't worry about you, Goodwin.
Well, he could have been delayed. Maybe an orchid needed a pollen transfusion or something. Besides, only the good die young.
Then you must be very, very good, Archie.
That remark I didn't care for.
We sit here and wait for the fat one, but in the meanwhile, the police...
The police will come when we notify them.
But they will not like the delay we make to notify them. I say we waste time. I say the fat one will not risk coming.
You say entirely too much.
Is that so? Maybe I kill you myself.
Picasso, put that gun away.
Yes, darling Archie should have a chance to live. Not long if Wolfe doesn't come.
Stop looking so pleased.
Are you afraid to die, Archie?
Yeah, well, I'm not looking forward to it. It's so final. Besides, I didn't eat a hearty dinner, and... Oh, the Marines have landed.
Who is it?
Chuck, with Nero Wolfe.
Let him in. Shut the door, Chuck. Stay outside.
Archie?
Hello, Mr. Wolfe. Oh, am I glad to see you.
I regret I cannot say the same thing. But I asked you, why couldn't you stay at home instead of taking those confounded walks? I warned you it'd be dangerous.
Yeah, but Mr. Wolfe, it wasn't the fresh air that got me. It was Denby.
Mr. Wolfe, I knew you wouldn't come here without some sort of pressure. I thought the method I used would be most effective.
Would you really have killed Archie if I hadn't come?
I would have had no choice. I would have been stuck with a witness to an unsolved murder.
Suppose I cannot solve it.
I should be forced to apply the same logic to two witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wolfe, you really came here to save my life, huh?
Nonsense. I came here for a fee, Mr. Denby.
I have a check for $1,000 already made out.
Clear it up. You forget. I left my home. I traveled unprotected through the streets of this city, exposed to motor accidents, to fresh air, too. You offer me $1,000.
Will $2,500 do?
Barely. Archie, will you take the check? Now, I presume you want me to find who killed the gentleman at the table, the one facing me, huh?
His name is Mr. Piper.
The name is no importance. Will you all sit at the table in the same position you were at the time of the shooting?
Of course. Jean? Picasso?
Good. Now for a look at the wound. The lights, I should imagine, went out for a while when the shooting occurred.
They went out?
Yes. Of the three of you at the table, which one had the best motive for the murder?
We all have the same motive. The club.
Helpful. There was no one else in the room at the time?
No one.
The door?
Locked, with Chuck on guard outside of it.
So much for that. The windows, I notice, are closed. They were closed when the murder took place?
They were closed.
The window panes are all unbroken, which eliminates the possibility of the shot being fired from outside of them, unless one of them was raised and lowered.
That wouldn't have been possible. The windows are secured by catches.
Archie, will you check that?
Okay, Mr. Wolfe.
I shall for the moment assume that the windows are neither lying nor untrustworthy. Does anyone remember anything unusual occurring at the time of the shooting?
Well, someone whispered Piper just before the shot.
Indeed. You all heard that whisper?
We heard it.
Man's voice or woman?
Well, I can't say. A whisper doesn't reveal much of anything.
The windows weren't open, Mr. Wolfe.
Which leads to...
The fact that it had to be one of us in this room. But which one, Mr. Wolfe?
The murder weapon. Ah, yes. Has it been moved?
Nobody touched it. It's laying on the floor where it was dropped.
Interesting. If you look closely, you would observe two oil spots staining the rug between the revolver and the lady's chair, indicating... who sat at the right of Mr. Piper?
I did. Why?
Mr. Denby.
Yes?
If I were you, I would turn Mr. Lecasto over to the police.
You are a liar.
I warned you about that gun, Lecasto.
Was it necessary to shoot Mr. Lecasto?
In the arm, yes. He was reaching for a gun. He'll live, however, till the police take him away. What do I tell them?
You could point out the angle of the wound. As you notice, Mr. Denby, the bullet entered Mr. Piper's heart from the right.
Yes, so it did. Therefore, whoever sat to his right, well, that was Lecasto.
Archie, you have the check?
I have it.
We may as well leave.
Mr. Wolfe, you're sure Lecasto shot Piper?
I have indicated the evidence. The rest will be up to the jury. Come, Archie.
Jean,
Yes, Archie?
now that my life expectancy has increased, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Archie?
I got a scram.
Lancaster 7583.
I'll be ringing your bell. Oh, Mr. Denby, you better do something about Lucasto's arm or he won't live to be executed. You see, the executioner likes them warm before he chills them. The old homestead looks very nice, Mr. Wolfe.
Yes, Archie. You should stay in it more often.
Yeah, but you never get to meet babes like Jean that way.
You never get kidnapped either. Nor would I have had to leave my home in order to rescue you.
Well, you earned a nice fee, fast.
Indeed?
You seem doubtful about it.
I'm positive, Archie. I know. I have not as yet earned my fee.
Huh? You mean Denby might not turn Lucasto over to the cops?
Of course he will. The trouble is, you see, Lucasto did not murder Piper.
No? He just thought a bullet in the heart might be good for Piper's rheumatism, huh?
As it happens, Piper suffered from asthma. That's beside the point.
Fine. Mr. Wolfe, I'm going to take it for granted that you know who did kill Piper. I'm also going to take it for granted that you won't tell me until you're ready. But why turn Lucasto over to the police?
2 reasons, Archie. First, I had no proof against the real killer. Secondly, we had to supply a scapegoat in order to be permitted to leave the Danby home. You were unarmed, helpless.
Go ahead, rub it in.
Nonsense. It was an interesting problem. I enjoyed it.
It was, huh? Well, to me, it's still in the present tenses. Which reminds me, as old Dr. Tidmouse said, there's always a future tense. And in that future tense, Jean.
No, Archie.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, stop. That girl's got a love for blood that appeals to the ghoul in me. Besides, did you notice what she does to her dress?
Archie, I was merely about to say that I have no objections to your dallying with the girl.
Oh, I don't believe it. My ears need overhauling.
I objected only to the future tense. Why not call her now?
Yeah, well, I won't pretend I understand this sudden enthusiasm on your part about my love life. Probably there's some foul, scheming motive at the bottom of it. But who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Now, let's see. Her number was,
Lancaster 7583, of course.
This is the most beautiful bar and grill I've ever seen, Archie.
Drank, you mean?
What?
Never mind.
All right. Archie, did anybody tell you were beautiful, too?
Well, a girl here and there has mentioned it.
Oh, were they liars?
Tell me, Jean, how did you ever get into the gambling den racket?
Because I'm a crook?
Well, I suspected that, but,
I want another drink.
You've had enough.
I want another drink, and when Jean wants another drink, no gentleman who is a gentleman...
Jean, get down.
Oh, let me go. I don't want to climb under the table.
You'll stay under here until the barrage stops. I guess the war's over. All right, Jean, get up.
No, now I'm here. I like it. I'm going to stay here for months and months.
Jean, do you realize that somebody just tried to kill you?
And I thought you had such a nice, honest face.
No, not me. Somebody out in the street. I don't know why, but Mr. Wolfe will. Come on, pull yourself together and let's go see him.
The nice fat man? All right, I like him.
You do? Why?
Because he'd make such a big corpse.
Is that you, Archie?
Plus Jean.
What made you think I wanted her here?
Oh, she's one of your fans. She thinks you'd make a lovely corpse.
What was the reason for bringing her here?
She was shot at. Did you expect her to be?
I expected her to be killed. That's why I sent you to her.
It didn't occur to you I might be killed, too?
It did. I was willing to take the chance.
You were willing? Oh, Mr. Wolfe, Jean's a little under the weather.
Splendid. In vino veritas.
Watch your language.
I mean that people in their cups often tell the truth, a proverb of some antiquity. Who shot at you tonight, Jean?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see.
Has it occurred to you that you might just as easily have murdered Piper as not?
But Lucasto killed Piper. You said so yourself.
I lied. Furthermore, why the attack on you if Lucasto was the murderer?
Well, I don't know.
Did you also not know that Lucasto escaped from jail earlier this evening?
You're making that up.
Why should I? Mr. Denby turned him over to the police, but Lucasto managed to get away before being jailed.
That's not cricket.
Incidentally, Mr. Denby will be joining us at any moment. I expected you to bring Jean, Archie. Therefore, with the exception of Mr. Piper, who is resting in the morgue, and Mr. Lucasto, who is at large, we shall have all the participants in the card game. With them, perhaps we can deal a new hand, Archie?
Okay. Maybe it's the morgue to tell us Piper escaped. Oh, wrong again. Come in, Mr. Denby.
Mr. Wolfe, I'm upset. I heard over the radio about Lucasto's escape. He'll try to kill us all.
Why?
Well, because we can testify that he murdered Piper.
Truly.
I beg your pardon?
Lucasto did not kill Piper.
But you said that he did.
The only evidence against Lucasto was the angle of the entrance of the bullet that lodged in his heart. May I remind you of the whisper you all heard in the darkness preceding Piper's death?
The whisper that said Piper?
Precisely. We must assume, then, that Piper turned his body in the direction of the whisper. Therefore, the angle of the wound would be wrong for Locasto, but the correct one for...
Whoever sat opposite Piper.
I sat opposite him, but that doesn't mean I killed him.
Wait, you must have. Once he turned, the bullet must have come from opposite him. Only possible way. That means you, Jean.
No. No, it's a frame.
May I interrupt for a moment? Mr. Denby, if our present analysis is correct, it must have been you who whispered to Piper. Did you?
I hadn't thought about it before, but...
Denby, you're lying.
No, he's not lying. Continue, Mr. Denby.
Well, when the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me, and that's when he was shot.
Archie, you've taken all this down.
In my prettiest shorthand, Mr. Wolfe.
Good.
I don't know why you're doing this, Denby. Maybe you think if I take the rap, you'll get the club. But remember, Locasto's still free. He's gunning for all of us. But it'll be you. Especially you he'll want. Maybe you can talk a jury into sending me up for something I didn't do, but you won't live to gloat about it.
Oh, shut up, Jean. You killed Piper and...
Who's that?
This is, of course, the murderer of Mr. Piper. No comments? Archie, the door, if you please.
But you said I was the one who...
What kind of idiocy is this?
Archie, I said the door.
Okay, but shall I ask him in or sock him?
You will act as the situation demands.
Yes, sir. But for once, I'd like to know what the situation is.
Raise him, Goodwin, and keep him that way. Now back up into the living room.
I don't back up good. My gears...
You want it here?
Never mind. I'll strip a gear.
Archie, what are you doing?
Just what the situation demands, backing up. In case your knowledge of armaments has failed you, our little friend Chuck here is pointing a .38 revolver at me.
Won't save him from the chair.
Maybe not. But it could give me quite a pain in the stomach.
Chuck, what do you think you're doing?
You double-crossing louse.
Gentlemen, if you
So
please.
you thought you'd run to the fat dick and pin it all on me, huh, Denby?
You don't know what you're talking about. We haven't even mentioned you.
You sure of that, huh? Then why did Wolfe phone me and tell me you were about to sing?
Wolfe phoned you?
Yeah. Said you were getting ready to feed me to the electrician up the river.
Oh, he was making a stab in the dark, Chuck. Trying to start something.
That's so, Wolfe?
Archie, will you read Chuck your notes about Mr. Denby's statement regarding the whisper?
Well, that doesn't mean... It could be misunderstood.
Read me the notes, Goodwin.
Here it is, I quote. When the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me and...
That's all I need to hear.
Chuck.
You were selling me out after hiring me to knock off Piper.
You dumb gunman. Now you've given Wolfe what he wants, a confession. I was trying to pin it on Jean.
That's what you say now. It's kind of late, though. Too late for you.
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Denby. Nice shooting, Chuck.
Stay put, Goodwin. The rest of you, I'm leaving.
Police wouldn't approve. But let me have your gun. Huh?
Wise guy. You know something? I've been thinking.
Can you think?
If I was to knock off you and Goodwin, me and Jean could split the club between us and nobody'd ever know who killed Piper.
Very whimsical, Chuck, but if you don't mind...
Archie, don't be an idiot.
Well, if I have to get shot, I prefer it to happen when I'm moving forward.
Archie.
Okay, come and get it, Goodwin. March right up nice and easy and take it.
I'm coming. Would somebody mind telling me why I don't fall down?
Fool.
I've been shot. Well, that's not the way to talk to a man who's just been... Hey, Chuck is lying down.
Is he dead?
Well, there's been a mistake. I didn't shoot him. He shot me.
Archie, stop blabbering. Neither of you shot the other. As a matter of fact...
I shot the chap.
Locasto.
Locasto, Archie?
Well, I thought he escaped.
No, I'm not crazy. I do not escape. The fat one, he phones the police to tell them how I'm innocent.
Yes, I had the police announce the escape, however, for reasons of, shall I say, strategy?
Well, on account of there are no bullet holes in me, you can say whatever you like, Mr. Wolfe.
Thank you, Archie. That announcement helped heighten the tension our murderers were under.
And then they explode. The fat one, he says to me, Locasto, wait in the next room. Watch careful. Maybe there's trouble. I watch. And now? Now there's no more trouble.
Well... Place looks a lot tidier now with all those bodies removed, huh?
Indeed. Archie,
I'll get you the bottle of beer. But first, make with an explanation.
The case was crystal clear, Archie.
Maybe, but I'm no crystal gazer. Sure, I know. Denby had things arranged in advance with Chuck in case anybody held a better hand than his own. Piper did. So Denby whispered to Piper after kicking the light switch and set him up for a shot by Chuck from the doorway. The angle would provide evidence against Lucasto.
True. However, we had only Denby's word for it and Chuck's that the door was locked.
All right. We know, but you knew before Denby and Chuck blew up. How?
The oil spots on the rug, Archie?
Well, they only showed the gun had bounced when the murderer threw it away. Spattered oil, very well-kept gun.
They showed more than that. Where were those spots in relation to the gun? Think back, Archie.
Spots in relation... Oh, sure. They were between the gun and the door.
Therefore, the gun must have been thrown from the door. Bounced twice, staining the rug before reaching its final destination.
Ah, I get it now. That told you who'd fired the gun. But there wasn't proof enough, so you set up a nice atmosphere of suspicion and had the boys give each other away. All right, Mr. Wolfe, you're a genius, and, you may have your beer.
Thank you, Archie.
As for me, I'm not a genius, but I remember a phone number. So if you'll excuse me, Mr. Wolfe.
You're excused, Archie.
Thanks.
But before you call that number, may I remind you that Jean is a girl of macabre tastes who appeals to the ghoul in you.
Sure you may, but why bother?
In order to be able to warn you that a ghoul and his money are soon parted. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet.
Here's the fat man in Murder Seeks a Lost Penny.
This one began one warm spring evening. My mother was in town for a visit. We were out walking, and she took a fancy to an ice cream soda. I didn't exactly object, and we were going through a pair of them at the drugstore around the corner. It's an ordinary drugstore, except that this one also sold drugs. Mother had just finished her soda and looked as if she'd like to continue the process.
I'm going to have another one, Brad. How about you?
One's enough for me, Ma.
Oh, ice cream's good for you.
Honey, they don't call me the fat man for nothing.
Bosh and pooh. I've had trouble with you ever since you were a baby. You always ate like a bird.
That's the fattest lie you ever told, Mom. Look at me. Do I look anemic?
You used to be hungry all the time. Your appetite's failing.
Don't anyone move. Okay, you over there. You, get up and walk to the counter.
That's us, Mom. That's a hold-up. Let's go. He's got a gun, and I've got enough weight without collecting some lead.
Hold up. This is an outrage. He's pointing a gun at us.
Get going.
We are. Go on, Mark.
Okay, now turn your back to me. All right, you behind the counter. Open up the cash register. No, I don't want any bills, just the pennies. I want every penny in the box. That goes for you too, fat guy.
Pennies? That's easy. Here, I got 4 of them.
Okay, hand them over.
What's the idea of the pennies, mister?
Shut up. You, lady. I want all your pennies, too.
Well, if you'll just wait a moment, I'll look in my pocket.
Hurry up, you old fool.
Don't like anyone calling my mother an old fool. Go me. Go. Now I'll take this gun. Get up.
Oh, nice work, Brad. But you shouldn't have done that. He might have shot us.
Oh. You nearly killed me. I don't like being held up even for pennies. Get up. You and I are going to the police. Mom, you run along home.
Oh, he's very dangerous. Why must you take him to the police? Can't you phone them?
Don't you worry. I can take care of myself pretty well.
Well, watch yourself with this thief. Make sure he's properly arrested. It's disgraceful what goes on in this city. Brad, remember we've got 2 tickets for the ice show for tonight. I'll be waiting for you.
I'll be back soon, Mom. Come on, mister. We're going to tie a pink ribbon on you and put you away.
Say, I thought we were going to the police station.
No, it's my office. We'll get to the police soon enough. You aroused my curiosity. You must have come fresh out of an institution.
No, I'm not crazy.
Well, you're not an ordinary criminal. What's your racket?
You better close the door first.
What's your name?
Jack Norton?
What are you collecting pennies for?
Because they're so nice and round.
All right, wise guy, I've lost my curiosity. Maybe you'll be more talkative with the cops.
Now, wait a minute, wait. You're a private detective, aren't you?
That's what it says on the door.
Well, I'm looking for a private investigator. I'll pay you well.
I'm listening.
Okay, I'll tell you what it's about. An embezzler, Jim Burke, now in prison, sent his wife 3 pennies. They belong to me, and I've got to have them.
Why?
I can't tell you right now.
Mr. Norton, I don't take cases without knowing the reason why. We'd better go to the police.
These pennies have a great personal importance to me.
Why were you looking for them in the drugstore?
Because Burke's wife said she accidentally gave the coins to the druggist while buying a tube of toothpaste.
If the pennies were sent to Mrs. Burke, what right have you got to them?
Because they really belong to me.
The whole thing sounds phony. Maybe you're not a common criminal, but maybe you're a fancy one.
Mr. Runyon, there's nothing phony about it. I wish I could tell you now, but I can't. How about $500 as a down payment?
That's an interesting angle.
Okay. Here you are, 5 of them. $100 each. Now, you can start looking in on Mrs. Burke. She lives right above the drugstore. Now, what do you say, fat man?
You make it intriguing. I'll look into it. Did you say there would be $1,500 more when I find the 3 pennies you're looking for?
I didn't say it. Okay, it's a deal.
You carry lots of money around with you. Nice people don't do that.
Just a minute. Yeah, what do you want?
I'd like to talk to you, Mrs. Burke. I won't take up much of your time.
I don't talk to strangers. Goodbye. Please get your foot out of the doorway.
I don't like to force myself upon you, Mrs. Burke, but it's important that I talk to you. So let's be friendly about it, shall we?
What are you after, mister?
I'm interested in 3 pennies, Mrs. Burke, and I think you can help me.
I don't know what you're talking about. What 3 pennies?
The ones your husband sent you from prison.
How do you know? Did Norton tell you?
It doesn't make any difference how I know.
Of course it was Norton. He was here a few hours ago. He managed to get one of the pennies from me by force.
Oh, he did. What about the rest?
Well, I told Norton I accidentally gave the rest to the druggist.
Yeah, I know. That's where we bumped into each other.
Excuse me. Hello?
I'd like to talk to Mr. Runyon, please.
You must have the wrong number. There's nobody here by the name of Runyon.
That's for me. Let me have the phone. Hello?
Runyon?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Norton. Look, you can forget about the pennies. I got them. I won't need your help anymore.
Hey, just a minute.
Well, thank you all the same. Goodbye.
Norton! He hung up. He says he's got the 3 pennies, Mrs. Burke.
He's lying.
Why is Norton after the pennies, and why did your husband send them to you?
I don't know why, but those 3 pennies mean something. I must get the other penny Norton stole from me.
Perhaps I can help. I'm a private detective, and I'm not working for Norton now.
Oh, I guess you're all right. What do you want me to do?
First, tell me the truth. What do those 3 pennies mean?
I honestly don't know.
Don't lie to me, Mrs. Burke.
I'm not lying. I had no idea they were important until Norton tried to get them. He offered me $5,000 for them.
Who is Mr. Norton?
He used to be a business partner of my husband.
Your husband was convicted of embezzlement, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Was Norton mixed up in it?
He was also accused, but he was acquitted.
How did you get the 3 pennies?
In a letter. Here, I'll show it to you.
Dearest, in case anything happens to me, here is all the money I have. 3 pennies. I hope They will make you very happy. Goodbye, darling. Jim. A very strange letter.
I don't understand the pennies at all or what they mean.
You say Norton took one of the pennies from you, but you managed to hide the other two. May I see them?
Funny thing, Mr. Onion, there weren't 3 pennies in the envelope. There were only 2. You must have forgotten to send the third one.
Well, let me see the one you have.
I dropped it into the sugar bowl without noticing it. Look, I'll get it. Somewhere inside the sugar. Oh, here it is.
Yeah. The lower half of the figure of Lincoln has been carefully scraped off.
Oh, what are you doing with the penny?
I'm putting it in my pocket. Why?
Well, maybe I ought to hold it. You might lose it.
I never lose anything, not even weight. Look, Mrs. Burke, you've got to trust me or I can't work with you. And it's got to be 100% or it's no go.
All right. I trust you, Mr. Onion.
Good. Now, you said there were only 2 pennies in the envelope.
Yeah. I don't know why you said there were 3 when there were only 2.
Maybe there was a reason, or maybe you just forgot the other penny. The only way to find out is to go up to the prison and have a talk with your husband. Goodbye, Mrs. Burke. I'll give him your love. Hello, Mac.
Hi. What's up, Brad?
I need a permit to see a prisoner. Will you fix it up for me?
Sure. Who's the prisoner?
A guy by the name of Jim Burke sent up for embezzlement.
And what do you know about Jim Burke?
Not much. I'm trying to find out something.
Well, you won't need a permit to see him.
Oh, why not?
Because he escaped a few hours ago.
Come in, Mrs. Burke.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. I came as soon as I could.
And please sit down.
Why did you want me to come to your office?
To save time. Where's your husband hiding out?
My husband? What are you talking about? You just went out to the prison to see him. I didn't.
When did you see your husband last?
About 10 days ago. What's happened?
Jim Burke has escaped.
Escaped? When?
Several hours ago.
Shouldn't have done that. He'll get caught and stand up for good.
He probably will. My only lead now is Norton. Do you know where he can be reached?
I don't know where he lives.
Excuse me. Hello?
This is Mac.
What's up?
Plenty. We found Jim Burke.
Okay, I'm going right down. I must talk to him.
Don't bother. Jim Burke's got 2 slugs in his hand. He's dead.
I see. You know who did it?
No, do you?
Not yet. As soon as I learn anything, I'll call you back.
What's the matter, Mr. Onion?
Your husband was found dead a little while ago.
Dead? Jim, dead?
It's true, Mrs. Burke. I'm sorry.
Who did it?
We don't know yet.
Norton must have killed him. He never liked Jim. They never got along.
We've got to find Norton. There must be some place we can get to him. He must have friends or relatives. Do you know anyone close to him? Mrs. Burke, you've got to help me.
The only one I know is a friend of his. A woman named Joyce Wood. I met her when she lived at the Garden Hotel.
That's good enough. I'll find Miss Wood. I might even give her a penny for a thought.
What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you.
If you're looking for Norton, he's not here. And I don't know where he is.
I'll wait.
He's gone away. He won't be back.
That's all right. I'd like to talk to you.
I'm busy.
In that case, sister, I'll come back later with a police escort.
You don't frighten people.
I'll be back with some uniformed friends.
Oh, all right. You can come in and look for yourself if you want to.
Thanks for the hospitality. Nice, elegant apartment.
I'm glad you like it.
Why does a pretty girl like you get mixed up with a guy like Norton?
Why does a fat man like you stick his nose into other people's business?
I asked for that one. Where can I find Norton, sister?
I don't know.
I've got some information for him.
Did you find the pennies?
Though you know nothing about Norton.
Stay where you are. I'll get it. Jackson's got yourself a visitor.
Oh, the fat man. What are you doing here?
Getting acquainted with your girlfriend?
He doesn't like fat men. Now get out.
Norton, besides being rude, you're something of a liar. You told me on the phone that you had the coin.
Look, you're not working for me anymore. Now be smart and forget the pennies.
That would be a bit difficult. Because just by accident, I happen to have them in my pocket.
You have? Well, if you give them to me, I'll pay the rest of the money.
You fired me, remember? You don't owe me anything. Besides, the situation's a little different since I saw you last. For example, Jim Burke got himself murdered.
He's in prison.
He escaped and got himself killed. Now, Joyce, please don't get behind me. I hate people looking over my shoulder.
Oh, you're not afraid, are
To
you?
be perfectly honest, I am. My mother always told me to beware of pretty girls sneaking up behind.
Now listen, fat man, I don't know what your game is, but you give me those pennies and I'll give you the dough. Double.
You offered Mrs. Burke $5,000 for them. I think I'm getting gypped. And then again, Norton, Burke was murdered. Some people think you did it.
You can't pin that one on me.
The police might think that you did the job. After all, Jim Burke was a business partner of yours, and you were both tried for the crime of embezzlement. You were acquitted. But now the police might feel differently. Besides, you forced Mrs. Burke to give you one of the pennies, and now you're in hiding. All these things add up very uncomfortably.
You're just trying to frame me. Well, it won't work.
Well, I've got to be going. Thanks for inviting me in, Joyce. No, Norton. Don't touch any gun. I'm liable to shoot you in self-defense. Well, goodbye. Oh, yes, I forgot something. The penny you stole from Mrs. Burke. May I have it, please?
I haven't got it with me.
Hand it over and be quick about it.
You'll be sorry, fat man.
Thanks ever so much. Miss Woods, it was nice meeting you. Thanks for everything.
Oh, Brad, I suppose you'll never change. You always worry and fret when you're working on a case.
Mom, this one's really a puzzler. There's a key to it somewhere, but I don't know where to start looking.
You know, son, sometimes it's a good idea to relax when you're faced with a difficult problem. It helps you to think more clearly. Remember you always said that listening to good music is the best way to relax?
I know, Mom. But I haven't got time to relax.
Nonsense. There's always time. Remember how you always liked Beethoven? Especially this one that I used to play for you.
The Moonlight Sonata.
That's right. Brad.
Look at these 2 pennies, Mom. You wouldn't think a man was murdered because of them, would you?
Murdered for pennies?
See, one of them has the date crossed out, leaving just the number 19. And the other penny has half of the figure of Lincoln scraped off. It doesn't make much sense to me. Maybe the penny that was lost would clear it up.
It's the lower half of Lincoln that's crossed out on this penny. It's divided exactly in 2.
I think that's it. The name Lincoln has 2 syllables. Divided exactly in 2, and you have Link-con. The lower half is crossed out. That just leaves the link part of Lincoln. The 2 pennies mean Link 19 or 19 Link.
Well, what do you suppose it is?
If I had the lost penny, I'd know. Mrs. Burke might be able to tell me.
Well, you better have your dessert first. I've got a real surprise for you. Your favorite dessert, strawberry shortcake.
I can hardly wait.
What's the matter, Brad?
Somebody slipped a letter under the door.
Must be a bill of some kind.
Not at this hour. write a bill.
What is it?
They put pennies on the eyes of dead men. No signature.
Now, what do you think of that? First we get held up for pennies, and now someone wants us to forget them. Son, you ought to keep away from this. It sounds very dangerous. Oh, come and have your strawberry shortcake and forget the pennies.
I haven't got time now. There's someone else mixed up in this, and it might be a murderer. Mrs. Burke could be his next victim. I'll be back. Save the cake for me, Mom.
Did you find Norton?
Yes, Mrs. Burke, and I got your penny back.
Did you have him arrested?
No. I don't believe he killed your husband. There's somebody else who's very anxious about the pennies. Does Link 19 or 19 Link mean anything to you?
There's a Link Road, number 19. It's familiar, but I can't remember.
I'll try information on the phone. Maybe I can get it that way. Information. Can you give me the telephone number at 19 Link Road? Park 6, 4023. Can you tell me under what name the phone is listed? Arnold Thatcher. Thanks, honey. Mrs. Burke, do you know an Arnold Thatcher?
Yes, he's an old associate of my husband's. I remember him. They saw each other frequently. I never knew what he did, except that Jim spent lots of time with him in Norton. What's Thatcher got to do with this?
The code on the pennies was Thatcher's address. I'm going to pay him a visit.
I'm going with you.
I have a feeling this is going to be for men only. You better stay home and keep yourself alive and healthy.
No, I'm going with you.
All right, you go at your own risk. First, I'll use your phone.
Who are you calling?
Lieutenant Mackenzie. I'll have him meet up with us at 19 Link Road, just in case. Here's the house. Very big house, too.
There's no light showing.
Maybe Mr. Thatcher's asleep. I have to wake him up.
I don't think he's home.
I'll try it again. If he doesn't answer, I'll have to be crude about it and go in through the window.
Apparently not home.
I've crawled through windows before. Yeah, this is cold tight. There it is.
Dark in there.
You stay here on the porch. I'll be out in a little while.
I wouldn't stay out here alone for all the pennies in the world. I'm going with you.
Okay, sister. I'll go in first. Here, give me a hand.
See if you can find the light switch.
You won't have to. I'll switch it on for you.
May I introduce myself? I'm Brad Runyon, better known as the Fat Man. And this is Mrs. Jim Burke. You know her, of course.
Stay where you are, Fat Man.
Several people have been pointing guns at me in the past 24 hours. It seems to be epidemic. I presume you're Mr. Thatcher.
What do you mean by breaking into my house?
We tried coming in the front door, but you didn't answer.
I was asleep.
With all your clothes on? Don't you find it kind of lumpy?
You can get 10 years for breaking into a house.
Well, we're burglars and we deserve to be punished. I'll call the police for you.
Put that phone down.
If you insist. There's some blood on the floor, Mr. Thatcher.
Hand over those pennies, Fat Man.
Isn't that the body of Norton lying in the corner?
Give me those pennies or you'll be joining him.
Sure, here they are. They won't tell you anything you don't already know. I'll save you a lot of bother. The message contained in the pennies is your own address.
It's very clever of Jim Burke hiding it in my own house. Been here all the time. Where's the third penny?
It's lost.
Hand it over.
Jim never sent a third penny. In his letter he said there was 3, but there were only 2. Look, I have the letter in my purse. Here, you can see for yourself.
Yeah, I think I know what he meant. Jim was fond of my collection of records. A very clever idea.
Hey, I got him. Thanks, Mac. I'm glad I left that window open.
My hand.
Hey, what's going on in there? I was just interviewing a murderer. There's one of his victims. Well, Thatcher, you've been on a murder spree. Why did you kill Burke and Norton?
He isn't going to talk. Let's take him over to headquarters.
Wait a minute. There's something I've still got to find. Our murderer here mentioned that Burke was fond of music. There's a connection between that and the lost penny.
I don't understand what you're talking about. What's this lost penny?
The lost penny is the key to something hidden in this house. And it could have something to do with music. Thatcher seems to have quite a collection of record albums. Classical, too. Look here, Chopin's Piano Preludes, Schubert's Symphony Symphony, Beethoven's Rondo Capriccio, and G Major.
This is no time to look over his music collection.
Beethoven's Rondo Capriccio? That's the one that's known as Fury over a lost penny. The lost penny. That's what we've been looking for.
Are you crazy, Brad? You're not going to play that record now, are you?
Why not? Beethoven's Fury over a lost penny is a fine piece of music. You'll like it.
Leave the album alone and let's get going.
Take a look inside the album, Mac.
I'm not going to look at any records Hey, $1,000 banknotes, a big stack of them.
Yeah, about $100,000. There never was a third penny. It was the lost penny by Beethoven. You see, Mac, these three men, Burke, Norton, and Thatcher, work out an embezzlement scheme. Burke got caught, but not before he hid the money. He double-crossed his two pals. They've been trying to find where the money was hidden. Probably when Burke escaped, he came right to Thatcher's house to get the money out of the album. But that's where he made a fatal mistake.
What about Norton lying over there?
My guess is that as soon as Norton heard that Burke had been murdered, he figured that Thatcher had killed him and gotten the money. He came hot-footing over here, and he's lying there in the corner. Isn't that the way everything happened, Thatcher?
I've got nothing to say. Maybe you'll be more talkative later. Well, what do we do with Mrs. Burke?
She's innocent of the whole deal. She didn't even know what the pennies meant.
I'll still have to take her down for questioning.
You're not going to put me in prison?
You'd better go with Mac, Mrs. Burke. I don't think they'll hold you very long.
Okay, Thatcher, let's get going. We'll go out the door this time. Come on, Mrs. Burke.
Say, Mac, how about coming over to my apartment as soon as you get through at headquarters?
Sure. What's up?
My mother makes the finest strawberry shortcake you've ever tasted, with luscious red berries cradled in thick whipped cream over a delicious old-fashioned biscuit. Mac, you'll love it.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn. This time it started as a routine search for a rich girl's fiancé, and the trail led to a silent house haunted by a face at the window and blood in an open cedar chest. But before it was over, it became a search for a corpse that wouldn't sit still.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Busy Body.
Phone jerked me up off my back and out of the sports page at 9:30 in the evening of an already too long day. On the other end was a warm, feminine voice, edged with the kind of self-assurance that means money, and lots of it. But the words were both hurried and panicky, so after I hung up, I reluctantly waded through the sports section with my feet instead of my eyes, and headed for the coffee shop at Franklin and Bronson, where my new client, who had identified herself as Liz Stewart, said she'd be waiting. A pair of blue eyes at a table in the corner measured me from haircut to shoelaces, so I took the cue and walked over. After we introduced ourselves, I was waved into the chair opposite her. She leaned toward me and started with a rush.
Mr. Marlowe, I've got to find a man named Dean Howard as soon as possible.
Not exactly a new switch.
He's my fiancé. We plan to notify my Uncle Hanley of our engagement tonight.
Who is Uncle Hanley?
Uncle Hanley Stewart of Stewart Aluminum.
Okay, go ahead.
Dean Howard was to meet me at 7, but he didn't show up.
Mm-hmm.
And then about 7:45 he called. He started to tell me something that he referred to as a horrible mistake, but before he could get it out, we were cut off. Well, I tried to call him
Want some coffee? Coffee.
No, thanks.
Okay. I tried to call him back, but there was no answer. So I went to his house, but it was locked and dark. And yet his car was still parked outside.
Uh-huh. Well, look, Miss Stewart, why don't you save yourself $50, go home and wait for an apologetic phone call, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, this stacks up as being a case of cold feet or a little celebration that got out of hand. Either way, there's nothing to worry about.
I've come to you for help, Marlowe, not a pat on the head.
Okay, I'll assume it's my error for the moment. How long have you known this Dean Howard?
Well, I met him at a party about 3 months ago. Uncle Hanley and I both liked him tremendously right from the first.
I suppose you've considered the possibility of another woman?
Well, of course, I'm not a child.
I can see that.
Well, Dean has been deeply troubled for the past week. He wouldn't tell me why, but I'm certain that this business tonight is tied in with it. Something's wrong, and I want you to find out what it is.
All right, but I'm no leg man for Cupid, so if it turns out to be nothing more than a guy's heart beating in double time, I drop it. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
She gave me a short list of posh joints she and Dean Howard sometimes visited, and his address, which was 312 Normandy. She said I could reach her at home, which was 28 Roxbury Drive in Beverly Hills. Well, $50 is $50, so after she left, I spent a handful of nickels checking the list by phone and drew a complete blank. So I drove out Los Feliz to Normandy and found the number, 312. As I walked up to the door and leaned on the bell, I got the feeling that I was being watched. There was no answer, so I tried the door. It was locked. I threw a look over my shoulder as I walked around the side of the house and caught a glimpse of a face in a window next door, just before the curtain was dropped back into place. The back door of 312 was locked, too, I found out, as did the face next door, which was watching me again from one of the rear windows. There was one answer to that, so I went out in the street and up the steps of the house next door and knocked, good and loud.
What do you want?
My name's Marlowe, lady. I'm a detective. You may be able to help me.
A detective?
Mm-hmm.
Well, come right in, Mr. Marlowe. It's about time's all I have to say. I'm Agatha Lambrigger. What's he been up to?
Who?
Well, you're investigating that bachelor next door, aren't you?
Yes. Oh, how'd you know?
Stands to reason. I've known all along he's a suspicious character.
Yeah?
Lived there a year now. Comes and goes at all hours. Drives that fancy car out there. Wears fine clothes, but nobody seems to know what he does or where he gets all his money.
Well, look, Mrs.
And girls.
Oh.
Well, believe you me, they don't come to clean his house. Never gets cleaned. But they come just the same. Why, only tonight there was one. Some blonde in a white dress. I tell you, I've never
Mrs.
seen
Lambrigger, did the girl go inside?
Well, no. But she tried to. The door was locked. And it's Miss Lambrigger.
Oh, how stupid of me. Yes. Well, tell me, did you notice Mr. Howard come home tonight?
Well, I didn't exactly see him come home. But he was over there all right. And not alone either.
Is that so? Another girl?
No, it was only some man.
Oh.
But it still bears out what I've been saying. Because I just happened to glance out of my window at this one here across from that one of his, you see.
Yes, sir.
Well, a light was on over there. And I could look straight down a hallway. And do you know what?
What?
Those two grown men were roughhousing like a pair of hoodlums in that hall. Wrestling they were, like ordinary ruffians. I tell you, I never saw the like. I got a good look at him, and I'd certainly know him if I saw him again.
Well, how'd the fight come out?
Fight?
Yeah.
What the... Oh, the fight. Well, I can't say about that. My phone rang. It was Lenore Crowley. She simply talks her ear off you when she gets
does.
started. So when I finally got back to the window, when I happened to look out again, it was dark over there. So I never did find out what actually happened. But
Yes,
I
well,
think
thanks
that
very much for your help. I really must run.
Oh, and another thing. The noise and the drinking that's gone on in that house. Why, you wouldn't believe it. Oh, you're leaving?
As soon as possible, yeah.
But you still haven't told me what he's up to.
Well, I'm not at liberty to do that.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be here all the time, you know, and I'll certainly keep an eye on that house.
Oh, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your going to all this trouble just for me. Bonsoir, Miss Lambrigger. I backed out of that wind tunnel, got in my car, and drove noisily around the corner. Then I cut my lights, turned quietly into an alley behind the house, and stopped. Slipped through Howard's back gate and up the side of the house, found a window that could be persuaded, and went in. Yeah, Howard was a lousy housekeeper, and everything that didn't get brushed off in normal traffic was covered with dust. I found my way to the room opposite Agatha Lambrigger's observation window and ran smack into her first lie. Where she said there was a hallway, there was a solid wall.
papered with purple roses and hung with 4 dingy pictures in bronze frames, 2 on each side of a big, ugly mirror. There were 2 hallways, but no angle at which either could be seen from her window. Furthermore, there was no sign of a struggle. One hall led to the study, the other to the bedroom, and I checked both. But still, there was no indication of a fight. On my way out, I barked my shin on the nose of a lion carved on the corner of an oversized cedar chest, just as the abrupt sound of someone at the door brought me to a rigid halt. Whoever it was had the patience of an 8-year-old on circus day, so I set myself up as the type who might live in a joint like this and answered.
What's the matter with the lights, Howard? Blow a fuse? Or could this be some new economy measure?
I like it this way. I don't think I know you.
You should, Howard, you should. I called you yesterday about a certain money matter. The name is Leo. Don't go for your gun, Howard.
Well, since yours is pointed at my 3rd rib, why should I?
Well, like I told you on the phone, my boss is anxious. You're way overdue, Howard. I want that $50,000 the boss loaned you 3 months ago. Have it for me the day after tomorrow. All of it. Without fail.
He knows I'm good for my debts. Why all the pressure?
Well, maybe he figures your investments aren't so smart. Like maybe you've been blowing too much on that second-rate canary, Carrell.
Oh, yeah, Carrell.
I remember. She's your girl. Well, that's none of my business. See you day after tomorrow about the same time. And if you get a headache from worrying about paying off, just think of the one you'll have if you don't pay. It'll be like 10 times this. Oh! Good night.
The .45 in his hand caught the side of my head, and I went out cold. When I opened my eyes, the room had shrunk until there wasn't enough space left to stretch out in. And the climb to my feet, was as easy as roller skating through a log jam. And it wasn't until I found a match and had a light that I knew why. Somebody had moved me from the front door and crammed me into a broom closet like a bag of wet wash. When I got out, I saw that my cubbyhole was off the hall of the bedroom. I listened, but there was no sound in the house, so I started moving. But stopped when I noticed something else. The big cedar chest with carved lions on the corners that had been closed before now was standing open. I struck another match. Inside on the bottom was a thick red puddle of blood. Blew out the match and was in the middle of a mental apology to Liz Stewart when it came. I ran for the front door in time to see Agatha charge out of the driveway and down the street. Stark terror twisting her face.
Help! Help!
Hey, Miss Lambringer, hold it!
Oh, Mr. Marlowe! Mr. Marlowe!
What is it? What happened?
I saw him, Mr. Marlowe. I saw him. Up by the alley near the hedge. He's dead, Mr. Marlowe. Dead in my backyard.
All right. Now take it easy, Agatha.
It's
Who
Dean
was
Howard.
it?
He's there now, lying on his back close to the hedge, and he's dead. What'll we do?
Come on, we'll have a look. You can show me where he is.
Well, all right. He's right back here. I happened to look out my rear window, and I saw something move. The dogs had been getting in my pansies lately, and I thought this was another. So I came out to chase him away. That's when I saw the body. It's right back here. It's gone.
Mm-hmm. Now, look, Miss Lambringer. I've got a headache. I'm getting a little tired of this. You saw a body here just like you saw a fight in a hallway from your window. You're so anxious to be in the middle of things you'd make up any kind of a story.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I saw that fight, and I saw Dean Howard's body, too. It was here, I tell you.
Where? Show me exactly.
Well, right about there, I'd
Oh,
say.
sure. And I suppose it... Hey, wait a minute. Yeah. My apologies, baby. There is something here. Could be blood. Here's 2 dimes and a bar receipt from the tulip room on the strip.
Oh, good heavens. What'll you do now? Raid the place? You can use my phone.
Thanks, but until we know where the body is, we better play it cagey. Now, let's keep this a secret between us. That'll take a lot of courage, I know, but I can trust you, can't I?
I won't open my mouth to a soul, Mr.
Well,
Marlowe.
that's great. That's splendid. Now, you better go inside and stay there until you hear from me. Who knows? You may yet be a heroine, Miss Lambringer. The bar receipt was a long shot. When I was still 2 blocks away from the tulip room, I knew it had paid off because a fluorescent banner, 4 by 12, draped over the front of the squat square building, extolled the vocal virtues of one Carrell Cody. I parked across the street, went in, and found a dressing room door and knocked. She distinctly said, "Come in," but when I did, I thought the room was empty, until a small handful of spangled satin costume hopped up from behind a screen in the corner. I made a sight-unseen introduction. It was only a moment later that a tall brunette, filling a white silk blouse and snug, dark slacks, stepped out. Tossed a few pounds of glossy black hair away from her face and gestured me into a chair.
Which paper did you say you were from, Marlowe?
I didn't, honey. I'm a private detective.
I can't use it.
Don't give odds on it, baby. Not yet, anyway, huh? Let's talk first. For instance, what's with you and Dean Howard?
Dean Howard is a low-crawling thing.
That's strange. Had it you loved him?
I didn't till tonight when I found out that he has two heads. That's so he can lie and keep a straight face with one while he laughs up his sleeve with the other. Nuts to him. Nuts to Liz Stewart and her money and nuts to you. I hate Dean Howard enough to kill him, and I might just do that.
I don't think you will, no, because somebody beat you to it.
You mean Howard's dead?
Looks that way, yeah. I'm not sure because he won't stay in one place long enough.
If you're trying to shock me, you're wasting your time. I'm not sorry. I think we've got company.
Keep talking, I'll get him.
As you say, my friend, the music business is just as lousy as any other dodge, and I can prove it.
Come here. You're a good listener, Bud, so join the party. Who are you? Why are you listening out there? Come on.
No. Just a minute. I wasn't listening. I was looking for you, Marlowe. I'm Ward Odom, Mr. Henry Stewart's assistant.
You're doing fine. Don't stop now.
Well, ever since I learned that Miss Stewart hired you, Marlowe, I've been trying to talk to you. I followed you here from that place on Normandy because I must know what you found out so far.
Why? What business is it of yours?
Because, Mr. Marlowe, I doubt very much that you even know of the robbery.
Robbery? What robbery?
More than $40,000 worth of negotiable securities was stolen from Mr. Stewart's safe this evening.
You get all your information at keyholes?
And I have reason to believe that the man you're looking for took them. Of course, I don't dare accuse him without proof of his relationship with Liz, Mr. Stewart's niece. If I were wrong, it would cost me my job.
Odom, did Liz know about the robbery when she hired me?
Why, of course.
Oh, brother. Look, see this? Her name is Carrell. She's involved right up to her mascara in the whole mess. Don't let her out of your sight till I get back.
Me? Why, you cheap shot.
Shut up! And as for being cheap, I'll take care of you when I get back.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, three gentlemen with highly varying but equally effective approaches to dealing with crime entertain you with their deeds of daring on CBS every Sunday. Jethro Dumont, alias the Green Llama, Police Commissioner Bill Grant of Call the Police, and Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade. These three sterling gentlemen all make their appearances tomorrow on most of these same CBS network stations. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Busy Body.
After convincing Ward Odom that his greatest contribution to the cause would be staying close, but not too close to the violent lady in slacks, I piled into my car and started for Beverly Hills in a beautiful liar named Liz. I didn't stop until I was at number 28 Roxbury Drive, out of my car and walking fast up the semicircle of gravel driveway that led to the carefully antique front door. But then, for two good reasons, I stopped again. The first, a squad car parked ahead of me that said everybody except Marlowe knew all about the bonds Mr. Hanley Stewart could no longer call his own. The second reason, and more important, was my client, Liz Stewart, sneaking out of a side door and hurrying toward a gray coupe. I stepped back into the shadow of a squat palm and waited for her to come abreast of me. Late date, Miss Stewart?
What? Marlowe, why, you startled me.
Considering everything, it's the least I can do.
What do you mean?
I don't like clients who lie to me. So if you don't mind, I'll just stroll along with you while you assure me you can explain everything.
But I can, Marlowe. Just give me a chance, please.
All right. Why didn't you tell me that 40 grand worth of negotiable bonds disappeared from your uncle's safe at the same time as Howard?
Oh, because I didn't want you to be prejudiced, to be looking for a thief from the start. If Dean did take those bonds, he had a reason.
Like being fond of money?
No, like being forced to do what he did.
All right, let's say he was forced. What then?
Well, then I wanted to help him, to get to him before the police. They'd arrest him in a minute.
And you, on the other hand, would get the bonds back to your uncle, convince him it was all a mistake, and talk him out of telling the law, huh? And with your own dough, you would help Howard out of the spot he was in. Is that it?
Yes. But you haven't proved that Dean took the bonds.
No, I haven't. Could have been anyone who knew the combination of the library safe. Which includes how many?
Aside from Uncle Han and myself, just the family lawyer and Mr. Odom.
Yeah, what about Odom? Could he have done it, Liz?
No, I don't think so, as much as I dislike him. You see, Marlowe, for years, Odom's been very close to Uncle Han. He's had 1,000 opportunities to steal if he wanted to. Well, like this afternoon, for instance. He had $10,000 worth of the bonds with him today.
What was he doing with all that dough? Paying gas bills?
He was going to sell them for my uncle. But the transaction fell through, so he brought them back to the house and put them back in the safe. Anyway, Marlowe, I don't think he'd have the courage to steal.
I know what you mean. I've already met Mr. Odom.
When?
Oh, about a half hour ago.
In a nightclub called the Tulip Room. Odom thinks Dean is guilty, Liz, but he's afraid to mention it publicly till he knows a little more.
What's a nightclub got to do with Dean?
Carrell Cody.
Who?
She's Dean's girlfriend.
Marlowe, you're crazy.
I talked to her, honey. She's a singer there. Told me that she and Howard were more than chummy, but that she gave him the air tonight when she found out about you.
And you believe that?
Mm-hmm. Now that I've had a little time, I believe even more. Details that she never bothered to mention. Details like Dean Howard and Carrell Cody playing you for a sucker. He gains your confidence, then the combination of the safe, and then goodbye. But you see, the end was a switch, Liz. Dean didn't...
Dean didn't what?
Hmm?
What is it, Marlowe? What are you staring at?
Back of my car there. That's not gas dripping on the driveway. The color's too red. Liz, stay back.
No, Marlowe. I don't want to. I want to... Marlowe! It's Dean. He's dead, Marlowe!
Yeah. That, Liz, is the switch I was talking about. I think Dean Howard not only crossed you, but Carrell Cody as well.
She did it! She killed him! She killed him because she
All right,
found out.
all right. Now listen. Get inside. Tell the police about this. Do you hear me? But first, give me a 5-minute lead. I'll take your car. I want to get to Carrell Cody before the law does. Without saying another word, Liz Stewart, her face drawn and streaked with tears, handed me the keys to her car and turned and walked slowly back to the house. I took one long look at the blood-soaked shirt front on the body I had been a step behind all night, then got into Liz's car and pointed it back toward the Tulip Room. 20 minutes later, when my knock on the locked dressing room door brought no answer, I had kicked my way in. Alone and half-conscious in the middle of the floor was Ward Odom, the man I'd assigned to stand sentry over the brunette.
Oh, Marlowe. Marlowe, she tricked me. Asked for a cigarette, and I went to light it.
She swung. It adds, Odom, and you're lucky she let it go at that. It was more permanent in Howard's case.
Oh, then you found his body, Marlowe.
Yeah, in the trunk of my car.
Oh, how awful. And she did all that, this Carrell Cody?
Yes and no. She must have had help, Odom, because, first of all, it takes something stronger than the chanteurs to keep shifting her corpse from cedar chest to garden to car, at the rate that Howard was being moved. And second, an old crow named Agatha Lambriger saw a man roughhousing with Howard over at his own place, not a woman.
You mean there was a witness to the murder, Marlowe?
Well, more or less.
And you have no idea who the murderer is?
No. And that, Odom, is all the more reason why I want to catch up with Carrell Cody. Happen to know where she lives?
Well, yes, just at the Grayfield Apartment Hotel on North Havenhurst Drive.
North Havenhurst.
It's a room 118.
118.
And I think that it's... Marlowe, wait, my top coat is gone.
What?
Yes, and she was wearing slacks, remember? Marlowe, maybe she's leaving town disguised as a man.
It's a point, Odom. I still think I'll try the apartment hotel first.
Open. The bags are over there, boy. Did you get the Marlowe, what are you doing here?
Not doubling for a bellhop, so get over there, sit down, and keep your hands in your lap, because if I have to, I'll shoot.
But I don't understand.
I'll make it real plain. I think you murdered Dean Howard because he double-crossed you after he emptied Hanley Stewart's safe.
And I think you're out of your mind.
Which brings us to a position called stalemate, and that in turn makes this a good time to call the cops.
I didn't kill Dean. I swear I didn't. Oh, listen to me. What you said about Dean double-crossing me after he stole the bonds is true, but not the way you think it is.
Second verse.
He didn't want to just cut me out of my share, Marlowe. He wanted to return all the bonds intact. He really fell in love with Liz Stewart and decided to play all-American boy.
You mean he decided to call it all off after he'd stolen the bonds?
Yes, Marlowe. That was the reason we argued tonight.
Now, it's a stronger reason than one I already had for your committing murder. Baby, you wanted that money bad.
No, you're wrong.
Come back here. Why did you belt Odom and run? And don't bother denying that you did, because I just left him. And he's minus good health and that top coat over there. So if you think that you...
I can explain that. I was scared that a confession out of Dean would get me into hot water. And when you showed and then Odom,
Just a minute, Carol.
Marlowe,
Just a minute, will you? I think I've got the answer.
What answer?
It's dust, Carol. Dust and what an old gossip swears she saw from a window. Right now, I've got to get over to her place before she ends up looking like the late Mr. Howard.
Well, then you believe me, Marlowe, about not killing Dean.
I don't know. But since you've been in this cheap swindle from the start, we'll just tuck you into an old-fashioned wardrobe. Just for safekeeping, baby. Outside in Liz's car, I slammed my foot down hard against the accelerator and didn't ease up until I screeched to a stop, away from 310 North Normandy, where I knew murder was scheduled to happen again. I was next to a pair of half-open French doors through which I could see Agatha Lambriger sitting erect in a straight-back chair. I was happy that I hadn't taken any longer in getting there.
I was also happy that the man standing opposite her, gun in hand, the man who had murdered Dean Howard, had his back to me. I got a firm grip on the .38 in my
You've been
hand.
so nosy, Miss Lambriger. And it's too bad that Marlowe had to let me know you've been a witness when I killed Dean Howard. A roughhouse, I think you called it.
A roughhouse is what I thought at the time. But when I saw Dean Howard's body out in the alleyway, I knew...
You knew I killed him. Everything would have been simple if you hadn't had your nose out a mile. I was going to run over him, and it would have looked like an accident. But I had to move the body after you saw it. Marlowe's car looked good until I could dispose of it. But there's no point telling you all this. You won't be able to gossip about it, Miss Lambriger. I'm sorry. Sorry, but that's the way it has to be. You or me.
I vote for you, Odom. Drop your gun before I close the polls for good, real noisy like. Come on, drop it.
No, don't shoot. I dropped it.
Okay. I'll move to the middle of the room, hands high.
Marlowe, I didn't want to do it, but I had to kill him.
Because Dean Howard was going to return the bonds he took.
Marlowe,
and that
please
would have left
listen
you in
to
a
me.
spot, wouldn't it? Because Howard only stole 30 grand out of that safe. You were taking 10 grand to legitimately sell for your boss.
I know what
And when you went to
I know what
return them, you
happened.
saw there'd been a theft. And you decided to make the most of it and let somebody else take the rap for the whole 40 grand.
Keep your eye on Mr. Marlowe. He's just
Don't
trying-
worry, a man who shoots another man in the back has no guts. He won't try anything while I'm looking at him.
No, Marlowe. I don't have any more guts than it takes to jump behind a woman's skirt. A lady I choked to death. If you take one more step, now lower your gun and listen.
All right, let her go, Odom.
Sure, let it go. Just as long as you cooperate, Marlowe.
Marlowe, don't be a
Shut
fool.
up! Shut up!
Marlowe, shoot! You kill me anyway. Shoot!
No!
Shoot!
No, don't shoot!
Marlowe!
No, don't shoot! Don't
You were right, Marlowe. No guts.
It was an ambulance, a half a dozen squad cars, and a police captain included, and 3 long hours of questions and answers in triplicate later, before 310 North Normandy and Environ settled back to being just another quiet house on just another quiet street. With, of course, the exception of Miss Agatha Lambriger, who now would never return to normalcy. And as we sipped hot tea together, and a clock someplace deep in another room struck twice,
Now, Philip, though I'm sure I had this
she was
right.
still going strong.
Dean Howard owed money, so he and that worthless singer decided that he should get friendly with your wealthy client and then at the propitious moment rob her uncle, correct?
Correct, yeah.
But what I don't understand is how you knew it was that awful man Odom.
Well, there were 2 things, honey. His anxiety to get me to Carrell, together with a streak of dust the length of Odom's topcoat sleeve, all added up to a hunch.
That, Philip, I don't understand.
Well, you got to take them in reverse order. I saw dust on Odom's topcoat sleeve when I was in Carrell Cody's apartment. That reminded me of the dust all over Howard's place.
Oh, a mess, that house.
Yeah, luckily. And the dust was the length of the sleeve, as though somebody had brushed against a wall coated thick with it.
As one would in searching for something, hmm?
That's right. Now, there's another thing. You saw Howard and another man roughhousing in a hall by looking out of that window there.
Mm-hmm.
Where, Miss Lambriger, no hall is visible, but where there is a mirror.
Oh, then you mean I actually saw a reflection.
Yes, darling, you did. Dean Howard hid the bonds behind the mirror.
Which tilted so that I saw the reflection of a side hall.
That's right.
Well, now, Philip, one last question. Why did Odom move the body?
Well, if it's the last, I'll answer it. Because he didn't want Howard's death to appear a murder on the night the bonds were stolen. It was better if he died accidentally and wasn't connected with a theft.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, well, now look, Miss Lam...
Excuse me, I'll only be a minute.
Yeah, but Miss Lambriger...
Hello? Oh, hello, Judith. Yes, wasn't it thrilling?
Miss Lambriger, really,
Darling, it all started so innocently. My part, I mean. Well, it was about 7
Miss Lambriger, I have...
Philip, I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh,
Philip, who? Why, the detective, the one I mentioned earlier.
a long minute, I'm sure.
Who? Well, you know the steward. The handy steward of Beverly Hills, don't you? Well, anyhow, it's handed me this steward. So how do you follow in the first place?
Goodbye, girl. When I got outside, the silence was deafening. And then I remembered that I still had a client up on Roxbury Drive who I had to see. And that there were automobiles to be exchanged, and maybe, if I could find them, some right words to say to a girl who had a very rough night. So I started driving that way, slowly. But 10 minutes later, when I was halfway there, I stopped, turned around and headed back for 310 North Normandy, and my .38 that I'd forgotten after a handful of policemen had finished examining it. It wasn't until I was at Agatha Lambriger's front door again that I realized something more important.
Well, then this Odom, this killer, grabbed me as a shield, Judith, and told Marlowe he had guts enough. Guts was his word, my dear.
Yes, well, I could get my gun another day.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lois Corbett, Lorette Philbrandt, Lynn Allen, Peter Leeds, and John Stevenson. The special music is by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It began as the threat of a beating that turned into murder with a brown-eyed blonde, a jovial hippopotamus, and a tough ex-soldier of fortune, all complicating the problem until I got next to the key man.
Will you be listening when $51,000 go on the block during Sing It Again tonight? $26,000 in fabulous prizes for solving the mystery of the Phantom Voice, and additional $25,000 in cold, hard cash for answering only one more question about the Phantom. There's many another prize, too, for unriddling the smart, tuneful little riddle songs that keep Sing It Again moving at a terrific clip for the hour that it's on the air. It'll be here a little later on most of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Don't move, any of you.
Don, where'd you get that gun?
Never mind. Just don't make me use it.
Don't be a fool, Don.
I'm not. I'm going out of here, and nobody's gonna...
Don't be too sure.
Nick! Anybody else want to try any smart tricks before I leave?
Now, the case of the Forgetful Killer. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. In the back booth of a dingy bar in the slum district, a well-dressed young man takes a thick package of banknotes from his pocket and passes it across the cigarette-scarred table to the shifty-eyed little man who sits across from him.
That's every cent I have in the world, Whitey. $6,000.
I said 10. Where's the other $4,000?
I couldn't get any more.
You better get it. Remember that letter I told you about? If anything happens to me, it'll be in the hands of the DA within 24 hours. That'll be the end of you.
But Whitey...
I'll meet you here tomorrow night, and you...
I can't come here again, Whitey. If anyone should say that...
Okay. I'll phone you at the office, tell you where to bring it.
But Whitey...
Either I get the other $4,000 tomorrow night, or I go to the cops, and you go to the electric chair for murder.
Don, if there were any way I could raise the money for you, I would. You know that. Oh, I know, Chris. I wouldn't have asked you, except I've tried everything else. You're the only real friend I've got.
Sure. Now, when you need me, I can't come through.
Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. Whitey phoned me about an hour ago. I promised to have the money at the corner of 1st and Water Streets at 1 o'clock tonight. I've got to have it there.
But why, Don? What's he got on you? You can tell me.
No, Chris, I don't want to talk about that. But if Whitey ever tells the cops who I really am, it's the end of everything. And that little rat's got me tied hand and foot.
You mean that letter to the district attorney?
Yes, but... Chris, do you think you could be lying about that letter? If I thought
now,
that...
Now, Don, you're not getting any crazy ideas, are you?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking. There's only one chance left.
Yeah?
Mr. Hughes gets back from Washington at 11 tonight.
You'll never get him to part with $4,000. If I know our beloved employer, he'll never...
But he's got to. It's my last hope.
But what if he won't?
Then I'll be waiting for Whitey just the same. And it'll be a meeting he'll never forget.
Whitey. Huh? Oh, it's you, sonny boy. So dark in that doorway, couldn't see you. Okay, where's the $4,000?
It's right here.
Oh, no, you don't. Let go of that gun. Try and double-cross me with it.
Good morning, Matty.
Oh, hi, Nick. Hello, Patsy.
Good morning, Sergeant Matheson.
Mr. Hughes, this is Nick Carter and Patsy Bowen. How do you do?
Hello, Mr. Hughes.
Well, thank goodness you're here at last.
At last?
Mr. Hughes, it's been exactly 17 minutes since Sergeant Matheson phoned and asked us to come down here to your office.
I haven't even had my breakfast yet.
What's this all about?
Mr. Carter, my firm publishes children's and religious books. Notoriety, scandal, unfavorable publicity, anything like that can ruin us. You see, Nick, there was a murder in the waterfront district last night. Cheap little two-bit crook named Whitey Gear was shot to death. We found this slip of paper on Whitey's body.
What? Why, that looks like one of those slips of paper they have in phone booths for people to write phone numbers on.
That's what it is, Patsy. What's the connection, Matty?
The phone number written on that paper is the number of the Hughes Publishing House.
Oh, I see. Oh, hey, there's something else written here, too. Don Mason, 1 a.m., 1st Avenue and Water Street.
Right. And Whitey was found dead at the corner of 1st and Water, shot to death about 1 a.m., according to the medical examiner. So Don Mason...
Now, wait a minute. Who is this Don Mason?
Oh, that, Mr. Carter, is the crux of the whole thing. Don Mason is my sales manager, and he's engaged to my daughter.
Oh, I see. And you think Mason kept the appointment with Whitey and murdered him, huh?
Well, of course, don't you?
I wouldn't know, Matty. This slip of paper with Mason's name on it certainly doesn't convince me.
Well, I don't get you.
From what you tell me, I doubt that Whitey was the kind of man who'd make a memorandum about anything.
Oh, phooey. He did it this time, and that's all I care about, Nick.
Maybe. Look, Matty, has anybody else handled this piece of paper except you and me?
I know. I took it off the body myself. Why?
Then let's put it in an envelope and see that no one else does touch it.
Uh-huh. Okay, if you want to. But there's another thing, Nick.
Yeah?
Whitey was a skinny little runt, but from the looks of things, he must have put up a whale of a fight before he was killed. We found a couple of gray wool threads under his fingernails, like from a gray tweed coat. And Whitey's coat was brown.
Oh. Then you think those threads came from the killer's coat during the struggle?
Sure, Patsy. What else?
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Hughes here tells me Don Mason wears a gray tweed coat.
And so do lots of other people, Matty.
You must understand, Mr. Carter. This company simply cannot afford to have one of its executives accused of murder. Now, I want you to prove that Don had nothing to do with this Whitey person.
But what if he did have?
Well, then we'll publicize the fact that Hughes Publishing hired the best detective it could get to see justice done, even though the culprit is one of our own executives. That may help some. Well, how about it, Carter?
Before I give you an answer, Mr. Hughes, I'd like to talk this over with Don Mason.
He hasn't come down to the office yet, Nick. I was just waiting for you to get here before going over to his apartment after him.
A good idea, Matty, except that he may leave for the office before we get to his place.
Oh, I have an idea. Don shares an apartment with my star salesman, Chris Bentley. I could phone Chris down to keep Don there until you arrive.
Yeah, suppose you do that, Mr. Hughes.
And unless he's got a mighty good alibi, that young fella's going to move to another apartment. A small one in the city jail.
Don, wake up.
Oh, go away.
Wake up, you dope. Snap out of it.
Oh, good morning, Chris. What's the matter?
Old man Hughes just phoned that some people are coming to see you. He says to tell you to wait here until they arrive.
Okay. Oh, I feel terrible.
Don, where were you last night?
Huh?
Get with it, Don. You didn't get in until after I went to bed, and that was 3 o'clock. Where were you?
Well, I don't know. I can't remember.
Did you get the money from old man Hughes?
Money? What money?
The money to pay off that blackmailer. Did you get it?
Good grief, Whitey.
Yes, Whitey. Did you see him? I can't remember whether I did or not.
You mean you had another one of those blackouts?
I guess I must have. Now, let's see. I remember eating dinner here at the apartment with you.
Yes, and afterwards I went out for a pack of cigarettes. When I came back, you were gone. And so was that gun you keep in your dresser drawer.
What? Oh, Chris, no.
What did you do, Don? Why'd you take the gun? You've got to remember.
Oh, I can't. I can't remember anything.
I went all over town looking for you, but you just disappeared.
Well, from the way my head feels, I'd think I must have been in some bar, but I don't drink.
Wait a minute.
What are you doing?
Looking for your gun. Yeah, here it is in the pocket of your top coat. And Don, 3 bullets have been fired from it.
What do you mean, 3 bullets? It wasn't even loaded last time I saw it.
Well, it is now. Don, are you sure you didn't meet that whitey fella?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember. Hey, maybe it's the police who are coming here. Maybe Whitey turned me in.
Now, get hold of yourself. We haven't much time.
What are you doing now?
I'm putting the gun on this little shelf over the door in the coat closet. Not much of a hiding place, but it'll have to do until we can get rid of it.
Chris, I won't let you get mixed up in this.
Now, don't be silly. Now, get this. You never even heard of this Whitey person. You were here all last night. You never left the apartment, understand?
Yeah. I never left the apartment.
After dinner, you and I played gin rummy and listened to the radio until 3 a.m., and then we went to bed. You were here all last night. And I'll swear to it.
And you still say you didn't meet Whitey Gear at the corner of 1st and Water Streets last night, Mason?
No, I never even heard of the guy, Sergeant.
Then how come he had your name and phone number?
I don't know.
Can you prove where you were at 1 o'clock, Don?
I was right here in the apartment.
That's right, Mr. Carter. Don never stepped outside all last night.
You'll swear to that?
What? Well, sure I will. We played gin rummy until 3 a.m.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good alibi, Sergeant.
Yeah, if it holds up.
Frankly, Don, you don't look as though you'd spent a quiet evening at home. I'd say you were suffering from a pretty bad hangover.
Well,
Mason, Whitey Gear was killed with a .38 revolver. You own such a gun?
No.
You own a gray tweed coat?
Yeah, why?
Where is it?
Well, it's in the closet, but
All right.
Don! Oh, darling, Daddy said you were in some kind of trouble.
Don isn't in any trouble, Betty.
No, honey, it's all right.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's this?
It's Betty Hughes, Don's fiancée. Say, you're looking fine, Betty. That's a new hairdo, isn't it?
Of course not, Chris. But what did Daddy mean
I
by...
guess it's just because I haven't seen you for so long.
What are you talking about? You saw me only last night.
But what was that?
Chris came over to my house last night looking for Don. He said Don had disappeared, and he thought...
Well...
Don, something is wrong. Oh, you are in trouble, aren't you?
You bet he is, Miss Hughes. So he was with you every minute last night, was he, Chris?
Well, Now look, Sergeant,
I'll talk to you later. Get your hat, Don. I'm taking you in for the murder of Whitey Gear.
Now, Matty, are you sure you have enough of a case to justify an arrest?
You bet I have, Nick. Why would he frame a phony alibi if he wasn't guilty?
Oh, Chris, if I'd only known.
I tried to tip you off, Betty, but I guess I was pretty clumsy about it.
You ready, Don?
Yeah, I got my hat. And I got this.
What? Where'd you get that gun?
Never mind. Just don't make me use it. Because if I do, somebody's going to get hurt.
Unmindful of the fact that his action is practically a confession of guilt, Don stands near the door, holding Nick, Matty, and the others at the point of his gun. In just a moment, we'll see what happens next. Now, back to the case of the Forgetful Killer. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Holding Nick, Matty, and the others at the point of his gun, Don stands beside the door to the inner room of the two-room apartment he shares with Chris.
Now, get into the bedroom, all of you.
Let's do as he says, Matty. No use anyone getting shot.
Thanks, Mr. Carter. I want to be sure nobody's going to...
Don't be too sure.
Hey! Keep your hand away from your gun, Sergeant.
Okay. You hurt, Nick?
No. Just got the wind knocked out of me. Went down through me. That was quite a stunt, Don.
I was a commando in the war. Now, anyone else want to try any smart tricks before I leave?
You're playing this awful dumb, kid.
I'm playing it the only way I can. Now I'm going to lock this bedroom door. And then I'm getting out of here. And heaven help anyone who tries to follow me.
you both just stood there and let him walk out, did you? A fine pair of detectives you turned out to be.
They didn't just stand there. As soon as they heard the outside door close, Nick and Sergeant Matheson were after him.
Yeah, but by the time we got the door unlocked, he was out of sight.
He left his wallet in the dresser, along with some small change, keys, and so on. He won't get far without a cent in his pocket.
Yeah, he left that gray tweed coat, too. I sent it down to the police lab. And if those threads under Whitey Gear's fingernails came from that coat, we'll know it in a couple of hours, Nick.
That young scoundrel. When I think of all I did for him.
What did you do for Don, Mr. Hughes?
Why, I gave him a job, didn't I? You even promoted him to be sales manager when he wasn't in line for the job, simply because Betty was in love with him. Well, I guess she sees a mistake now.
I doubt it. When a girl's in love...
Oh, love fiddlesticks. Before he came along, it was Chris. For him, somebody else.
How long has Don worked for you?
Ever since he came here from Toronto, 1942. He was just out of the Canadian Army. I thought I was being patriotic by helping a disabled veteran.
Disabled?
Yeah.
There wasn't anything disabled about the way he threw me clear across that room.
It was a head wound. That's why they discharged him from the Army. He used to have periods when he'd black out completely. He couldn't remember where he'd been or what he'd done for hours at a time, even days. That hasn't happened for a year or so now.
Well, according to Chris, it happened last night. That's why Chris tried to give him an alibi. He said whatever Don did, he wasn't responsible.
Oh, the guy's just getting ready for a plea of temporary insanity, Nick. But he won't get away with it.
Maybe he will, Matty. Unless you can prove a motive.
I'll prove the motive. Don't you worry about that.
It seems to me the first thing you've got to do is catch him.
Yeah, well, I'll do that, too. Every cop in town is on the lookout for him, and 5 will get you 10. We have him rounded up inside of 24 hours.
Hello?
Betty?
Don. Oh, Don, is that you?
Yes. Are you alone?
Yes. Oh, darling, where are you?
Never mind. Betty, I need help. And I don't dare try to get in touch with Chris. The cops are sure to be watching the apartment.
If there's anything I can do.
There is. I've got to have some money so I can get out of town. A couple of $100.
I'll get it. I'll bring it to you.
No, I won't let you take any chances. Give the money to Chris. Tell him I'll be waiting in the freight yards at the foot of 68th Street at midnight.
Hey, Nick. Nick, we've got it.
Got what, Matty?
The only thing that was missing in this case. The motive. Look at this letter.
Who's it from, Sergeant?
From Whitey Gear, that's who.
Whitey? And let's see.
Here you are. He was afraid Don might try to knock him off, so he left this with a friend to be mailed to the district attorney in case anything happened to him. DA got it in the mail about an hour ago.
What are those newspaper clippings, Nick?
I don't know yet. Dated Portland, Oregon, 1939.
It's all there, even a picture of Don Mason. His real name is Jimmy Burke, and he's wanted for murder.
Murder?
Yeah, Patsy. He was mixed up with a juvenile gang in Portland that robbed a warehouse and shot the night watchman.
And Don was the one who killed him?
That's what this clipping says.
Oh.
The gun that killed the watchman was positively identified as belonging to Don.
He must have escaped into Canada and joined the army there under the name of Mason, huh?
You wire Portland for confirmation, Matty?
Sure I did. No answer yet, Nick.
Hey. Look at the handwriting on this note that was with the clippings.
What about it?
Well, that's Whitey Gear's handwriting. At least his name is signed to it.
So what?
Well, it's nothing like the handwriting on that memo you found in his pocket.
Why, Nick, you're right.
Hey, maybe Don wrote down the time and place he wanted to meet Whitey and then gave it to him.
No, I don't think so, Matty. I have a hunch that memo was planted.
Yeah? Well, the laboratory boys tested those gray threads under Whitey's fingernails, Nick, and they're definitely from Don Mason's coat. It's an airtight case.
Yeah, sure. You seem to have everything except a prisoner. You haven't found any trace of Don yet, have you?
No. He won't make a move until after dark. But like you said, he's got to have money. Probably he'll try to get it from Chris. And I've got all my men around that apartment.
I don't think he'll go back to the apartment, Matty.
What?
My hunch is he'll try to contact Betty Hughes.
Hey, maybe you're right. Well, I'll just plant some of the boys around the Hughes house, too.
You won't have to, Matty. I phoned Walter McGlynn. He's watching the place now.
Oh, well, okay. Then we got him, no matter which way he jumps.
Oh, I think I'll go on home, Nick. It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's almost midnight.
I know, but I wanted to stick around the office.
Hold it. Nick Carter speaking. Oh, Waldo.
Huh?
What? I see. Where'd she meet him?
That he met Don somewhere?
No, she met Chris.
Oh.
Where? Why, that's the freight yard.
Nick, what's happened?
Good boy, Waldo. We'll get right on it.
Nick, what is it?
Betty just met Chris in the cafeteria on the east side and gave him a roll of bills.
The getaway money for Don.
That's what Waldo figured, so he trailed Chris out of the cafeteria and heard him tell a cab driver he wanted to go to the foot of 68th Street.
So that's what you meant when you said the freight yards.
Yeah. Chris just left a couple of minutes ago. We hurry, maybe we can get there first.
Nick, that was Chris ahead of us. I know it was.
Yeah, I got a good look at him when he passed under the light. Where'd he go to?
Maybe he went around the other side of this boxcar.
There are a couple of 100 boxcars in this part of the yards.
You can stop right where you are, Carter.
Don!
Thank heaven we found you, Don. I was afraid you'd
Save
get...
it. Chris?
Yeah, Don?
Get his gun. Okay.
Now, wait a minute, Chris. You're in trouble already. You help him now, that's going to make you equally guilty.
Well, what can I do, Mr. Carter? Don's making me do this at the point of a gun. Aren't you, Don?
Sure I am. You got it?
You bet.
Don, listen to me. Don't be a fool. You give yourself up, I think I can prove you're innocent.
Innocent? But I'm not. I killed Whitey because he was blackmailing me. I must have.
Do you remember killing him?
Oh, no, I don't remember anything that happened last night, but
I don't think you did kill him, Don. In fact, I'm positive you didn't.
Don't listen to him, Don. It's a trick.
Look, Don, there's only one person who knew where and when you were going to meet Whitey. Only one person who could have drugged you.
Drugged me?
Yes, drugged you. That's why you thought you had a hangover this morning.
So that's it.
This person drugged you, then kept your appointment with Whitey wearing your gray tweed coat.
Chris, it was you.
Okay, let's quit playing games.
You
Drop
met
your gun,
Whitey.
Don.
You met Whitey and you killed him.
If you don't drop your gun, stupid, I'm going to use this gun I took from Carter.
Okay.
Now you're being sensible.
But I don't get it. You were my friend. I trusted you.
Sure, I was your friend. I didn't mind a bit when you got the sales manager job I should have had, and I was tickled to death when you took my girl away from me.
So that's it.
Sure. With you out of the way, I'll be the new sales manager. And I'll be the boss's son-in-law, too. Someday I'll own the whole business.
You're going to have to work awfully fast to do all that before you go to the chair for killing Whitey, aren't you, Chris?
Who's going to send me to the chair? Not any of you three. Because when Carter and Don get through fighting it out, I'm afraid there won't be any survivors.
What are you talking about?
It'll be easy, Carter. I've got your gun to shoot Don with, and then I'll take his gun to finish off you and Miss Bowen.
Chris, you're crazy.
The cops will think Carter tried to arrest you and you shot it out.
Why, that's ridiculous. Someone will hear the shot.
That freight engine is going to pass on the other side of this boxcar in a few seconds. It'll make enough noise to cover anything, even gunshots.
With a passing freight engine to cover the sound of gunfire, Chris's finger tightens on the trigger. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Forgetful Killer. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. In the freight yards at the foot of 68th Street, Chris Bentley is holding Nick, Patsy, and Don Mason at the point of a gun, waiting only for the noise of an approaching engine to cover the sound of his shot before he fires.
Here's the engine. So get ready. You first, Don, old pal. What the?
Hold it, Chris.
Nick and Sergeant Matheson.
Unless you want me to point this Tommy gun lower the next time.
About time you got here, Matty.
I started as soon as I got your phone call, Nick.
You're not going to take me in?
Nick, he's getting away.
Not so fast, chum. There. That'll hold you for a while.
Good work, Don.
Holy mackerel, Don. What did you do to him?
Didn't you recognize that stunt, Matty? It's the same one he used on me. And I can tell you from experience that Chris isn't going to do any more running away. Not for a minute or two.
I can't thank you enough for what you did, Nick. But, well, I guess it wasn't much use. They'll only send me back to Oregon to stand trial for the killing that night, killing the night watchman back in 39.
Oh, no, they won't, Don. Sergeant Matheson wired the Oregon police about you, and they wired back that the charge had been dropped.
That's right, Don. About a year later, the real killer was caught, and he confessed.
For the love of Pete.
You were completely cleared.
But if Chris wanted to get rid of me, why did he kill Whitey to do it? Well, for all he knew, he only had to sit tight and let Whitey turn me in.
He said you were going to Mr. Hughes for the money, and he was afraid you might get it.
And he couldn't turn you in himself because you wouldn't tell him what Whitey had on you, or even what your real name was.
Yeah, that's right. But even after he killed Whitey to make sure the DA got that letter, Chris tried to give me an alibi. Oh, it just doesn't make sense.
Well, that was only a part of his scheme to put himself in a good light with Betty Hughes. He knew that alibi wouldn't stand up.
In fact, he made sure it wouldn't stand up by going to a dozen places looking for you. He knew someone would remember that he'd said you disappeared and couldn't be found.
And to think you figured the whole thing out from that piece of paper with my name on it. And the time and the place where I was supposed to meet Whitey.
Just a minute, Don. That's not quite true. That slip of paper looked a bit phony to me, but that was all.
When Chris tried to incriminate you by putting that piece of paper in Whitey's pocket, he was actually furnishing the evidence that was going to convict him.
What do you mean?
He forgot a very important thing. Fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
Yes, Whitey's fingerprints weren't on that paper. So obviously he couldn't have written it.
But Chris's fingerprints were all over it.
Wow, he did forget something important, didn't he?
Uh-huh. But, say, Nick, you didn't know about those things until an hour ago. Why were you so sure Don was innocent?
I became convinced the minute he threw me across the room in his apartment.
What'd that have to do with it?
Well, Whitey was a scrawny little fellow. Yet Mattie said he put up quite a fight before he was killed.
Oh, I see what you mean. If Don could put you flat on your back in 2 seconds, a little guy like Whitey would have been licked before he started.
Right, Patsy. Well, this is the first time in my memory that a man has made a friend of me by knocking me down.
How about the adventure new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Well, Ralph, it's about a young fellow who wanted to buy his wife a diamond ring and almost bought himself a one-way ticket to the electric chair instead.
And he completely ruined my new look, not to mention almost giving me pneumonia.
Well, that was my fault. You see, Ralph, the only way I could keep Patsy from being shot was by pouring cold water on her.
Sounds as though you had a rough time, Patsy.
Well, I did.
What do you call this adventure, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Clue Called X.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Mattie. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Ralph Camargo saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting story about his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I'd like to tell you something that maybe you already know. The fact that America's favorite wine is port wine. Did you know that? Well, if you didn't, you'll know why port is the way out front favorite if you'll just sample some Petri California port. You just look at that Petri port and you know it's good. That wonderful, deep, rich red color. And Petri port is so clear. Well, just hold it to the light and you can sort of see right through the glass. But what you really want to know about a wine is how does it taste? And I'll tell you something. I've never yet been able to find the adjective that'll do Petri port justice. It's wonderful, honest. You just got to taste it for yourself and find out for yourself. You love that Petri port in the evening after dinner when you're sitting around listening to the radio. And it's perfect to serve your friends when they come over. Oh, and you can show that Petri label, too. In fact, you can show it proudly. Because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our old friend Dr. Watson's ready for us, so let's go in and join him.
Come in.
Mr. Bartow.
Good evening, Doctor. Well, the puppies seem very happy tonight.
Yeah, tonight, yes, but you should have seen them this afternoon. I doubt if there were two more frightened little dogs in the whole of California. Come on, Winnie, now. Monty, control yourself.
What happened, Doctor?
Well, I took them for a walk on the beach. As we were scrambling round a rocky point, a seal popped his head up in the water quite close to us.
What'd the puppies do?
Oh, both of them barked at it furiously.
And the seal?
Blew a few bubbles and then barked right back. I don't know what the world's speed record is for short-legged dogs, but I'm sure they broke it.
You know, Doctor, I'll have to join you on one of those afternoon strolls of yours. You always seem to be having such exciting adventures. Oh, and talking of that, how's about tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Well, I'm all ready for you, my boy. In fact, I was looking over my notes on the case just before you arrived. This is another story in which Sherlock Holmes' elder brother, Mycroft, played an important part. Mycroft Holmes was 7 years older than Sherlock, and some said it is superior in powers of observation and deduction.
That sounds like heresy, Doctor.
No, young fellow, my lad. Holmes himself was the first to admit it. In fact, if it hadn't been for his incurable laziness, Mycroft could have been a formidable rival to his younger brother. However, Mycroft did hold a position of considerable importance at the Foreign Office, and it was there that tonight's story begins. It was in the winter of 1899, and Mycroft Holmes, after a gourmet's lunch, was reclining full length on a leather settee. His eyes were closed, his hands were folded across his stomach, and his breath came rhythmically. A cynic would have declared that Mycroft Holmes was taking an after-luncheon snooze. But Mr. Holmes' secretary, a gentleman by the name of Gardner, was a realist. He tapped on the door discreetly. Then he rapped on it. And still there was no response, so he opened the door and entered. After a moment, he gave what he thought was a discreet cough. Mycroft Holmes opened his eyes, folded his hands, and said,
"Found it, Gardner. Must you come in here and bark at me so soon after lunch?"
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, but I thought that...
You thought that as I was lying down with my eyes closed that I must be bored, and so you came galloping in. Oh. Well, what do you want?
There's an old lady outside, sir. She insists on seeing you personally. I've tried to get rid of her, but...
What's her name?
Mrs. Hudson, sir.
Mrs. Hudson? Huh. Show her in, Gardner. Show her in.
Very good, sir.
Undoubtedly a message from young Sherlock. How are you, Mrs. Hudson?
Oh, good day, Mr. Holmes. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I won't take up much of your time.
Sit down, won't you? Don't leave us, Gardner. I may need you in a few minutes.
Very good, sir.
Now, Mrs. Hudson, what's the message?
Message, sir?
Didn't my brother send you with some message that he was afraid to entrust to the ordinary channels? He's always so confounded and dramatic.
Oh, bless your heart. No, sir. I've come to you with a little problem of my own. I didn't like to bother Mr. Sherlock Holmes with it. He's been so busy lately, and he's looking very tired.
And so you came to me. Delightful.
I thought you wouldn't mind, sir. You've always been so nice and friendly to me.
Pure laziness. It is less effort to keep an old friend than to make a new enemy. But tell me your problem.
Well, it's really my sister's problem, sir. She keeps a boarding house at 14 Kensington Gardens Square in Bayswater. And she's convinced that one of her boarders, a man who has a room on the first floor back, she's convinced that he's a birdman.
And what in heaven's name is a birdman? Do you know, Gardner?
No, sir. I can't imagine.
Oh, it's like a werewolf, gentlemen, except that the man turns into a bird.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, I know it sounds daft, but my sister's in a dreadful state. Of course, I've been with your brother long enough, sir, to know that such things are nonsense. But how can I prove it to her?
What reason does your sister give for holding a strange belief?
She keeps finding pigeon feathers in the room. Now, the man doesn't keep pigeons, sir. My sister knows that for a fact.
Has she found any traces of scattered food on the window ledge?
None, sir. No signs of any pigeons, except the feathers. My sister's a wee bit fey, Mr. Holmes. She's the 7th daughter of a 7th daughter, and you know what that means. Just the same, she's not imagining things, sir. She's shown me the feathers herself.
Where were they, Mrs. Hudson?
Somewhere on the floor by the end of the bedstead, sir. I brought some along with me. Here, sir. And we found some more in the gentleman's cupboard where he keeps his clothes.
By George, I wonder
What is it, sir?
I'll tell you in a moment, Gardner. Mrs. Hudson, this matter will require a little private investigation. You may return to your sister and tell her not to worry. I shall get in touch with you as soon as my inquiries are completed. Good day to you.
Good day, sir, and I'm very much obliged to you.
Well, Gardner, what do you make of it?
An old wives' tale, sir. You're not treating it seriously, are you?
Yes, I am. One of these feathers shows evidence of having had string tightened round it. That suggests a captive bird. Now, a captive bird smuggled into an obscure boarding house would point to something of the greatest importance to us, Gardner.
By George, sir. You mean carrier pigeons?
Exactly. And remember that we're at war, and that the Boers have obtained several important and highly confidential secrets of ours lately. We know there's a leak somewhere. This requires an active investigator who can work with discretion. Now, I could work with discretion, but I don't feel too active at the moment. I have it. I want you to write this letter to my brother. Disguise your hand, use plain, cheap notepaper, and don't sign the letter. He won't be able to resist that combination. Are you ready, Gardner?
Yes, sir.
Very well, then. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, we know of your proposed investigation of the tenant in the first floor back at 14 Kensington Gardens Square. We warn you, as you value your life, keep away from the...
We warn you, as you value your life, to keep away from the case. And that, my dear Watson, is why we are driving towards 14 Kensington Gardens Square, disguised as building inspectors of the London County Council.
Well, I must say it's a very challenging letter, Holmes. Unsigned,
yes.
I notice.
Written on cheap notepaper and in a disguised hand. No clue there, I'm afraid.
Well, we're entering the square, Holmes.
Let's stop the cab here. You can drop us here, cabby.
Right you are, Governor.
It would seem a little incongruous in these costumes for us to arrive in a cab.
Yes, I suppose so.
Here you are, cabby.
Oh, thank you, Governor.
Supposing this mysterious tenant of the first floor back should be in his room when we get there.
Then we must hope that our disguises are convincing and keep our wits about us. This may be a trap.
Yes, just what I was going to say. After all, you've never heard of 14 Kensington Gardens Square until you received an unsigned letter 2 hours ago warning you to keep away from it. I don't like the look of it.
There we are, number 14. I suggest that you let me do most of the talking.
Good God, yes. My Cockney accent doesn't compare with yours.
Who do you want to see?
We're from the London County Council, we are. We've had complaints about a leaky gas jet in the first floor back.
Oh, that's Mr. Green's room. He ain't home.
Oh, that don't matter, my dear. We'll go up and take a look. Come on, Bertie.
Right you are, Alfie.
Want me to show you the way? The missus is out shopping.
No, thanks, dearie. Me and Bertie can't get lost, can we, Bertie?
No, of course we can't. Of course we can't. Oh, look at him laughing.
Come on, Bertie. Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. Oh, I do like to be beside the sea. Diddly-um-pa-pum-pa-pum, diddly-um-pa-pum-pa-pum. Nice house, Bertie, ain't it?
Yes, Alf. Nice as can be, this house.
Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside. I do like to be beside us. There we are. First floor back. Better make sure the bloke ain't home. Oh, I do like to be beside us.
No, he ain't home, Alfie.
Huh? No, well, all right, let's go in. Oh. So this is the mysterious room, eh?
Well, it looks perfectly ordinary, doesn't it?
Yes, a depressing example of the squalor of boarding house life. Hello. What's this on the bedspread?
Feathers. Must have come out of the pillow.
No. These are pigeon's feathers, old chap. And look here, Watson. Attached to the bed rail.
Yeah, it's only a piece of string.
String, yes, but with a small metal ring on the end. A ring such as is used to place around a homing pigeon's leg.
But why should someone keep carrier pigeons in an obscure boarding house like this?
Yes, why indeed, why indeed? The answer could be that the tenant of this room is engaged in some sinister activity that requires the use of carrier pigeons in sending messages.
Yes, there's no evidence of the birds being kept here.
That's true, fellow, that's true. Possibly the owner of this room is given a pigeon by one of his superiors, brings it here, affixes his message, and releases the bird.
But why couldn't he just take the message to where they keep the birds?
Well, in that way, he would run the risk of being picked up with dangerous and incriminating messages on him.
What kind of skullduggery involves the use of carrier pigeons, you suppose?
We're at war with the Boers in South Africa, Watson. What could be more logical than that a spy in their pay should be using this method to smuggle important information out of the country?
By Jove, yes, Holmes. I wouldn't mind betting...
Shh! Somebody coming. Look out.
Who are you?
What the devil do you think you're doing in my room?
Well, my name's Bertram, and I come here to look at your gas pipes.
No, don't lie to me. Who are you?
It's like I say, Governor, my name's Bertram, and I come from the London County Council.
Very well, then. If you won't tell me the truth, perhaps this revolver will make you change your
Look
mind.
here, Governor, look here, Governor.
Grab his revolver, Watson.
Yes, right. Holmes, where were you?
I slipped behind the door as this gentleman opened it. Yeah, me, sir. Your overcoat seems extraordinarily well filled with chest, doesn't it? Why not slip it off? Yeah. It's a bit warm in here.
Ah, let me alone.
Joe, you were right, Holmes. He had a pigeon under his coat.
Yes. See if you can catch the bird, will you, old chap?
All right, here. Come on, Pigeon. Pigeon, come on, little fella. Come along, Pigeon. There he comes. That's it. Look at the little fella. Snuggled up on my arm. Friendly little fellow, isn't he?
Yes, Look out, Watson. The gentleman's revolver. He's
Yes,
going after
and when I get it, I'll...
A beautiful uppercut, Holmes.
I'm afraid he'll be unable to talk to us for some time. How fortunate he told us where the message was hidden before we indulged in this little set
What do you mean? He didn't say anything about a message?
No, not verbally, but I was watching his reflection in the mirror as he entered the room. His eyes first glanced at this top drawer on the dresser here to see if we'd touched it. It was obviously the most important spot in the room. Let's see. Here we are. A message already rolled up and in its container.
Oh? What does it say, Holmes?
It's in code, which is not surprising, but I don't think it will be very difficult to decipher.
Yes, and when you've done that?
Then, my dear fellow, I shall compose a code message of my own and persuade this pigeon to lead us to its master. I can see from your puzzled expression, Watson, that you're wondering why I've brought you to Dexter's Music Hall in the Edgware Road.
Well, I must confess I'm a little confused, Holmes. First of all, we go to Baker Street and you spend hours poring over some obscure book. Then you write out a message, attach it to a pigeon, and let it loose. Now you bring me here. I hate to question you when you're working, but I should be glad if you'd give me some idea of what's going on.
Of course, old chap. At times I must seem confoundedly mysterious, I'm sure. Here's the situation. The obscure book I was studying was a table of ciphers. I was trying to decode the message we found in the room on the first floor
Well,
back.
obviously you succeeded, or we wouldn't be here.
Yes, the key word was Louis Botha, the name of the Boer leader. The message was a report on the number of troops now in training at Aldershot.
Then you were right. We're mixed up with a ring of enemy agents.
Obviously, old chap. So I kept the original message and composed another using the same code and dispatched it by carrier pigeon.
Well, what did you say in your message?
Meet me tonight, 8 o'clock, table number 3 at Dexter's Music Hall.
What made you choose this place as a rendezvous?
Well, I happen to know that it's a common meeting place for underworld characters.
And which is table number 3?
The one over there in the corner. I reserved it.
Then why don't we go and sit down there instead of standing it here at the back?
I thought we'd give our visitor the opportunity of showing his hand first. He won't be expecting Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, I fancy.
Good Lord, look at this woman coming on to sing. You ever see so many fellas? Holmes, look. A man just sitting down at table number 3.
What's with it? Look. It's Sid Trimble.
Sid Trimble? Who's he?
A dangerous criminal who once worked for the Moriarty gang. We've caught a prize pigeon, Watson. Better have your revolver handy, old chap. Undoubtedly, he'll recognize us.
Right you are, Holmes.
Come on, then.
Out in the clover, they've trampled it since morning. Go and get Ross and Maggie to the old...
I'm so glad you're able to keep your appointment, sir.
Sherlock Holmes. This is a trap.
Don't try any tricks. I've got a revolver here, Sid.
How'd you like this table in your face?
Watson, you didn't shoot him, did you?
No, he knocked my hand. The revolver went off. The shot went wild. I swear it did.
Yes, of course. Look at the wound. There are no powder burns. The shot was fired from some distance.
Holmes, he's dead.
Out of the way!
Out of the way, please. Now then, what's going on here?
Constable, this man has been killed.
Yes, and it's easy to see who did it.
Well, I didn't do it, Constable, if that's what you're thinking.
No? Then why are you standing here with a smoking revolver in your hand? Come on, you're under arrest.
But you can't arrest me. I'm Dr. Watson, and this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I don't care if you're the King of Siam and the Bishop of London himself. You're under arrest, and I'm taking you both to Scotland Yard.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. And if you don't mind, I'll take that second to say just one word to the ladies. And that word is muscatel. Petri California Muscatel. I want you women to know about it because Petri Muscatel is one wine that practically every woman likes. Maybe because it's such a beautiful color, like pale gold. But I guess really because Petri Muscatel brings you the wonderful flavor of luscious, sun-ripened Muscat grapes. And that's a flavor. Try Petri Muscatel after dinner or any time as a change from Petri port. Have a bottle of each on hand. When you buy Petri wine, don't buy one, buy two. Remember, if it's a Petri wine, you know it's a good wine. Dr. Watson, that was really one for the books. So you got yourself arrested on a murder charge.
Yes, Mr. Bartell. It's a very humiliating experience. I was taken off to Scotland Yard in the Black Marat. Looked like any common criminal. The wretched constable wouldn't listen to a word that I'd got to say.
Well, Sherlock Holmes went with you, of course.
Naturally, but as we arrived at Scotland Yard, my mortification was complete, and I found that I was led into the presence of our old friend, Inspector Lestrade. Holmes spoke to him at some length, but I could see from Lestrade's expression that my position was...
Now I can see what it is, Mr. Holmes. You see, I know you both. But I must say there are lots of them here at the Yard as don't like what they call your high-handed methods.
But, Lestrade, personal likes or dislikes have nothing to do with this.
No, of course they haven't. This is purely a matter of evidence.
Well, I know that, Dr. Watson. And the constable's evidence was as clear as the nose on your face. The dead man was shot through the head, and you were standing in front of the body with a drawn revolver in your hand.
But, my dear Lestrade, there were no powder burns on the wound.
Yeah, that's what you tells me, Mr. Holmes. But I'll have to wait for the official report on that. The police surgeon's examining the body now. You understand, gentlemen, I'm not saying I'm sorry that Sid Trimble's dead. He's been a thorn in our side for a good many years. In fact, here's the police surgeon now. Dr. Hendricks, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do? How do you do, gentlemen? I'm a great admirer of you both, and I'm sorry to see you in such a very unfortunate plight.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
What were your findings, Dr. Hendricks?
Well, I just extracted the bullet, Lestrade, and I'm very much afraid it's the same make and caliber as the one missing from Dr. Watson's revolver.
Yes, but that doesn't prove that I fired the fatal shot. A .45 Colt's a very common weapon, Doctor.
It proves nothing. Dr. Hendricks, as I was just saying to Inspector Lestrade before you came in, the only fact that would show my friend guilty would be powder burns on the wound, thereby proving that the bullet had been fired from close range.
I entirely agree with you, Mr. Holmes.
Then, as there were no powder burns on the...
but there are powder burns, Mr. Holmes.
What?
Very distinct ones, too.
Lord, I don't understand. Holmes.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, to be the bearer of bad tidings, but I have my duties to perform.
Yes, and I'm sorry, too, Dr. Watson.
Huh?
I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to let you leave here. You must consider yourself under arrest.
Holmes, I never felt more despondent in my life.
Oh, cheer up, old chap.
Well, how can I? Locked up in a prisoner's cell. Looks as if I might end up at the gallows.
Don't worry, Watson. You'll be out of here before the night is over, I promise you that.
I wish I felt as confident as you do. How do you propose to do it?
Oh, with the aid of a little hard thinking.
Thinking? That won't unlock any cell doors, thinking.
But it will, old fellow. It's obvious someone's deliberately trying to incriminate us. Try and reconstruct the killing logically. Said Trimble was a member of an espionage ring. I sent him a false message. After he'd left to keep the appointment, one of his colleagues trailed him to the music hall and killed him before he could betray anything to us. Yes, that's undoubtedly the way it happened.
The powder burns, Holmes. How do you account for them?
There were none just after the shot was fired. We know that. And yet Dr. Hendricks assures us that there are very distinct powder burns now.
May we come in, gentlemen?
Yes, of course you can, Dr. Hendricks. Oh, hello, Lestrade.
Yes, I thought we'd come and chat with you, Doctor.
Well, that's very nice of you, gentlemen.
Yeah, not a bit of it, Doctor. You know, it hurts me to see you in here, and that's a fact.
And I can't bear to see a fellow medico in such plight without coming in to see what I can do to help Watson.
Yeah. You're very quiet, Mr. Holmes.
Am I, Lestrade? I was thinking. You see, Watson, old chap. I have it.
You have what?
The answer. You'll sleep in Baker Street tonight after all.
Mr. Holmes, what are you talking about?
The murder of Sid Trumbull. The incriminating powder burns were obviously faked. Watson and I know that, whether you and Dr. Hendricks believe it or not. The question is, how were they faked? I think I have the answer. Dr. Hendricks.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
If a blank cartridge were fired at the wound after death, it would produce powder burns, wouldn't it?
Undoubtedly.
Yeah, but who could have done that, Mr. Holmes?
Ah, that's the point, Lestrade. Who had the opportunity?
The constable who brought the body here.
True, old chap. Huh? Also, you, Dr. Hendricks.
That's perfectly true.
Yeah. Well, I had the opportunity too, Mr. Holmes. I spent half an hour in the morgue alone with the body when it first come in.
Well, you've narrowed it down to 3 suspects, Holmes. I hope I don't hang before you find the real killer.
I found him, Watson.
Why, who is he, Mr. Holmes?
The answer is simple, Lestrade. The powder burns were certainly faked by a blank cartridge. Now, if a blank cartridge were fired into a wound, the wadding would have penetrated and distorted the wound.
Yes, but supposing the person had removed the wadding from the blank, Mr. Holmes.
Its effect would still be quite apparent to the police surgeon who removed the bullet. Am I correct, Dr. Hendricks?
Entirely. A surgeon could not fail to identify the marks, Mr. Holmes.
Exactly. Therefore, only one person could have fired that blank cartridge without detection. The same person who made the incision necessary to remove the cartridge would also remove all traces of the shot. You yourself, Dr. Hendricks.
Holmes, I believe you're right.
That's an ingenious theory, Holmes. Surely you're joking.
Am I? Then how do you account for the pigeon fellow's feathers on the collar of your coat?
I'm not... The devil with you, Holmes!
Here, come back here. Doctor, constable, don't let Dr. Hendricks get away.
Great Scott. Scotland Yard itself harboring an enemy agent. Upon my soul, Holmes, you've done it again. I must say you've got sharp eyes. I didn't see those pigeon feathers on Hendricks' collar.
Confidentially, my dear fellow, neither did I. But Hendricks' guilty conscience knew they might be there. It was a shot in the dark, and I had to take it. If you'd spent the night in a prison cell, I should never have heard the end of it, I'm sure. Never.
I want to see Mr. Mycroft Holmes, please.
Follow me, Mrs. Hudson. He's expecting you.
Aye, sir.
Ah, there you are, Mrs. Hudson. Come and sit down.
Oh, thank you, sir. I got your message and came over right away.
In the first place, Mrs. Hudson, you may tell your sister that she needn't worry any more. I'm sure she'll find no more pigeon feathers in her room on the first floor bed.
No, sir, thank you. But she knows the fact, because the birdman left her yesterday for good. Some strange men came and took him away, and today she's let the room to a nice young commercial traveller. I'm really sorry to have bothered you with her troubles, sir.
I'm very glad you did, Mrs. Hudson. Thanks to your information, an enemy espionage ring has been broken, and the British government is deeply grateful to you.
You're always one for a joke, aren't you, Mr. Holmes? Well, I'm glad you're not angry with me. I'll be going now, sir. Just one more favor I'll ask before I go, though.
Anything, Mrs. Hudson. What is it?
Please don't tell your brother about this, sir. He'd be so angry with me for wasting your time.
Well, Doctor, that was really a swell story tonight. Although it was a bit unexpected for you to have been arrested.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Bartell, when you're a detective like Holmes or a doctor like myself, well, you've got to be prepared to meet the unexpected every once in a while.
I suppose so.
Of course, you wouldn't know about things like that, being a wine expert yourself.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Doctor. From the way you talk, you'd think I spent every waking moment in a nice, cool wine cellar, tasting wine from morning till night.
Well, don't you?
Oh, now, Doctor, I'm no more a wine expert than you are. All I know about wine is that it either tastes good or it doesn't. And I know that Petri wine does taste good. And that's because the Petri family took time to make good wine. Generations of time. Why, the Petri family's been making wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And since the business has always been family-owned and operated, they've been able to hand on down from father to son, all they've ever learned about the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And they've learned plenty. So no matter what type wine you want, for any occasion, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what story do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a weird adventure that Sherlock Holmes and I had in the East End of London. It concerns a most unusual stage play, a badly frightened actor, and a blood-stained razor. I call it The Strange Case of the Demon Barber.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Greek Interpreter. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is Harry Bartell. I'll be right back with another new adventure of Sherlock Holmes.
Coming up now on our last batch of classic detective shows. I hope you've been enjoying the collection so far. Next, The Case of the Dead Woman's Eyes from Mr. Chameleon. That show featuring Carl Swenson as a New York police detective who's a master of disguises and assumes a new identity in each story. In this one, a woman commits suicide, but Mr. Chameleon does not believe it. She supposedly took a rare poison from Rhodesia that is almost impossible to obtain. When there are so many easier ways to kill oneself, why would she use this method? A great mystery story as Mr. Chameleon finds the truth of her death and who killed her. It aired July 21st, 1948. Next is The Argus Murder Case from Philo Vance, starring Jackson Beck as the amateur detective, assisted by District Attorney Markham, played by George Petrie, and Joan Alexander as his secretary, Ellen Deering. Edgar Walters comes to Vance and asks him to find his wife, who has been missing for several hours. She was a compulsive gambler, and her last known location was the gambling ship, the Argus. When an amateur radio operator relays a frantic message from Mrs. Walters to the police, Vance, the police, and the husband all go to the ship, where the ship's owner and several guests all insist that Mrs. Walters was never on board. A really complicated and diabolical mystery plot that leaves the listener guessing until the very end. It aired September 28, 1948. Then we have Blonde's Preferred Gentleman from Rogue's Gallery, again starring Dick Powell, this time as Richard Rogue, the private eye who gets knocked unconscious at least once per episode. In this one, Rogue is on vacation at a resort, and while he's sunning by the pool, he observes two men, Tom Harding and Mr. Mills, fighting over Mrs. Mills, a stunner. He's interrupted by a beautiful woman, Lucia, who he agrees to go horseback riding with in the morning. On the ride, they discover a dead body, Tom Harding. Richard turns the matter over to the police because he's on vacation, but Mr. Mills then wants Rogue to prove that he did not kill Harding. Even while on vacation, Rogue just can't stay away from gruesome murder cases. A really great story, lots of the trademark Rogue humor, and a twisting plot that eventually leads Rogue to the truth. It aired October 4th, 1945. And then we have The Case of Anthony Carrell from Michael Shayne, Private Detective. This show ran in 3 iterations between 44 and 53. First as Michael Shayne, Private Detective from 44 to 46, then as The New Adventures of Michael Shayne from 47 to 52, and lastly as The Adventures of Michael Shayne from 52 to 53. Wally Mayer played Shayne in the first version, Jeff Chandler in the second, and then 3 different actors in the last one. The character was based on the character created by Brett Halliday, the mystery writer. This story is from the second iteration, starring Jeff Chandler as Shayne. So Shayne receives a call from a woman who wants to hire him to get her father out of his death wish, as he has locked himself in his house waiting for death to come for him. Shayne breaks through a window and lets the daughter in. They find her father dead, hanging from a chandelier. The daughter then goes into a trance and mentions the name Anthony Carrell. Was he murdered, or was it suicide, and how is Anthony Carrell involved? A very strange mystery and very exciting listening. Then we have Murder is a Silent Companion from The Private Files of Rex Saunders, a lesser-known show which starred Rex Harrison in the title role and ran for only 14 weeks in 1951. Rex and his assistant Alex are on a train when Rex sees a beautiful blonde woman, Miss Dixon. She leaves him a message in his magazine asking him to her compartment. When he arrives, Miss Dixon turns out to be a widow, and her husband's body is being transported for burial on that train. She tells Rex that a man has been following her and is on the same train. She's also carrying a .45 automatic in her purse, which Rex takes without her knowing about it. As Rex and Alex try to locate the mystery man following Miss Dixon, another strange letter arrives from Miss Dixon, and then she disappears from the train altogether. The tale just gets weirder and weirder as the miles pass. And then our last tale of the evening, The Nightmare Murder Case from Mr. Kane, Tracer of Lost Persons, which was one of radio's longest-running shows from 1937 to 1955. Several actors played the title role, and Jim Kelly played his assistant Mike Clancy. There were actually 1,690 episodes, although sadly only 59 survive to this day. In this one, Mr. Kane has a dream, or a nightmare, and decides for some reason to take it seriously and explore it to find out if it's true or not. This one is completely different from the usual detective mysteries that Mr. Kane usually is involved in, and that's what makes it so unique and intriguing. If you're used to his usual adventures, then this one will be quite a deviation for you, with a lot of unexpected surprises. Okay, I'm going to shut up now. Enjoy the rest of the shows, and as always, thank you so much for watching and listening.
Tonight, we present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of Bayer Aspirin. For those who do not know who Mr. Chameleon is, we give a quick sketch of his character. Born of a well-to-do family and a college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself, appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force, where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. Throughout this series, the listener will invariably know who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter in which disguise he appears, but the criminal he's tracking seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the case of the dead woman's eyes. Our story opens in the ornate drawing room of the Walters mansion, a monumental pile of stone in the East 60s, and despite the summer heat, the room is cool and shadowy. So cool that Mrs. Walters, middle-aged patrician, shivers a little. Or could it be from anger? Anger and a strange fear which shows in her voice as she says to the person across from her,
I can't believe that you, of all people, would do this to me. My husband trusted you, and so did I. And now I find that you've been stealing from me. Don't deny it. You've been stealing. Oh, really, this makes me ill. Where are those soda mint tablets? The ones you gave me the other day. Oh, there, on the mantel. Give them to me, please. Thank you. They always help. Oh, that's queer. They taste so bitter. What have you given me? What have you given me? Wait! Help me! Help!
Mrs. Walters. Mrs. Walters, answer me. Mrs. Walters!
Mrs. Newell, what's the matter? What is it? Why did you... Mother!
Oh, Miss Phyllis, don't look. Please don't look. Her face... Miss Phyllis, I'm afraid your mother is dead.
And now at Central Headquarters in the office of the Commissioner of Police. With him is the famous Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most feared man.
Hello, Commissioner. Do you want to see me?
Yes, Chameleon, I have some news for you.
Oh, bad, no doubt.
Bad for Mrs. Walters. Mrs. Harrison P. Walters. She's dead. Committed suicide.
What? I can't believe that.
Is that your considered judgment?
Well, it's my unconsidered judgment, based on number one. I saw her just last night at the St. Regis Hotel with her daughter and a Mr. Lucas. I went over to her table. She seemed perfectly healthy, perfectly happy.
Go on. You said that was reason number one.
Well, there is no reason number two. Good Lord, Commissioner, that woman had everything. She was on top of the pile. How'd she do it?
Poison. It seems for some time she'd been carrying these pills around with her that everyone thought were soda mints. Turned out they weren't.
Who found the body?
Her housekeeper, Mrs. Newell. She heard her cry out. When she reached her, she was dead. And alone in the room. What else but suicide?
Funny. I've known so many of them, neurotics, potential suicides. But I would swear that Mrs. Walters... Well, that she would never give in to the particular kind of despair that leads to suicide.
Well, get over there, will you? Dave Arnold's already there, but you know these people socially. Sort of circulate among them, unobtrusively. Sort of take on their coloring.
Hmm? You mean live up to my name, Chameleon? All right, Commissioner. You know something? It is now my considered judgment that Mrs. Harrison P. Walters did not commit suicide. Hello, Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold.
Dave to you, Mr. Chameleon. I thought you'd be along. Some swell place, this, huh?
How's it going?
Open and shut. Case of simple suicide. You, want to look at the body?
Mm-hmm. Of course, Dave, violent death is seldom simple. Oh, wait just a moment. I want to speak to the young daughter, Miss Walters. Miss Walters?
Yes? Oh, Mr. Chameleon, I heard you might be here. But why? Why did they have to send for you?
They always send for Mr. Chameleon, darling. How do you do, sir? I'm Arthur Lucas.
Yes, I remember. We met last night.
Yes, I didn't realize at the time you were the famous detective.
Well, that's because I'm rather, let's be charitable and call it nondescript.
Well, on the contrary, I'd say you're most distinguished looking.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chameleon, this is a frightful tragedy.
Yes, frightful. I was most shocked when I heard about your mother, Miss Walters.
I know. It's so awful to think she wanted to die.
Well, perhaps she didn't. Surprising how few of us do.
But, Mr. Chameleon...
Will you excuse me, please? I must examine the body. Dave?
Yes, sir.
Have you those tablets Mrs. Walters carried with her?
Mm-hmm. Right here. Well, what are you doing?
I'm just turning back her eyelids. She died in agony, all right. Let's have one of those tablets. I want to break it open.
Oh, we know they're poisoned.
No, there are poisons and poisons, and Good Lord.
Well?
What is it?
Mr. Chameleon.
Miss Walters? Your mother was murdered.
Oh, but that's impossible. She took those tablets herself.
I'm sorry she was murdered. By a very rare and unusual poison from Rhodesia. I didn't even know there was any in this country. Your mother, I'm sure, would have had no access to anything quite so difficult to obtain.
Mr. Chameleon, it's fantastic. A rare and deadly poison hardly known in this country. Now, No, it's too fantastic.
Nothing, Mr. Lucas, is too fantastic for the criminal mind.
Yes, but a poison like this, if it's so hard to get...
Well, there must be some hidden somewhere, a secret supply.
But who would want to kill Mrs. Walters? What would be the motive?
What do you think?
Well, I'll tell you what...
Arthur?
Oh, Ralph, I didn't hear you come in. Mr. Chameleon, this is my partner, Ralph Crane.
Mr. Chameleon, the detective?
You sound slightly incredulous.
Well, you're such a well-known investigator.
Very glad to know you, Mr. Crane. Mr. Lucas here was just about to give me a motive for Mrs. Walters' murder, and I...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, what is it, Dave?
The housekeeper. They checked up on her. And who do you think she is? Her name isn't Newell at all. It's Schultz, the mother of Jim Schultz.
The one at Sing Sing?
That's it. He's serving a life term for murder, and he used to handle uncut diamonds that were smuggled in from Africa.
Rhodesia.
That's it. He could have given her the poison.
Mr. Chameleon, that's what I started to tell you. Mrs. Walters was afraid of her, this Mrs. Newell, or Schultz, or whatever her name is. She thought she'd been stealing securities and money out of the library safe.
When did she tell you this, Mr. Lucas?
Just the other day. Ralph and I, as you know, were her advisors. She confided in me particularly. I was very close to her and Phyllis. And she told me she'd been suspicious of Mrs. Newell for some time. Isn't that right, Ralph?
Yes, that's right.
I hate to tell you this, but I feel I must. I feel you and I should be working together.
Yes, that's very nice of you, Mr. Lucas.
Well, what do you say, Mr. Chameleon? Shall we take her down to headquarters? You've got to admit the evidence is all against her.
Mr. Chameleon, I know the evidence is all against me, but I didn't kill her. I couldn't have, no matter how strong the evidence.
Mrs. Newell, over my desk there hangs a motto. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished.
And you believe that?
I try to live by it.
But suppose I can't prove my innocence.
If you're innocent, Mrs. Newell...
I tell you I am.
If you're innocent, it shall be proven. And if you're not, I'm afraid that will be proven also.
Mr. Chameleon, you mean you're holding Mrs. Newell?
Yes, for questioning, Miss Walters. You see, we have to. The evidence is very, very strong against her.
Oh, it seems so awful. I don't know who to trust or not to trust anymore. Except Arthur, Mr. Lucas. With him, I feel safe.
Yes, you're marrying him very soon, aren't you?
Yes, at the end of the week.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I didn't think it was that soon. However, you've been hurt and badly frightened. It's only natural, I suppose, for you to run to a safe haven.
Oh, that's so true, Mr. Chameleon. He's a good deal older than I am, but that makes me even less afraid.
Yes, I'm sure your mother felt that way about him, too.
Oh, yes, he was wonderful for both of us.
All right, Miss Walters, that's all. Would you please send in Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold? He's out in the hall. Goodbye.
Oh, Detective Sergeant Arnold, Mr. Chameleon wants you.
Okay, Miss Walters. Thanks.
You shut the door, please, Dave. Dave, tell me, what do you think of this Arthur Lucas?
Lucas?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's one of those big shots down on Wall Street. He and that Crane guy. Investment counselors. Why do you ask?
Without even realizing it, he may have information in his office that would give us a lead. You see, he suspects Mrs. Newell. He told me that. After all, her son is in Sing Sing. Now, how do we know that she isn't the front for a ring? I'd like to look around that place.
Oh, that's easy.
Well, I mean without their knowing I was doing it. If they knew, they might let something slip. They'd be there, all right, but they wouldn't know me.
You mean you'd go in there looking like somebody else?
Mm-hmm. Why not, Dave? Anyone would think this was a new routine. Is my name Chameleon? Of course I want to go in there in disguise.
But so help me, this time I don't think you'd get away with it. Those are smart men, Mr. Chameleon, and they've met you. No, sir, this time you couldn't get away with it.
Look, Dave, it's not a case of assuming a disguise. It's a case of feeling like another person as well as looking like another person. Lucas is the sharper one of the two, but there is some particular disguise that would work with him, too. There always is, Dave. There always is. Oh, that reminds me.
Yeah?
When you're through questioning that housekeeper, Mrs. Newell, you let her go, please. But have someone tail her. Keep an eye on her.
And how?
I wonder what sort of disguise would fool Arthur Lucas. I wonder, Dave.
For heaven's sake, Ralph, relax, will you? You're driving me crazy with that endless pacing.
Well, what do you want me to do, Lucas? I'm worried sick about those account books.
I'm worried about them, too, but nobody's asked to look at them yet. And even if they are a bit irregular, that doesn't mean we're murderers.
Listen, Lucas. Chameleon's like all cops, despite his yelling that the innocent must be protected. If he got in here, he might fake the evidence against us.
And what makes you so sure he'll get in here, as you call it?
Are you kidding? Any moment, that door may open and he may walk in and we wouldn't even know it.
I'd know it.
You think you're that much smarter than all the others he's tricked?
I'm smart enough not to let Chameleon's reputation throw me into a state of helpless hysteria. I've talked to the man. I've looked him straight in the face.
And what does he look like? Can you recall his features?
He's extremely handsome.
What's the color of his eyes?
I don't know, but if you think that some childish
Listen to
disguise...
me. Art Kavanaugh was a smart operator. Chameleon got him by posing as a confidence man. And the case of that fake insurance ring, he got them all by pretending he was a man over 80. And that actress who killed her husband, he got...
Oh, excuse me. I thought you gentlemen was gone.
Not yet, in about an hour.
Oh, okay, I'll be back.
Who was that?
New charwoman? Did you think it might be Chameleon?
Now, don't laugh.
Listen, Ralph. I'm worried about the books, too, but I'm hanged if I'll show it. As for Chameleon, he won't get away with a thing. I'll recognize him. He won't have a chance. Mr. Chameleon and the case of the dead woman's eyes continues in just a moment. The next time you have an ordinary headache and want quick, reliable relief, remember this. No headache tablet is ready to go to work until it has dissolved in your stomach. And because genuine Bayer aspirin starts disintegrating within 2 seconds, it's ready to go to work almost at once. Now, to actually see Bayer aspirin's remarkable disintegrating action, simply drop one of these tablets in a glass of water. Before it reaches the bottom of the glass, the tablet will start to disintegrate. You'll have visual proof that Bayer aspirin is ready to go to work almost instantly, because what it does in the glass, it does in your stomach. In addition to giving you relief that's so fast you'll be amazed, Bayer aspirin is also reliable. You see, Bayer aspirin has been used without ill effect by millions of normal people. When you buy, ask for it by its full name, Bayer aspirin. Never by the name aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. Now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of the dead woman's eyes. It is the following morning, and in the police commissioner's office at Central Headquarters, Mr. Chameleon is leaning across the commissioner's desk, and there is no mistaking the excitement he feels.
This is it. I'm sure of it, Commissioner. It feels right, and therefore it's going to look right.
But how are you going to do it, Chameleon?
Oh, a round-shouldered stoop, as if I'd spent most of my life bending over books.
Mm-hmm.
Glasses, gray hair, shabby clothes, and most of all, a deep-seated bitterness, because I feel that I'm underpaid with all the mouths that I have to feed.
Well, that's a nice little note, considering you're a bachelor.
Hmm? No, Mr. Chameleon's a bachelor. Mr. Harry Mitchell is a very good husband and father. So go ahead, Commissioner, call them, will you? Tell them that you're sending over a police auditor to look at their books.
Hello? This is Mr. Lucas. Oh, yes, Commissioner. You what? Well, you really consider that necessary?
What's the matter?
Well, of course I'll be only too glad to cooperate. When will he be here? Tomorrow morning? Fine. Goodbye, Commissioner.
Are they sending over an auditor?
Yes, he says they're interested in how much Mrs. Newell stole.
I knew it. I knew they would.
Be quiet. I want to think.
A lot of good that'll do.
Will you be quiet? Perhaps I can manage him.
How?
The usual way.
Well, maybe you can. But I know one thing. You couldn't handle Chameleon that way. And here we sit, just waiting for him. When he gets closer and closer, just waiting. For all we know, he's already here.
Will you quit that?
No, I won't. We have a new elevator man, that new charwoman. This building's full of new people, and any one of them may be Chameleon. Well, they may be.
I said I'd recognize Chameleon. Meanwhile, I'll take a look at that new elevator man. Is he on now?
Yes, he is.
I'll be back in a few minutes. And if I were you, I'd calm down a bit.
Thinks he's so clever. He'll know Chameleon. Well, I know him, too. I spotted him yesterday. I won't be dismissed as an hysterical fool. What's that? What the devil are you doing in here?
Well, I'm cleaning the office.
Are you? You don't say. Well, you're always around pretending to clean and eavesdropping.
Oh, no, sir.
Don't give me that. You were eavesdropping just now, and you probably heard plenty. But you won't get away with it. You won't get away with it, Chameleon. I know you.
Oh, no!
Lucas, I thought it was Chameleon. I really did. I thought he had overheard us. Is she dead?
Yes, you stupid fool.
What are we going to do?
Fortunately for us, the offices around us are all closed, but even so, we can't get her out of the building, and with the police coming in tomorrow, you fool, I could kill you.
We'll have to think of something.
We will think of something.
You might have done the same thing.
If I did, my dear Ralph, I'd get the right man. All set, Mr. Chameleon? I mean, Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, I am, Dave. I mean, Sergeant Arnold.
So help me, you seem to have shrunk to half your size.
It's the suit. A couple of sizes too large for me.
Well, I'm glad I'm not in it. Or in your shoes, either. Hey, that's funny. There's the office, Lucas and Crane, but the door's open a little.
Do they usually keep it closed?
Huh? Oh, I wondered where that voice was coming from. Yeah, they usually do. Tight closed.
Then perhaps there's something there they want someone to discover. It's pretty early. They may not be here yet.
Yeah. Better let me go in first. Holy smoke! Look! She's dead. The old charwoman's dead, and the office has practically been torn apart. This is horrible. The motive must have been robbery. See, they've rifled my desk. I suppose that poor charwoman walked in on them while they were doing it. And got blasted in the face, Mr. Lucas. Yes, Sergeant Arnold. What time did you leave last night? Oh, about 6 o'clock, right after the commissioner called me to say the auditor was coming. Who's that sitting over there in the corner? Oh, that's the auditor. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes? I was wondering how long I was going to have to sit there.
I'm sorry. Mr. Lucas, this is Mr. Mitchell, our police department auditor.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
When can I start going over the books, may I ask, or do I have to waste a whole day?
Look, we had to take the body away, didn't we? Anyhow, we're all through here now, so stop beefing. When can he start, Mr. Lucas? Any time he wishes to. Okay, what more do you want, Mitchell? I'm going now, Mr. Lucas. I've got to report to headquarters. Very well, Mr. Arnold. I'll take care of Mr. Mitchell. So long, Mitch.
Goodbye. And the name is Mitchell. They make me sick. Not one of them could do the kind of work I do. Yet they treat me as if I were of no importance.
Well, I should think you'd be extremely important to the police.
Thank you. I'm glad someone feels that way, Mr. Lucas.
Don't you find police auditing interesting work?
I might, if I was paid properly. I happen to have a family, 3 children, Mr. Lucas, 3 children on my salary. Well, I won't go into that.
Mm-hmm. Sit down for a moment.
If you don't mind, I'll move around while I can. I'll be sitting all day over your books. Yes, and that's another thing. I never get any exercise or fresh air. What are you staring at?
You?
Why?
Just looking you over, sizing you up. I like to size up anyone who works for me in any capacity.
Well, it makes me uncomfortable. Wish you wouldn't do it.
I'm simply trying to make up my mind about you.
In what way? In what way?
I'll tell you now. I've reached a decision about you.
Well?
You and I can do business together, can't we?
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Mitchell, I agree that you're probably atrociously underpaid, and with a family to think of, it just isn't right.
No, it certainly is not.
Perhaps I could make up to you a little for the injustice.
I beg your pardon?
Shall we say a very substantial bonus, if I'm pleased with the way in which you audit my books? You could use a bonus, couldn't you?
Yes. Yes, I could. Thank you very much.
Not at all, Mr. Mitchell. The pleasure's all mine. You told me exactly what I wanted to hear.
There it is again, that same board. That
Must be loose. It must be.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell, I'm going out for a little while. My partner should come in. I'll be back within the hour.
Yes, Mr. Lucas.
How are the books coming?
Fine, fine.
Seems to me you've been walking around a great deal.
Just stretching my legs a little from time to time.
Well, stretch them all you want. I'm going to meet my fiancée. I'll be a married man, too, in a couple of days.
Congratulations.
Thank you. See you later.
But not too soon, I hope. Now, where is that board? I've got to do it now. Where is it? Here, I should say. That's the one. Let's see if I can pry it loose. This knife ought to do it. Yes, it is loose. There we are. There's something underneath it. Small white envelope. The poison!
Mr. Mitchell, I met my partner out in the hall.
Mitchell, what are you doing?
I dropped something. I was looking for it.
He's lying. He's got that board pried up.
Chameleon, so that's it. Well, Mr. Chameleon, I guess this is one time when I'll have to use my gun whether I like them or not.
Sorry, Mr. Lucas. I was a little quicker with the gun than you were.
My hand, it's bleeding.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well,
Stay where you are, Ralph Crane. I'll pick that gun up. There we are. Now we can talk.
Why didn't you move faster, Lucas, you stupid idiot? Why'd you give him time to pull his gun?
Shut up.
You heard Mr. Lucas say that he disliked guns. Gun is such a vulgar weapon, isn't it?
Now, look here, Chameleon. Just because you found that...
Poison? Yes, poison's the word. Which you used on at least 3 women beside Mrs. Walters.
I didn't kill Mrs. Walters. I wasn't with her when she died.
You mean, don't you, that you left by the French windows and out through the garden so that Mrs. Newell was alone in the room when Phyllis found her? Well, never again will you be able to exploit women and then kill them when they begin to ask questions, Mr. Lucas. But, is that really your name? You've had at least 10 that I know of.
What?
Oh, yes, Lucas. Bigamist, murderer, world traveler, starting in Rhodesia many years ago with a small-time crook as a partner. Isn't that right?
How'd you know all this?
My dear Lucas, the police all over the world have been after you for years. But you covered your trail very, very beautifully. We had no evidence against you.
You wouldn't have now if you hadn't fallen for that disguise of yours, Chameleon.
It's a good one. You would have fallen for it too, Crane.
Yes, it is a good one, isn't it? But I counted on something else. I counted on your wanting to believe in me, the way all your victims wanted to believe in you. Those poor women needed a confidant. And you, Mr. Lucas, needed an auditor whom you could bribe.
So, you worked on the same theory that I always used. That's funny. That's really funny.
Yes, isn't it? But you'll never put your theory into practice again, not with Phyllis, whom you will not marry, of course, or anyone else.
So we had to stop in to see you, Mr. Chameleon, Mrs. Newell and I. We both wanted to thank you.
Oh, yes. I'm so grateful. Miss Phyllis knows all about my son, and she still wants me to stay with her.
Well, why shouldn't she, Mrs. Newell? You're no criminal.
You know, Mr. Chameleon, you saved us both.
Well, that's what we cops are here for, aren't we? Remember that motto over my desk? Well, believe me, Miss Walters, we mean every word of it. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. The way that millions get amazingly fast relief from common headache, neuritic, or neuralgic pain is to take quick-acting Bayer aspirin. Bayer aspirin is one thing that really works, and works quickly, and you can see the reason why with your own eyes. Just drop a Bayer aspirin tablet in a glass of water and clock its disintegrating speed. Within 2 seconds, it will start to disintegrate, and because it does the same in your stomach, because it's ready to go to work almost instantly, relief comes with astonishing speed. In addition, you can take Bayer aspirin with complete confidence, for of all pain relievers, none can match its record of use by millions of normal people without ill effect. So when you buy, be sure to ask for genuine Bayer aspirin. Get the 100-tablet bottle, and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece.
Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces, in The Case of the Brownstone Murder. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer, from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Your announcer is Howard Claney. Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama, will be heard in its second performance next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, Markham, it certainly seems strange being with you in the middle of the night when we haven't been working on a murder.
Well, even district attorneys take some time off, Vance. And here's your apartment house.
That it is. Well, thanks for taking Ellen home and for dropping me.
No trouble at all, Vance. I'll phone you tomorrow if anything interesting happens.
I'll be waiting. Good night, Markham. Meet you at a murder.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Vance?
Yes, I'm Vance.
I've been waiting here in front of your house for hours. Mr. Vance, I'm Edgar Walters. I must talk to you. It's about my wife. She's missing.
There's nothing I can do about that tonight. Not at this hour.
But you've got to do something, Mr. Vance. I'm desperate. You know that gambling ship that's anchored offshore?
Yes, I know about it. Why?
Well, my wife went out there this evening to gamble with Lucky Saunders. He owns the ship. She can't help gambling. She has to. Cards, roulette, horses. It doesn't make any difference.
There are people like that. But as long as you know where she is, Mr. Walters...
I know where she was, Vance. But all gambling stops on board at 2 a.m. And it's almost 4 now. She should have been home an hour ago. I know something has happened to her.
And you want me to find out what, if anything?
You're a private investigator, Vance. And I'll pay you well.
I'll go upstairs and change my clothes. Be on my way in half an hour.
Here's my card, Vance. Call me as soon as you find out anything, will you? And thank you. Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome, Mr. Walters. I only hope I give you a real reason for thanking me before long.
Your deal, Mrs. Walters?
Your cut, Mr. Saunders. How much did I owe you before we started this evening's session, Mr. Saunders?
12,000. And now I owe you 3,000. It's time to quit, isn't it? I have a stateroom fixed for you, Mrs. Walters. We could go on with the game in the morning.
Lady Luck's smiling at me right now. Tomorrow she might be laughing out loud. One cut, double or nothing.
For 3,000?
That's right.
If I win, you join your friends, Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, and leave, huh?
Oh, if I win, I'll stay here on board. There are no more water taxis to shore. I sent the last one off an hour ago. The Hendersons don't mind spending the night aboard ship. Your cut, Mr. Saunders.
As you say. There we are. 9 of diamonds.
And mine's the Queen of Clubs. That makes 6,000.
Queen of Clubs again. That's the third time you've picked that queen, Mrs. Walters. I suggest we quit. You won 6,000. I have it here in my safe. I'll get it for you.
Maybe you won't have to get me anything. Or 12,000. Double or nothing, Mr. Saunders. One cut?
One cut. They say never fight the cards, but there is also a law of averages to be taken into consideration. Your cut first. 12,000 or nothing.
You are a gambler, aren't you? Very well. My cut. The...
Queen of Clubs.
Why, yes.
You seem surprised. You shouldn't be. You've had a strange affinity for that card since we started. Perhaps we'll discuss that a bit after I've cut. There. Oh, Jack of Diamonds. You win 12,000.
Once more.
Hardly. You want the cash now?
I think so. Then in the morning, with my friends, Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, as bodyguards, I'll leave the ship.
Really, Mrs. Walters? Would you like to cut double or nothing on that, too?
almost 5 o'clock, Ace. Do you think she's still playing?
No, she hasn't come to her stateroom, has she? Lucky Saunders told me he had the one next to this fixed for her. She'll be here as soon as she wins enough.
Edith Walters mustn't win. She mustn't.
When she plays with Lucky Saunders, the weather's clear and the track fast. But if she does win, maybe she'll take care of the markers I've been holding. She's in my book for 10,000 she dropped on the horses.
You don't generally let anyone get into you for that much, Ace. You know, I think that...
honey. You're the one I married to, and I like it that way. There's nothing between her and me. I suppose we just forget all this and go to bed.
I've got to know whether she won or not. I've got to.
In the morning. Comes the morning, we'll both find out.
Go ahead to sleep if you want to. I'm waiting up until I hear her come in. And if she won tonight, I'm going to get that money she owes you. If she lost...
Yes, honey. What if she finished out of the money?
Then I'm going to fall asleep laughing.
Who is it?
Mary Henderson.
Wait a minute.
What do you want? You mean, what do we both want? Me and this gun. Oh. Same answer, though. We both want you.
You're being a little dramatic, aren't you, Mary?
Maybe. How much did you lose to Saunders?
I don't know that it's any of your business, but I didn't lose.
That's what I was afraid of. You know, I don't like you, Edith.
I gathered that quite some time ago.
I liked you more when I first met you. And I despised you then. I was praying you'd lose to Lucky Saunders tonight.
Sorry to disappoint you. I still don't know any reason for that gun.
I'll explain. It's very simple. There are no boats leaving for shore, and certainly none coming out from shore for the next couple of hours. We're practically alone on this ship. You and I, my husband, and Lucky Saunders.
So?
So you've got no means of either getting off or getting help. And I wanted to announce to you personally that you'll never leave this ship alive.
You've lost sight of one thing, haven't you, Mary? My husband knows I came out here.
Your husband thinks you came out here. Nobody knows except my husband, Lucky Saunders, and I. And I'm sure none of us will ever remember seeing you on board.
You're going to kill me?
Maybe. You're going to be dead, I can tell you that. You're afraid, aren't you? I was afraid, too. I've been afraid for months. Afraid I'd lose my husband to you. But I won't now. There'll be no you around to lose him to.
You forget there's a radio room on board, right next door. I can send a message for help, and I'm going to right now.
Stop! Edith, stop!
Oh, one of these switches turns on the microphone. One of them does. It must be this one. It's got to be. Anybody who can hear me anywhere, get in touch with the police. I'm going to be murdered. Listen, my name is Edith Walters. I'm on board the gambling ship Argus. Please, if anybody hears this, get in touch with the police. Tell them to come out here. Tell them to hurry. They're coming in for me now. Tell them to hurry. Hurry before... It's too late. This is Edith Walters. Call the police.
Hello? Markham, this is Vance. I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, you didn't. As a matter of fact...
I've been trying to reach you on the telephone for 10 minutes. Your line's been busy.
I've been trying to get you, Vance. But it's 6 o'clock in the morning. What do you want me for?
I've tried for 2 hours to get some sort of transportation so I could get out to the gambling ship Argus. I can't find a thing at this hour. I'm going to need a police launch.
What you want to get out to the Argus for?
To look for a woman named Edith Walters. Her husband...
Edith Walters? She's the reason I've been trying to reach you, Vance. A half hour ago, an amateur radio operator picked up a call for help from Edith Walters. She was screaming she was about to be murdered, and the call was cut off in the middle of a sentence.
We've got to do something, Markham. How soon can you meet me? I'm down at the docks now.
Well, Sergeant Heath is picking me up. I'll be there in 10 minutes. A police launch has already been ordered.
Pick up Edgar Walters on the way. He's at the Buckingham Apartments. I'll be waiting for you, Markham, at the foot of the docks to get to the bottom of this mystery. Take it easy, Walters. We'll be out at the gambling ship very shortly now.
I know, Vance. It's just that I'm afraid of what we'll find when we do get there.
Vance, we're a little bit lost. This fog is so heavy, the launch pilot says he can't see a thing. We're going by compass, but we don't know exactly where the Argus is anchored.
Oh, I know, Mr. Markham. It's exactly 2 miles along the coastline from the dock. Then we round a blinker light and head due east into the ocean. I was out there only the other night with my wife, and that's how we got there.
Oh, that's fine, Walters. Thanks. I'll tell the pilot. Sergeant Heath.
Don't take it so hard, Walters. Things may not be as bad as you imagine.
No, maybe they aren't. All I'm sure of is that they couldn't be any worse.
There's the Argus, Vance. Thanks again for those directions, Mr. Walters.
Don't forget it, Mr. Markham. Let's worry about my wife.
I'll try to find her for you, Mr. Walters, believe me. Let Heath and his men search the ship and give me a half hour to question anybody on board. And I promise you, if Mrs. Walters ever arrived on the Argus, I'll have news for you.
You going to use the master's cabin as an office, Vance?
Temporarily, Markham. What luck has Sergeant Heath had?
None at all. He's had men searching this ship for a half hour. They can't find Mrs. Walters' body, and they can't even find any evidence that she ever was aboard. This is really a case, Vance.
Yes, I know. I'd like to see the owner of this ship, Markham. He's waiting outside. In fact, I'll see him and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson together.
All right, I'll tell them right now, Vance. Mr. and Mrs. Henderson and Mr. Saunders, will you come in here, please?
Yes, of
course.
Certainly. Glad to come in.
Please sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
What do you want with us, Vance?
I'm not quite sure. You say you haven't seen Mrs. Walters in 2 days, that she was not aboard this ship last night?
That's right.
Mr. Saunders, how do you account for the radio message that was picked up and relayed to the police?
I've got no idea how, why, or from where it was sent.
The message did say it came from the Argus.
And we do have a radio sending set aboard. But there's no way in the world to prove it came from here.
No, there isn't. Mrs. Henderson, your story, I take it, is the same as Mr. Saunders?
Not at all.
I beg your pardon.
He said he hadn't seen Edith Walters in 2 days. I hadn't seen her in a week.
I see. And you, Mr. Henderson?
I was supposed to meet her at the track yesterday afternoon, but she never got there.
That proves nothing one way or another. Mr. Saunders, how long have you been operating this gambling ship in these waters?
About a month. It's all very legal, Vance.
That's a matter of opinion.
It's legal.
Well, let's say it's within the law. It's outside the state's jurisdiction, so state laws do not apply to it. Has the ship always been anchored in just this spot?
No, we move it around every night. A few miles up or down the coastline, just to prevent any possible hijacking. We move it every night, but we keep it outside state limits every time we do.
I understand. They call you Lucky, don't they, Mr. Saunders?
Well, most gamblers are called Lucky, Mr. Vance.
I've got an idea, though, that your name isn't complete. Offhand, despite the fact that we can find no evidence that Mrs. Walters was here, and certainly none that points to your having murdered her, I'd say your name should be Lucky up to now.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Argus murder case started when Edgar Walters came to Philo Vance, asking him to help find Walters' wife. She had gone out to a gambling ship, the Argus, but nothing had been heard from her for several hours. Then, an amateur radio operator relayed a frantic message from Mrs. Walters to the police, and it sent Vance, Sergeant Heath, and me, along with Mr. Walters, out to the Argus. There we met Lucky Saunders, owner of the ship, and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson, both of whom knew Mrs. Walters, and both of whom deny she was ever on board.
Hi, Mr. Vance.
Oh, yes, Sergeant Heath. I was just on deck getting a little air. What have you found?
I haven't found a thing. No trace of Mrs. Walters anywhere on board, but I'm sure that dame was on board this boat, Vance, and that she was murdered. Only how do we prove it?
We don't. We can't unless we find the body. And if she were murdered and the body thrown overboard, which is probably what happened, if she were murdered, we'll never find it.
Hey, I never heard you so pessimistic before, Vance.
Never had more reason to be, Heath. I'm going ashore to check over my facts, and I'm taking Mr. Walters with me. I'll contact Markham if I find out anything. Well, that's it. Up to date, Ellen. You've got all the facts?
Yes, Vance, all of them.
Can you think of anything to add to what I've dictated to Miss Deering, Mr. Walters?
No, I can't. You've been very thorough, Vance.
Ellen, when will you have those notes typed up so I can see them?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Please be sure. I'd like them in a half hour. Come into my private office, will you, Mr. Walters?
Wait a minute, Vance.
I beg your pardon.
I'm not going to transcribe these notes today. I'm taking the rest of the day off.
I'm sorry, Ellen. Some other day, if you like. Come along, Mr. Walters.
Vance, I said I was taking the rest of the day off. I'll be back in the morning.
You may take all day tomorrow if you like, but, Ellen, those notes must be transcribed now.
Sorry, there is something I've got to do, but that's not it. Goodbye.
Ellen, if you leave now, I'd just as soon you didn't come back to work for me.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Mr. Vance, I'm sorry
You had
that
nothing to do with it. I've felt this coming for quite a while. Let's get back to your wife, Mr. Walters. Who were her friends? Who might she have been with if she actually didn't go out to the Argus last night?
She had few friends, Mr. Vance. Nobody she was very close to. Most of the days she spent at the track.
Oh, the track, eh? Where would she be at the racetrack if she were going there?
Oh, somewhere around Ace Henderson's box. He's a bookmaker. You met him on board the Argus.
I'm going out to the racetrack this afternoon. Maybe I can pick a winner. And that has nothing to do with horses. Hello, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, hi, Vance. Didn't know you follow the ponies.
I don't, generally.
I got something good going in the next race, if you're interested.
I'm interested, but not in races.
Mrs. Walters?
Come on, Joy! Come on, Joy!
Yes, Mrs. Walters. I'd like to talk to you about her.
Right after the race.
Making up the distance, Joy. The second is dropping back. Rasputin's closing in on Dave Derry. At the 3/4, it's still Dave Derry and Rasputin. Dave Derry by 3 lengths, but Rasputin's closing in. Dave Derry by 2 lengths. 1 length. Rasputin is alongside as they approach the finish line. It's neck and neck, nose and nose. There goes Rasputin out in front as Barker goes for the whip. It's Rasputin by half length. Rasputin, the winner! In second place, Dave Derry. Third place, Count Joe. Winner's time, 1:37. Next race, 20 minutes.
Well, Vance, I dropped a few on that one.
We won't bother then about the good thing you had for me in the next race. Henderson, how much did Mrs. Walters owe you?
Oh, a few... 10,000.
How did she intend to pay you?
That's never my problem, Vance.
Isn't there some way bookmakers have of making sure that their clients do pay them?
Yes, there is.
What is it?
What happened to Mrs. Walters?
Coming.
Hello.
Oh, I don't think I know who you are, do I?
You should. I'm Ellen Deering. I was Philo Vance's secretary. Remember me now, Mr. Walters?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course I do.
Well enough to ask me to come in? Don't bother. I don't need an invitation.
I don't understand what you want with me.
Don't you? Okay, then I'll tell you. I'm the only one that knows that you murdered your wife. Do you want to know how I know you murdered her?
Why, I didn't kill her. I haven't even seen her since she left here yesterday morning.
Oh, no? You told the police you'd been out to the gambling ship exactly a week ago, right?
Well, of course that's right.
They changed the position of that ship a couple of miles every night. Yet the time when you and Vance and Markham went out there, you gave exact directions on how to reach the Argus. Now, the only way you'd have known that is if you'd been there earlier.
Well, that's
now,
right,
don't
but...
get excited. Nobody realizes that little fact except me.
And what do you want?
Money. 10,000 will do.
I don't have that kind of money.
Well, then go get it. Here's my apartment address. Shall we say 9 o'clock tonight and $10,000 in cash? What time is it, Vance?
A few minutes to 9. Frightened, Ellen?
Yes, but I'll go through with it. You were right about Walters, of course, but what happens when he gets here?
I'll be in the next room. You get him to talk and tell the whole story. Take the money. Then I'll come out and take him.
Well, suppose he has other ideas. Ideas that he can pay me less expensively with a bullet than with a bundle. What then?
Don't worry, Ellen. Nothing will happen to you, I promise.
Oh, listen, that's the door. And that'll be Walters. Vance, please stay close. Hide, but stay close just in case.
Don't worry, Ellen. I'll be here.
Well, right on time, Mr. Walters. Come on in.
Oh, no. You're coming out. Out here in the hall. Come on!
Hey, listen, you're hurting my arm!
Your apartment might have been a trap. Taking no chances. We'll talk out here in the hall. I just locked your door, and here's the key right here in my pocket. Now, come on.
You can't make me.
See this knife? I'll slash it across your face if you don't come.
What happened to your wife? You tell me that first.
She's in the cellar at my house. All dressed up in concrete.
Oh.
And you'll be keeping her company. Are you coming, or do I use this knife?
I think I'm coming.
Yeah, this guy's going.
What's this?
Oh, Sergeant Heath. Am I glad to see you?
Didn't you expect me?
Oh.
Didn't Vance tell you he asked me to be here in the hall in case this guy got cute?
No, he didn't. And that reminds me. I've got something to say to Mr. Philo Vance.
You won't be able to see a thing for a moment, Vance, now that Heath has turned the lights out.
I figured that out for myself, Markham.
The FBI have done this, Vance, taken movies of an actual confession, but it's not done too often in police work. I think you're entitled to see the film, though. The film featuring Edgar Walters in his first and last starring role.
Okay, Markham. Let's see and hear it.
All right. Heath, let's have the film.
Right.
This is Edgar Walters. Of my own free will and volition, I'm confessing that I murdered my wife by going out to the gambling ship, Argus, in a small boat I had chartered the day before. I met her by arrangement, and I killed her as soon as we reached land. Her gambling was ruining me. I had to kill her. I don't know how anybody could have figured my actions, but Philo Vance did. That is all.
All right, Heath, let's have some lights.
Right, Mr. Morgan.
Very interesting, Markham. Very interesting explanation. Which reminds me, I've got some explaining still to do to Ellen Deering. She won't be satisfied till she knows the whole story. But then, neither was I. Well, Ellen, I know you've waited very patiently, so let's talk about the Argus murder case. It really had me puzzled for a while. I was quite certain that Mrs. Walters had been on board the Argus, but the denials of Lucky Saunders and Mr. and Mrs. Henderson threw me for a while.
Why did they lie, Vance?
They all had reason. Saunders would have made himself a wonderful suspect if he'd admitted that Mrs. Walters had been on board, and in addition, have given his gambling ship a bad reputation.
A gambling ship, a bad reputation. Well, that sounds like a reason skunks don't eat scallions, but I'll buy it. Why did the Hendersons lie?
Mrs. Henderson hated Edith Walters, and Edith Walters was welching on money she owed Ace Henderson. Both would be ready-made suspects if they told the truth.
I suppose I'm dumb, but it's hard to figure out why Walters came to you in the first place.
He was trying to be smart. He figured it was a perfect alibi to ask me to work on his wife's disappearance. He knew I couldn't possibly get out to the gambling ship at 4 in the morning. But he could, and he did.
But what about that radio message that Mrs. Walters sent?
Mrs. Henderson admits now that she threatened Edith Walters, that Mrs. Walters ran into the radio room and sent the message that brought us out to the Argus.
And then?
Then, while she was sending the message, Saunders came along, let himself into the radio room with his own key, and put his hand over Mrs. Walters' mouth. He didn't want the police out on his boat, naturally.
Commonly known as Natch. Then what?
Then Saunders talked Mrs. Henderson out of any desire for personal revenge against Edith Walters, and saw to it that Mrs. Walters got to her cabin. But she had arranged with her husband to meet him, as we know, and she rode with him to the shore, and her death. It was a very clever plan Walters had.
There's a moral in this somewhere. Something about wives not gambling.
Or playing around with gamblers. That was the beginning of Mrs. Walters' trouble.
Yes, I suppose it was. And this is the end of the Argus murder case.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of those fine Fitch products, presents Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. Well, I was suffering one of my regular attacks of rigor indolence last year when I decided to commune with nature in a gentle sort of a way. So I made a reservation at the L7 Dude Ranch out in the desert. The afternoon I arrived at the ranch, I was lolling around the swimming pool, exposing my epidermis to the sun and admiring the scenery, when part of the scenery walked up and took a poke at another part of the scenery over some of the most beautiful scenery I've ever seen in or out of a white satin bathing suit. The poker was a paunchy 45, the pokey a very slick 30. And the cause of it all was a lovely, lovely 25, blonde and definitely feminine. I stayed out of it.
I've told you for the last time, Harding, I want you to stay away from my wife.
Brian, please, you've been drinking. This is no place to settle your quarrel with Tom.
I'm just as sick of you as you are of me, Mills, and so's Ann. You're no good to anybody.
Tom, don't, not here. Tom.
If you don't stay away from my wife, I'll kill you,
Oh,
Harding.
please, come on, Brian, let's get out of here, please. Tom, I'll see you later.
That's the last time I'm going to warn you, Harding. If you don't stay away from me now...
Shut up, you're drunk again. Talking that sort, you're not going to kill anybody. I'll see you later, Ann.
Come on, Brian, let's go now.
Would you mind talking to me? I'm a little embarrassed.
Oh, hello. Why don't you just look the other way? That's what I'm doing.
Maybe it's because I want to see Tom Harding get what's coming to him.
You don't like Mr. Harding?
Well, no. He considers himself the world's most attractive man.
Well, that's silly. I'm the world's most attractive man.
How nice. I'm the world's most attractive woman.
Well, what a couple we'd make. You'd like to know my name?
I know you. You're Richard Rogue.
Been reading my mail.
No, but you're a very famous person. I've seen your picture in the paper lots of times.
Society page, of course.
Was it? I don't remember.
Well, that's thoughtful of you. What's your name?
Lucia Logan.
Should I know it?
Not unless you're looking for a secretary. That's what I am.
Like to ride?
Love it. Some of my best friends are horses.
You're lucky. Some of my best friends are skunks. Want to go for an early morning ride with me tomorrow?
Tomorrow we greet the dawn on horseback and,
Yeah?
I'll wear a coat to keep me warm, Richard.
You know, Lucia, darling, this scene brings out the Gene Autry in me. Yes, sir. If I had my guitar, I'd sing for you, so help me. Oh, bury me not on the lone prairie. Yeah, this is for me, baby. Yep, someday I'm going to save enough money to buy me a ranch out here, and then I'm through with the crowded city. Yep. Me for the wide open spaces, with my dogs and my horses
And a pretty little partner to cook and sew.
and milk the cows and throw down the hay into the horses' stalls.
I'm not listening anymore.
Oh? What's ever happened to the pioneer woman?
Richard, look.
Where?
Over there, where I'm pointing. There's a man lying there.
Huh? Yeah. Come on. He's hurt. Must have been thrown from his horse or something.
Yeah. I can't hang on, Richard.
Well, take it easy then. Whoa, boy. Whoa, whoa. Settle down. Whoa, whoa. Oh. Oh, no. This couldn't happen to me.
Who is it, Richard?
It's Tom Harding, baby. Stay on your horse.
Is he unconscious?
No. He's been shot. He's dead. I'll be back in a moment to tell you the rest of the story of Blood on the Sand, but first here's Jim Doyle, the man from the Fitch Company, who's going to give you men a shaving tip you can't afford to skip.
That's right, Dick. I want to tip you men off to the grandest, smoothest shave you've had in a long time. It's the kind of shave you can have all the time when you use Fitch's No Brush shaving cream. You see, Fitch's No Brush contains not one, but 3 important shaving ingredients. These 3 ingredients are blended together in a smooth, rich cream that lubricates your face instantly and prepares it for the shave. Your razor will fairly sail along over those whiskers, cutting them close and clean without nicking or scraping. It's easier on your face, easier on your razor blades, too. When you've finished, your face will have a cool, refreshed feeling that lingers for hours. No fooling, fellas. For a really solid comfort shave, switch to Fitch.
Men who say there's nothing like lather to give a smooth, swell shave will find Fitch's brush cream is tops. It gives a rich lather that stays moist longer, rinses off easier.
Next time, make it Fitch's shave cream, either brush or no brush type. 2 handy, economical sizes, 25 and 50 cents. And now here's Dick Powell again as Private Detective Richard Rogue.
As I was saying, before Jim Doyle put in that pitch for Fitch, when the great outdoors called me down to the L7 Dude Ranch on the desert for a 2-week vacation, I didn't expect to meet a dream girl like Lucia Logan. And I didn't expect to hear a writer, Brian Mills, threaten to kill his friend, Tom Harding, if he didn't stay away from his wife, Anne. And I didn't expect to make a discovery which Lucia and I made on a sunrise horseback ride the next morning. We were just riding along, enjoying the dawn, when we saw the body of a man lying on the floor of the desert. I reached the body first.
Who is it, Richard?
It's Tom Harding, baby. Stay on your horse.
Is he unconscious?
No, he's been shot. He's dead.
Oh, Richard.
He was murdered, and there's no gun here. Oh, why do things like this always happen to me?
Oh, Richard. Let's get back to the ranch. I'm scared.
There's nothing to be scared of. The guy's dead.
But whoever shot him might still be around here, Richard.
Whoever shot him never was around here, baby. There's not a footprint in sight. And he was shot from long range, if I'm any good at my business.
But it's just getting light.
You remember last night, baby? Remember the moonlight? It didn't even take good shooting to kill this guy. Come in.
Hello, Rogue.
Oh, hi. You're Sheriff Kane, I take it, from the badge.
That's right. I just got back from looking at that body you found for me this morning.
Yeah?
He was shot with a .32-20 rifle, a deer gun.
No kidding. Wow. Have you figured out where the killer was when he did the shooting?
My boys are checking. You, going to help me out on this case, Rogue?
I'm on a vacation.
Well, I can use any help you want to give me. I'll swear you in as a deputy.
Yeah, no thanks, Kane. Believe me, I want no part of it. I'm up here for a rest, and I'm going to have it.
Well, let me know if you change your mind.
I sure will.
Oh, by the way, any ideas on who would want to kill Hardy?
Well, I just got here yesterday afternoon. I don't know anything about the guy.
But you heard his life threatened yesterday at the swimming pool, didn't you?
Oh, you know about that, huh?
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to know how much you weren't going to cooperate, Rogue.
Well, I knew somebody would tell you. Now, just leave me out of it, Kane. I pass.
Well, sorry. I'll see you later, Rogue.
You mind if I sit here with you for dinner, Richard?
Well, hello. I've been looking for you, luscious Lucia. Have a chair.
You've been avoiding me.
I've been avoiding everybody. I'm on a vacation. I don't want to get mixed up in that murder.
You know, everybody thinks Mr. Mills did it.
What do you mean, everybody thinks so?
Well, I think so. He threatened to kill Tom. You heard him.
Well, how about Mrs. Mills? She was having trouble with Harding, too, wasn't she?
Yes, but I still think it was that drunken husband of hers.
Oh, you do, huh? Yeah. You want a tip from me, baby?
What?
Don't be going around having hunches about murders, and if you have them, shut up about them. Stay out of it.
Well, the sheriff won't let anybody leave the ranch.
You came here for a week, didn't you? How about a ride in the morning?
We didn't get very far with that one this morning, did we?
Mr. Rogue?
Yeah? Oh, hello, Mills.
Could I see you for a moment, Mr. Rogue?
Well, I'd like to eat my dinner if they ever serve it.
Oh, perhaps later, huh?
Well, what do you want to see me about, Mills?
In your professional capacity, Mr. Rogue.
I'm not in my professional capacity.
Could I drop by your cabin later this evening?
Well, sure, if you can walk that far, I'll be there.
Thank you.
My goodness, you're popular. Just like being with a movie star.
Yeah. Say, how about that horseback ride in the morning? Want to try it again?
I'd love to. Such exciting things happen when I go for rides with you.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mills. Come in.
My wife is with me, Rogue.
Huh? Oh. How do you do, Mrs. Mills?
Hello.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll get these bottles off the chair and we can all sit down. These cabins weren't built for entertaining large parties, were they?
No, they weren't.
Oh. Well, now that we're all comfortable, Mills, what do you want to see me about? And the answer is no.
Please, Mr. Rogue, you don't even know what Brian was going to say.
You want me to get mixed up with the murder of Tom Harding, right?
Yes, I do, Rogue. And I'm willing to pay you well for your time.
I'm not interested. You see, this is the first vacation I've taken for about 4
Rogue,
years.
I'm being persecuted. That hick sheriff, he's been hounding me.
Sheriff Kane seems to be a pretty astute officer. Did you kill Harding, Mills?
No, he didn't. He was with me all that evening, all that night. I told the sheriff that. Brian was never out of my sight.
My wife can give me a perfect alibi, Rogue. I'm not the sort of man who kills people, and I'm not going to be hounded by a country sheriff.
Look, Mills, I'm sorry if you're being hounded, but I'm on a vacation, so I don't...
You must protect my husband, Mr. Rogue. He's not a murderer. The sheriff suspects him because he and Harding had words yesterday.
I heard the words. One of them was kill. You threatened to kill Harding, didn't you, Mills?
He was annoying my wife. Why, nobody would have ever heard of him if it hadn't been for me. A writer. Couldn't even write home for money.
Harding was a horrible pest, Mr. Rogue. He wouldn't let me alone.
Yeah, so I've heard. So, just what was the relationship between the two of you and Tom Harding?
He and I have been collaborating on plays for years. He was engaged to Anne when I married her a year ago. Since then, he's been giving us nothing but trouble.
I never loved him, but I couldn't convince him of that. And I know one thing. My husband didn't kill him.
I'll give you $500 to work on this case for me, Rogue.
What do you expect me to do?
Find the real murderer. Protect me. Convince that stupid sheriff I couldn't have killed Harding.
All right, give me the 500. You got it with you?
Yeah, I got it with me.
Okay, now here's what I'll do. I'll try to locate the real murderer, whether it's you or whoever it is. And when I find him, I'll turn him over to the sheriff. Understand?
Yes. But, Rogue, I didn't kill Tom Harding.
I don't know what it is about money that frays my moral fiber, but when the man handed me those nice, crisp $100 bills, all my bad intentions about enjoying my vacation disappeared like friends when I'm broke. After Brian Mills and his glamorous wife left, I smoked a cigarette and turned in. I was going riding at dawn. And when I got to the stables next morning, Lucia wasn't there yet, but Mrs. Mills was. She was wearing a riding habit to which no horse nor man would ever say nay, and of all things, a pair of pigskin play shoes. Oh, very fetching. And very peculiar.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rogue. You off for a morning ride?
Yes, I mentioned it last night. Remember?
Did you? Oh, I guess you did. I was so upset about Brian's trouble with the sheriff. You are going to help him, aren't you, Mr. Rogue? He's such a sweetheart, and scandal would ruin him.
Sure. Well, I took his money. I'm going to do what I can for him.
Oh, I hope it's taught him a lesson. He has a terrible temper when he's drinking. He should never have caused that scene at the pool.
You were the cause of that scene. What did Tom Harding have on you?
Nothing. We used to be good friends, that's all.
Oh, I see. You're not telling all you know, are you, Mrs. Mills?
Mr. Rogue, I want you to promise me something.
I'll listen.
You said last night that if you found incriminating evidence on my husband, you'd turn it over to the authorities.
Yeah, sure I will.
Please, Mr. Rogue, I have some money of my own. I want you to promise me that you'll tell me first if you find anything which makes you suspicious of Brian.
Hey, I don't get it. I thought he had an ironclad alibi.
He has. And besides, Brian couldn't kill anybody. I want to do everything I can to protect him from worry and persecution.
Look, I know how you feel, Mrs. Mills. If your husband isn't guilty, don't worry. We'll keep him out of it.
Hi, Richard.
Oh, hello there, beautiful. You know Mrs. Mills?
We've met.
Hello.
Our horses are all ready. I've been out helping to saddle them.
Okay, let's go.
I don't like this, Richard. Climbing mountains on horseback. What do you think of Mrs. Mills?
I don't. There's a method in my madness, baby. I'm a working man today.
You are? Who are you working for?
Secret.
You've decided to get mixed up in that murder, haven't you?
Yep, something nice happened to me. That's what we're doing here at the spot where we located that body. I was sighting in on this pile of rocks.
Are you being mysterious?
No, not especially. Today I'm being a detective. You see, Angel, Harding was shot with a deer gun.
Everybody knows that. I'm no detective, and I know that.
Okay, but do you know enough to figure out where the shot came from? By the way the body fell?
I don't even care. I came out for a horseback ride, and I want to enjoy it. This is no fun, walking a horse up the side of a mountain.
Well, we haven't far to go. Just stay with me a little longer.
And to think I turned down a date with that nice-looking blonde boy from San Francisco this morning.
Oh, look, are you going to stop beefing? Oh, boy.
Why are you
Oh.
stopping, Richard?
Oh, I just want to look around here a little bit. Oh, boy.
What are you looking for?
I'm prospecting for lead, maybe with a copper jacket. Come on, we're walking from here.
Oh, no.
Come on, I want to take a look behind that big rock up there.
I'm going to be so stiff, I won't be able to dance tonight.
Good. We'll set them all out someplace near the punch bowl.
Oh, no. I'm going to be with that blonde boy from San Francisco. And if you so much as ask me for a dance, I will... What's the matter?
Look. Look there on the ground behind that boulder.
Where? Oh, those little copper things. They're shells, aren't they?
They certainly are. 3 empty shells. 32 20s. Look out, don't touch them. I want them for fingerprints.
Do you think they're the shells that killed Tom Harding?
I'm willing to bet they are, baby. I think we just put the finger on a murderer.
Richard,
Yeah?
look down there.
Where?
Way over there on that next peak. The sun's flashing on something.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I see it. Somebody is looking us over with a pair of field glasses, I think. Probably the murderer. He wouldn't like to see us looking around up here.
What are you putting in your pocket?
Another little souvenir, see?
Oh.
Get on, baby. Get on. That was a rifle bullet. Get on here behind this rock.
Our story will continue in just a moment. But first, I'd like to remind you that the holiday season coming up will be the gayest in years, with peace on earth at last a reality. You ladies will undoubtedly want to keep in the spirit of things by accentuating your costumes and hairstyles with gay, sparkling jewelry so popular now. But remember, dull, drab-looking hair is not the kind of background you want for your jeweled hair accessories. Try using Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo to give your hair luster and a jewel-like sparkle. Fitch's saponified shampoo is made from mild coconut and pure vegetable oils, so it won't dry your hair. Even immediately after washing, your hair will be soft and shining, easy to set into your favorite holiday hairstyle. Using Fitch's saponified shampoo will take only a few minutes from your busy day, too. Just a little shampoo makes mountains of fluffy, fragrant lather. And since Fitch's saponified shampoo contains its own patented rinsing agent, you won't have to bother with a special after-rinse. To keep your hair looking radiantly lovely at its holiday best, use Fitch's saponified coconut oil shampoo. And now we return to Rogue's Gallery with Dick Powell as Private Detective Richard Rogue.
My thoughts were as bitter as a quinine sandwich as I ducked down behind that boulder and listened to the bullets sing. With the whole world to get killed in, why did Tom Harding have to pick out a dude ranch where I was sweating out a vacation? I reached into my pocket where I'd put the empty rifle bullets. The killer had fired at Harding, and they were there. I felt in my back pocket, and the other clue I'd found was safe. I tried to pull Lucia down beside me just as I heard another bullet sing. Lucia screamed, and my heart did a handspring in my throat.
Oh, I'm shocked. Richard, oh, why did I ever come with you?
Where did you get it? Where'd you get it? Let me see.
Right here, in the shoulder.
Well, get your hand away from there. Oh, you're not shot, youngster. You're not even bleeding.
I'm not?
Well, no. You must have just been hit with a chip of a rock or something, that's all. Now, come on, let's get out of here. Stay low now. I'll go first.
Oh, if I ever get back to that ranch alive, Richard Rogue, and if you ever speak to me again.
Oh, take it easy, baby. This will be something to tell our grandchildren about.
Our grandchildren. Richard Rogue, I never want to see you again.
We got back to our horses and got back to the ranch house all right. I made Lucia promise not to say a word to anybody until I had a chance to think this thing out. She promised. She would have promised anything to get rid of me. I went to my cabin to look over the stuff I'd found up there behind that boulder, and as I opened the door to my cabin... Ooh, I got it. Right behind the ear, as usual. I watched the stars go by for a while, and finally I grabbed on the tail of a comet and didn't let go until I was within dumping distance of cloud number 8. And there he was. My alter enemy, Ugor.
You're a little late tonight, Rogie.
Yeah, what happened?
Somebody wanted to know what you found up there on that mountain. You should have stuck to your vacation, Rogie.
Well, whoever it was, I'm going to have them over a barrel in a few minutes. Oh, I got to get back there. Help me.
Oh, you better rest a while.
I can't. So long, midget. See you next week.
So long, Rogie.
I came to and felt my head. It was really caved in. Whoever hit me used a piece of firewood. I looked in my pants pocket. The handkerchief I'd wrapped the empty cartridges in was gone. I grabbed at my back pocket, and it was there. That other little clue I'd picked up there behind that boulder. I staggered to my feet, and I headed for the main ranch house. I saw the sheriff's car outside. I wanted to talk with him.
Rogue! Hey, what's the matter? What's happened to you, man?
Oh, nothing much. Somebody just battered my brains out, that's all.
Oh.
Yeah, I want to talk with you, though. Come on.
Sure.
Well, I've been working on that murder for you.
Oh, swell.
Yeah, I was hired by one of the suspects.
Not Mills.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Oh, he's guilty as the devil, Rogue.
How do you figure?
Motive. He had a double-barreled one. First, Harding had been making up to his wife. Second, Harding and Mills had drawn up partnership papers, providing that if either one of them died, the other would be sole owner of anything they were working on.
Yeah?
Sure. I've been checking on them through the L.A. police. They've got a play that every picture company is bidding for and every Broadway producer is interested in, a gold mine. Well, now that Harding's dead, the play is the sole property of Mills. Those two motives good enough for you?
Well, how about his alibi? His wife said he was never out of her sight. If that's true, he couldn't possibly have killed Harding.
Well, I got a call from his wife telling me to meet her at their cabin at noon. That's going to be the end of that alibi, I think. She sounded nervous and scared. I'm going over there now. Going with me?
Sure. Yeah, I'll go. Oh, I found the place where the killer waited for Harding to keep his date to be killed.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah, and I also found the casings from the bullets that killed him.
Well, where are they? Any fingerprints?
Somebody just knocked my brains out and took them from me.
Oh, how long ago?
Oh, it must have been half an hour.
That's what you get for not cooperating with me, Rogue. You cost me...
Hey, that came from the Mills cabin. Come on.
Right with you. Drop that gun, Mrs. Mills.
I killed him. I killed my husband.
Yeah, you sure have.
Hey, what happened?
He had that rifle. He was going to kill me.
Why was he going to kill you? Lock the door, Kane.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Now look, Mrs. Mills. You'll have to get a hold of yourself. Why was your husband going to kill you?
Because I knew I was going to tell the sheriff he wasn't with me last night. He was drinking. He took that rifle and left before Tom Harding was killed. I told him I couldn't go on lying.
Oh, that's why you sent for me. You were going to break his alibi.
Yes. He killed Tom. He was boasting about it to me. Oh, poor Brian. I loved him, but I couldn't.
Is that rifle there, 32-20, Sheriff?
Mm-hmm. It's the murder gun, all right. Well, looks like this case is all wrapped up, Rogue. I'm sorry, Mrs. Mills.
Now, look, Sheriff, this case is all wrapped up all right, but not the way you think. Mills never killed anybody.
Why, what do you mean?
I mean, Mrs. Mills missed something when she beat my brains out and shook me down for those cartridges a while ago.
Me? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you'd better have something to back that up, Rogue.
But if I haven't, I'll take the rap. Look, Kane, you see those fancy ladies' cowboy boots over there in the corner?
Yeah.
Get away from them.
I got her. Bring those boots over here, Kane.
Let go of me.
Okay, Rogue. How about letting me in on it?
Well, half the heel's gone off the left boot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let go of me.
If you don't stand still, Mrs. Mills, I'm going to slug you. I've got that broken boot heel right here in my pocket, Kane, and I had a witness when I found it this afternoon. Up there behind that boulder where Mrs. Mills here waited for Tom Harding to keep his date with her and a couple of slugs from a 32-20. Well, that's the end of the story. Mrs. Mills didn't want her husband, and she didn't want her old boyfriend. She just wanted to own that play everybody was fighting for. So when her husband threatened her boyfriend, she went into action. She invited Tom Harding to a rendezvous on the desert and shot him to death. And then when her husband was suspected of the crime, she gave him an alibi, so she could kill him later and swear it was self-defense. She would have gotten away with it, too, if it hadn't been for that half of boot heel. The minute I saw it lying there behind that boulder, I thought of her western riding habit that morning and the pigskin play shoes. That started my massive intellect to work, and of course, when that happened, that was all. I also remembered the faint odor of her expensive perfume just before that log knocked my brains out. And, well, after the excitement was over and I had combed the lump out of my hair, I went over to see luscious Lucia.
Oh, you.
Oh, hello, dear. I just thought I'd drop over.
I told you I never wanted to see you again.
Oh, well, she was a little on the chubby side anyway. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Believe me, Richard Rogue is the only man who ever made money on a dude ranch vacation. We hope you enjoyed our story. Ray Buffum wrote it, Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Don't forget now, we all have got a date next Thursday night. We're going to do a little story about murder, arson, and a lovely lady. We call it Fortune and Furs. So make a date with us, will you? Thanks for listening, and good night, all. Now here's Jim Doyle.
Don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time. Oh, and by the way, be sure to see Dick Powell in his newest RKO picture, Cornered, at your local theater soon. And as I was saying, don't forget to tune in again next Thursday, same time, same station, when you will again hear Dick Powell as Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. Remember, if dandruff is your problem, ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Removes dandruff the first time it is used. Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo is the only shampoo whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance companies. This statement can be made by no other shampoo. Ask for Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, barber, or beauty shop. Fitch is spelled F-I-T-C-H.
Look, doll girl, I've got to know what goes. Last night, someone ran me down. Later on, they killed an old man who tried to tell me something. My nerves are like radar, and they're sending out all kinds of danger signals. I'm on somebody's list. Whose list, doll girl? Come on, give.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, back in his old haunt in New Orleans. Ready as always to risk his neck for law, order, and an occasional dollar. Listen now as we bring you The New Adventures of Michael Shayne.
Hello.
Michael Shayne, Private Detective.
Speaking.
Mr. Shayne, I have a job for you, but I can't pay you very much.
Keep talking. I'm listening.
My name is Marina Laou. I want you to come over to 1612 Wentworth Street. I meet you on the porch.
On the porch?
Yes, that is why I call you. My father has locked all the doors and windows. He's in the house, sitting in the dark, waiting.
Waiting for what?
for death,
Now we return to New Orleans and a new adventure with Michael Shayne.
So I was on my way across New Orleans to see Marina LaRue, whose papa was waiting for death. 1612 Wentworth Street was a couple of minutes by cab in ordinary times, but these were not ordinary times, so it was taking me a half hour to walk it. Yeah, this had been a bad month for little Mike. Police headquarters had suspended my license for 60 days for being a stunk. But even stunks have stomachs and creditors. And that last buck in my wallet was so lonely it was getting psychoneurotic. So, license or no license, I wasn't letting Marina LaRue get away. Just like she said, she was waiting on the porch, and she was some baby doll. Creole from way back, and round and ripe like a cantaloupe busting its seams. Only I'd been living on shredded wheat and canned milk for so long, all Marina LaRue meant to me then was ham and eggs and pork chops and maybe pie a la mode.
Mr. Shayne.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I'm half out of my mind. I don't want to call the police if nothing is really wrong.
Hey, slow down. Your father's inside the house?
Yes. He has been in there for the last 8 days. Just sitting in his room in the dark. Like I said, waiting for death.
What's the matter? Is he sick?
No. He's as healthy as you or I. That's why I don't understand. Tonight, he won't even let me in the house. He has locked all the doors and the windows. I don't know what to think.
Well, I think we ought to tap a brick against one of those windows and have a talk with Papa.
Yes.
Yeah, but first I ought to tell you that I break windows and talk to papas who wait for death for something more than the sheer joy of it. For something like $20 a day. You understand that, of course.
I told you I'd pay you.
Okay. I always like to begin business on a friendly basis. Now, where's that brick? I broke the window, reached in and unlocked it, and then slid over the sill. The house was as black as a mug of GI coffee. I found a light switch and clicked it back and forth, but nothing happened. Then I let the girl in through the front door. Come on in. What happened to the lights?
I don't know. Where is Papa?
Yeah.
Papa! Papa!
I started lighting matches, and we wandered through the house.
Papa, where are you?
A single flare of light cast crazy shadows against the walls and the ceiling.
Papa!
You got the screwy feeling that the house itself was alive and watching you. Except for our footsteps, there wasn't a sound.
Papa, where are you?
Oh, my error. Yeah, there was a sound, all right, coming from the next room down the hall. I felt a nerve deep down inside me start jangling like a burglar alarm.
Papa!
I knew that sound like I know my heartbeat. We were at the door of the room. I struck another match, and the girl saw.
Papa! No. No, Papa! No, Papa! No.
He was hanging like a pig in a butcher shop, tied to the chandelier. His head lolled on his shoulder, and his eyes stared up into nothing at all. Then suddenly the girl's sobbing ended, as though somebody had clamped a hand over her mouth. When she spoke, she sounded like a stranger.
Strike another match. A little close, please.
Wasn't one look enough?
Strike a match.
Okay. Yeah. Funny mark. Looks like a brand or something. A coiled snake.
I should have known. That's why he was so frightened. That is who he was waiting for. I'm going to die.
Hey, kid, snap out of it. Hey, what's wrong with you? What are you talking about? Who's Carrell?
I didn't say. I didn't say.
Hey!
Call the police. Tell them my father committed suicide. And then go away.
I did what the lady said. I called the cops, collected my $20, and beat it. Because if the police found me working without a license, they might send me to bed without supper. With $20, I was once again a man of distinction. So I took a cab downtown. On the way, I debated whether to sample Antoine's elegant crawfish or Galatoire's savory bouillabaisse. And I settled for Charlie's hash and beer. Charlie was an ancient, moth-eaten character who kept a basement bar on Beale Street just so he'd have somebody to talk to. And there weren't many customers tonight, and he stayed close to me, polishing the mahogany and looking annoyed.
New Orleans. How quaint.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what they said. How quaint.
What are you talking about, Charlie?
Tourists, I'm talking about 6 of them. Came down a while back from Peoria, they said. Just looking, they said. How
All right,
quaint.
pour me another one, Charlie.
Yeah, okay, Mike. Quaint, they think this is. I should have told him how my place used to be. About the cockfights we had right there in the center of the floor by candlelight. And the 12 ladies from Natchez doing the can-can. Peoria.
Charlie.
Huh?
Did you ever hear of anyone named Anthony Carrell? Charlie, I'm talking to you.
I heard you, Shayne.
Well?
You better stick to looking through hotel transoms and forget Anthony Carrell.
Why?
Because it's something out of the past. Something that hasn't got any place in this world.
What are you talking about?
You see, according to the story, there's something special about Anthony Carrell.
Special?
Yeah? He ain't like you and me, Shayne. You see, Anthony Carrell ain't never gonna die.
That tickled me. Oh. I finished my drink, waved goodbye to old Charlie, yelled something about getting Carrell's formula and putting Peruna out of business, and then I was on my way. The air was better outside, and I decided to walk. It was a nice, quiet street. Great place to start a cemetery. As it turned out, I was just the kid to start one. I didn't hear the car behind me. All I saw was the cab on the next corner. The cab driver was leaning against the open door waiting for me. I stepped off the curb, and a couple of headlights blazed. Then I was rolling on cobblestones, watching a red taillight disappear in the distance. Next thing, the cab driver was bending over me.
You okay, Pally?
Yeah, I guess so. Hey, take me home, will you?
That sure was close.
No, I just got careless crossing the street.
Careless? I was watching, Pally. That car followed you for maybe 2 blocks waiting to get a chance at you.
Huh?
Yeah. Somebody in this town don't like you very much, Pally.
The cabbie drove Pally home. Between my evening of hilarity and my nosedive in the gutter, I felt kind of rocky. As soon as I got in the room, I flopped down in bed and bid the world good night. But the world wasn't finished with me. Yeah. Oh.
Mike, this is Charlie.
Oh, yeah, Charlie.
Listen to me, boy. Something funny's going on.
Yeah, funny.
They're trying to scare me. But old Charlie's been around too long to scare.
Good for old Charlie.
You come on over and I'll tell you what they're up to, boy.
Yeah,
Come
sure.
on over right away.
Okay.
You know where I bunk? In the room behind the bar. Just knock on the front door. I'll let you in.
Yeah.
Get here quick as you can.
Sure, Charlie. Sure. The last thing I saw before I fell asleep again was the luminous green dial on my bedside clock. 3:47. It said 10:20 when I saw it again. The room was lousy with sunshine. I was brushing my teeth and trying to avoid my reflection in the mirror when I remembered Charlie calling me. I found the phone number of his joint in the book, and I called him. Only it wasn't Charlie who answered.
Yeah?
I want to speak to Charlie.
Who is it?
Just let me talk to Charlie.
Sorry, mister. Charlie isn't here.
Where is he?
They took him to the morgue an hour ago. He's dead.
From the beginning, it hadn't made much sense. Marina LaRue calling me to break into her father's house. Him hanging from the chandelier with a snake brand on his forehead. And now old Charlie's dead. Well, I went down to the morgue. The attendant took me to the basement where Charlie was on a table. Lieutenant Burns of headquarters was just taking a peek.
Nasty, redhead.
Yeah, neck's a bum sheet for a butcher man. What's that on his forehead? Looks like a brand. Like a coiled snake.
I probably banged his head. It's nothing.
You want to bet, Lieutenant?
Say, look, Shayne, what are you doing around here? You're not forgetting that your license is suspended.
A guy can get in here without a license. Look at Charlie. All he had was a license to sell bad booze.
You're not doing any work for anybody?
No, just keeping in training.
Come on, be a good boy, redhead. You've only got a couple of weeks to go. Then it'll be legal for you to start bothering us.
Burns, tell me about Anthony Carrell.
Who?
Sometimes called the Deathless One.
Oh, my back. Don't tell me that's going around again.
Well, what about it?
That's what I love about this town. No matter how modern it may look on the outside, underneath it's still a jungle. Still dancing to voodoo drums.
Voodoo?
Yeah, every so often some scared sucker comes in and whispers in our ears that Anthony Carrell is still alive and terrifying the countryside.
When we ask him for one teeny little bit of proof, the little sucker vanishes in a puff of smoke. Anthony Carrell. Oh, Redhead, you can do better than that.
Yeah, when I got outside on Jackson Street, it did seem kind of silly. What was so silly about that car trying to run me down last night? What was so silly about Charlie under a white sheet in the basement of that morgue? Oh, I had enough questions in my head to start a quiz show, but not enough answers to win a yo-yo. I knew a good place to ask questions, though. And I had to start asking questions fast. Something was happening, something big, and it was happening to me. I took a cab out to the brownstone house on Wentworth Street, where all this began. Come on, you're going to have to open up sometime, baby doll. Ah.
Please, go away, Mr. Shayne.
In a little while, Marina, honey.
Please, I'm in mourning. Have some respect.
Sure, I'll take off my hat. Inside!
What do you want?
Why are you so scared?
I'm not scared.
Tell that to the little nerve in your cheek. It's twitching overtime. Look, I want to know about Anthony Carrell.
No, please, no.
Yes, please, yes.
Mr. Shayne, I was rather glad when I saw you come up the stairs.
Yeah?
Yes, really I was. I have had trouble forgetting you, man.
Doc, girl, turn off the warm water. I'd love to, but I can't. How about Anthony Carrell?
Why do you bother with something that does not concern you?
That's just it, dog girl. It concerns me clear up to here. Last night, somebody tried to run me down. Later on, they killed an old man who wanted to tell me something. Look, I've been in this business a long time. My nerves are like radar, and they're sending out all kinds of danger signals. I'm on somebody's list. Oh, I'm not one of those storybook detectives, dog girl. I've got to know what I'm fighting.
I cannot help you.
You've got to.
No.
Okay. Mind if I use the phone?
Who are you calling?
The Daily Bulletin. I got a pal working in the city room. I'm going to tell him Marina LaRue of 1612 Wentworth Street says Anthony Carrell was responsible for the death of her father. Bulletin? Let me speak to Fraser in the city room.
You give me the phone.
No.
Oh, you can't do this. They kill me.
I'm fighting for my own neck, honey. Hello. Hello, Fraser. This is Mike Shayne. Yeah, I think I got a story for you.
I tell you what.
Goodbye, Fraser. Okay.
I tell you, when you go out, try to do something about it, the way men have done for 100 years. And if they find you at all, they find branded into your flesh, they call snake. The mark of Anthony Carrell. Just as they have found it on all the other.
Who is this guy, Anthony Carrell?
You have heard of Madame Lorette?
Madame Lorette. Sure, wasn't she supposed to be some kind of big shot in the voodoo racket around New Orleans?
She was the voodoo queen more than a century ago.
Yeah?
In the 1820s, she married another voodoo worshipper. A man already old. He'd come to New Orleans from Haiti. He was the greatest of them all. His name was Anthony Carrell.
And this guy who's causing all the trouble today, he's his descendant, huh?
Descendant, you fool, don't you understand? It is the same man.
That couldn't be.
Why do you think we're all in such terror of him? He cannot die. Do you know what that means?
Hey, take it
He
easy.
cannot die. His food has been poisoned. The house he was riding in had been shot at. Once the house he was staying in was dynamited. Men stood at every door with guns. In less than a week, the plotters were dying one by one. And on their foreheads, the snake brand of Anthony Kane.
That's crazy.
That is the story, Mr. Shayne. Believe it, don't believe it as you wish.
What does this big shot look like?
No living man has ever seen his face. There are no pictures.
And who takes care of it?
The Carrell clan, one generation after another. Today there are only two left. One to leave. They do Anthony Carrell's work. Collect his tribute.
One and Philippe. Where do they live?
I don't know. I don't know. I've told you everything I know. What else do you want, Mr. Shayne? What else do you want?
What else do I want? A little while ago, you said you had trouble forgetting me.
Well?
Come here, doll girl. I don't want you to forget. After I left Marina, I went to the library and spent half the day looking up the old history books of New Orleans. Madame Lorette and Anthony Carrell were in every one, and every book agreed that Madame had died in 1845. There was no mention of Anthony Carrell ever having died at all. I called an old guy I knew over at the Bureau of Records. I told him I was looking for the death certificate of one Anthony Carrell. He laughed over the phone, asked me if I was falling for that old story. But 3 hours later, he called me back. Yeah?
Shayne, this is the Bureau of Records.
Well?
You were right. There is no death certificate for Anthony Carrell.
I had a couple of drinks after that. Then I started walking the streets. My head throbbed. Felt like a guy trapped in a nightmare, trying with all his might to wake up out of it. Around midnight, I found a small park near Jackson Square and sat down on a bench trying to think of an answer.
May I sit down, Mr. Shayne?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, how come you know my name?
Oh, you are a very famous man, Mr. Shayne. Known particularly for your tenacity. Cigarette?
Thanks. What do you want?
Mr. Shayne, it's very unfortunate that you saw fit to interest yourself in Anthony Carrell.
Oh? Why?
Because now I must kill you.
I felt the bullet smash against me, but at first there was so little pain, that same crazy feeling of maybe it's a dream came back. I lunged for the guy, trying to get hold of his gun hand. It was like wrestling with an octopus. He was soft and wet-skinned and a neat little fella. He even wore cologne. It was slipping out of my reach. I jumped up and started running. I said the first prayer that came to my mind, Catholic, Hebrew, Episcopalian, who cared? I saw a row of shrubbery and dived in. And that bullet had been real, all right. My side was beginning to ache like a whole mouthful of sore teeth. My friend with the gun came so close to the brush I could smell his sweet, stinking cologne. I remembered a couple of other prayers. Something must have worked. A siren started sobbing the blues far off, and the guy beat it. He climbed into a little black coupe parked at the curb. Pulled away, but he was playing it very safe. There was a long stoplight at the corner, and he waited for every second of it. A nice, law-abiding, perfumed young man. There was a parking lot half a block down the street. I ran for it. As I ducked in, I saw the light on the corner change. The black coupe go down Canal Street. I hopped into the first car and turned on the ignition. A sleepy-eyed attendant came out of a little shed, and I kicked the starter.
Got your ticket, mister? Hey, come back! Come back!
I wasn't so law-abiding. I went down side streets like somebody lit a fuse. Yeah, just like in the movies, except my side hurt, my shirt felt sticky and warm, and I was sick to my stomach. When I was sure no cops were following me, I cut back to Canal Street, and pretty soon I saw the black coupe again, still obeying all the laws. Now we're on the outskirts of town, along the wharves that reached out into the Gulf. The black coupe picked up speed. I picked up speed. Oh, it was a long ride through little country roads that stretched through the bayous. Once I managed to slip my hand into my shirt. Made the happy discovery my wound felt a lot worse than it really was. Yeah, and I had another good break. In the dashboard compartment, I found a pint of bourbon that had hardly been touched. Oh, I touched it good. It was almost as fine as a blood transfusion. And then before I knew it, the black coupe had turned into a driveway. I went on a few hundred yards, pulled up onto some trees, and turned the lights off. It was a battered, weather-beaten farmhouse, standing all by itself in the middle of nothing. The windows were boarded up. Everything about it said nobody home except the black coupe. I snuck around the back. The screen door was open. I walked across the porch and almost knocked over a row of milk bottles. I tried the back door. The door was open. Oh, no, I wasn't having any. You didn't have to be a quiz kid to know what this setup was. I started back across the porch. I reached the screen door, and then I stopped. The only sound in all the world was a mosquito buzzing like mad in the darkness. Hey, Shayne, where you going? Oh, I realized I'd said that out loud. And I giggled to myself. I rubbed my head. It was hot. A bullet hole. Maybe I was already getting delirious. Yeah. Now, but where was I going? Back to little New Orleans? For what? The cops wouldn't listen to me. To them, I was just a big-nosed redhead out for a quick buck. And my sweet-smelling friend had slipped up twice now. If I went back to town, he'd come after me again, and he was just about due for the jackpot. Oh. Well, there was no place to go except inside the house. I picked up one of the milk bottles. Me and my homogenized blackjack. I went back to the door. Pushed it open. Went into the kitchen. Everything dark. I could just make out some dishes on the sink. The place smelled of bad, greasy cooking. Then I found another door. Now I was in a short hallway that led to a flight of stairs. Not a sound at all. Oh, I'd even been glad to hear that mosquito. Stairs. Started up a step at a time. Slow. Easy. Slow. Easy. And when I was close to the top, there was something about the darkness that looked wrong. Real close to me, I smelled sweet cologne. I spun around and started down the stairs fast, but it was all wasted. At the foot of the stairs, a cigarette glowed in the dark. I was boxed in real nice. The guy downstairs spoke first.
So this is Mr. Shayne, Juan. Yes, this is him, Philo.
Juan and Philippe. The brothers Carrell. And where is old man Anthony?
You have come for Anthony? Well, he is in the last room at the end of the hall, but I don't think you will reach him. I think you are going to die on those stairs. Keep coming up the steps, Mr. Shayne.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. How's this? I lunged at him. There was a swirl of cologne. I brought the milk bottle down hard, and Juan crumpled on the floor, nice as you please. Behind me, I heard Philippe coming up after me. I raced down the hall. I tried the first door. Locked. The second door. Locked. The third door was unlocked. I opened it and slammed it shut behind me. I snapped the lock. Friend Philippe was at the door breaking through. I did the first thing that came to my mind. I picked up a chair and smashed it through the window. Then I jumped into a corner as the door flung open. Philippe came into the room holding his gun. He headed straight to the broken window. He stood looking out of it into the darkness for a long time.
Get away, Mr. Shayne.
His back was to me. I started for him. My side was throbbing again. My throat was so dry you could have struck matches on it. Something must have warned Philippe. He started turning around. I brought the milk bottle down hard. He staggered, fell to his knees, got up and started clawing at my legs. I went into a deep purple fog. When I came out of it, Philippe was very quiet. The milk bottle was broken into 1,000 pieces. I sat down on a chair. I felt about as peppy as a Floridora girl. And then I remembered. Anthony Carrell, the man who couldn't die, was down the hall. I went over to Philippe and dug around until I found his gun. He groaned a little bit, but that's all. I went back out into the hall. The last room at the end of the hall. I started toward it. Then in front of the door, I saw Juan.
I will not let you in this room.
He wasn't able to stand up. He was on his knees in front of the door, and his mouth hung open as though he didn't have the strength to close it.
For 5 generations, he has been our strength. With him, we've been able to rule everyone. I will not let you destroy him.
Then I saw the gun in his hand. I saw him try to raise it. I shot 3 times. He collapsed in a heap. Even while dying, he wasn't going to let me into that room. As I reached for the knob, with his last strength, Juan flung his arm up and wildly tried to block me. What was there in that room that a guy would die like this just to protect? I reached for the knob and raised my gun. I entered the room, slowly, looked around. Then I realized why Juan and Philippe had tried so hard to keep me out of here. Then I realized why Anthony Carrell would not die, why he could not be killed. There was no Anthony Carrell. The room was empty. Yeah, that was the story of Anthony Carrell. He lived and died in his own time just as any man. But the Carrell clan, knowing the power of fear, had made it appear that the old man was still alive and kicking. Oh, I wonder how many people go through life being afraid of empty rooms. Well, as soon as I got back to town that night, I went to the emergency hospital and had myself pasted together. Then I called on Marina LaRue. I told her all about Anthony Carrell. When I finished, she didn't say a word. Just came over and looked at me a long time, and she kissed me. After a while, I began to realize that trip to the hospital was wasted. Marina was so much better than penicillin.
Rex Harrison stars in another intriguing adventure transcribed from the private files of Rex Saunders.
Concerning travel, commonly called a broadening experience, it can also be a leveling one, especially when murder is along as a silent companion.
And now, the private files of Rex Saunders. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, brings you the celebrated star of stage and screen, Rex Harrison, in another exciting story taken from the private files of Rex Saunders, radio's newest man of mystery. We hope you enjoy these weekly stories of intrigue and adventure, and for another adventure in home entertainment, we suggest you try RCA Victor's fine line of radio and television products, now on display at your RCA Victor dealer. Now for our story.
I was resigned to the tedium of a long train trip when my eye caught sight of a bit of promised relief. The woman in black who sat across the aisle from us in the dining car. She was blonde, pretty, and pert. And best of all, she was stealing friendly little glances in my direction.
Well, Rex, what do you think of it?
Fine, Alec, just fine.
Of course, I must say so myself. It's nothing like you get at home.
Oh, it's not bad.
No, not bad for a train, but just the same. What? Why, you're not eating.
I'll get around to it presently. Just now, I'm...
Oh, so that's it.
Oh, she keeps looking over here at me.
Here we go again.
Look, she's getting up from the table.
Thank you for the magazine. I enjoyed the story on page 10.
Page 10. I must be sure to read it.
Well, thank you again.
Say, you've been holding out on me. You didn't tell me you knew her.
Believe me, Alec, I never saw her before in my life.
But this magazine she returned to you.
It's not mine.
What?
Well, let's see what the story is on page 10.
Well, evidently she mistook you for someone else.
Look, she's written something in the margin. Listen. Come to compartment 5, car D. I must see you right away. Need your help. Please hurry. It's a matter of life and death.
Yes, what it...
Well, here I am.
Oh, it's you. Come in.
Said the spiders would fly.
Did he follow you here?
Follow me?
The man in the blue suit.
What man? What blue suit?
He had a scar on the left cheek. He was sitting at the table behind me in the dining car. Didn't you see him?
Well, frankly, I was much too occupied looking at you. Now, do you mind telling me what all this is about?
Oh, put your arms around me.
What?
Hold me, quickly.
It's rather sudden.
Not so loud he might hear you. Please, do as I ask. And trust me. Only put your arms around me now.
Well, I really didn't expect such a warm welcome at this.
Tell him to come in.
This is against my better judgment, but you're much too attractive to stand in the way of judgment. Come in.
Rex.
Alec, it's you. Come in.
A matter of life and death, eh?
Well, Alec, we weren't expecting you.
Your friend was helping me.
Yes, it was just part of the job.
Well, offhand, I'd say you were rather carried away with your work. Say, what's this about, anyway? That message in the magazine. What about that?
Well, I was just about to get that from the young lady.
By squeezing it out of her?
Oh, there's enough of that, Alec. She was expecting a man she's been trying to avoid. That's why she had me embrace her, isn't that right?
Yes.
Well, who is the man? What's his name?
I would rather not talk about it.
Probably her husband.
No, it wasn't my husband.
You have a husband?
On that ugly thought, exit Mr. Rex Saunders.
No, Alec, not quite yet. Not until I get some inkling of what all this is about.
But it's nothing.
Now, I'm sorry, but I'm insistent on these matters, Mrs.
Dixon. Jean Dixon.
Well, at least I've got that much. And, where is Mr. Dixon?
He's on this train.
Well, she certainly gets around. Maybe we'd better wait here until Mr. Dixon returns.
Yes, we'll wait for Mr. Dixon.
It won't do you any good.
No? Why not?
Because my husband is up in the baggage car.
The baggage car?
Yes. He's there in a coffin.
Well, Alec, Mrs. Dixon told us some truth, anyway.
You mean there is a coffin in the baggage car?
Yes, it was put on the train at Denver. According to the shipping ticket, it's to be unloaded at Chicago.
You know what I think?
What?
Mrs. Dixon is just imagining things. Her husband's death may have set her off balance a little. That often happens.
I'm sure Mrs. Dixon is in some kind of trouble.
And what makes you so sure?
This.
An automatic. Where did you get it?
When Mrs. Dixon had me embrace her, I took the precaution of removing this weapon from her purse.
I wonder what she was doing with a gun.
Alec, a woman doesn't include a .25 caliber automatic among her cosmetic accessories unless she's in trouble or going to make trouble. Perhaps we'll find out just what category Mrs. Dixon is in when I receive the reply to the telegraph inquiry.
Telegraph inquiry? What are you talking about?
Well, before we pulled out of Minneapolis, I got off the train for a moment to send a wire to the Denver police. I have an idea they may clear up certain matters for us. In the meantime, it would certainly help if we only knew who it was Mrs. Dixon was hiding from.
Rex.
Yeah?
I know what he looks like.
What?
I saw him. He must be the one Mrs. Dixon is afraid of.
Oh, Alec, what the deuce are you talking about?
The man who followed you out of the dining car when you went to Mrs. Dixon's compartment.
A man who followed me?
Yeah, he wore a blue suit.
A blue suit?
Yes.
There was a scar on his face and the left cheek?
I believe there was.
Now you tell me.
Well, I'm sorry. At the time, I thought it might just be coincidence.
Coincidence? What do you mean?
Well, what happened just after you left the dining car? I noticed the man in the blue suit get up from his table and follow you out. I stayed close behind him. I followed him through the train, and for a moment he stopped before the door of Mrs. Dixon's compartment. Then he moved on. Well, I wasn't sure what you were in for, so I knocked on Mrs. Dixon's door. And there you were, holding her in your arms.
Yes. Come in. Yes? Oh, thank you. It's a message for me. Alec, it's from Mrs. Dixon.
What does she say?
My husband's last wish was that his body should not be buried. Please see that the coffin is sent to the Lenox Funeral Chapel in Chicago. They have my instructions.
Well, that's odd. Why is she asking you to see to it?
Wait, Alec, there's more. They're closing in now. Please do this for me in case I don't get out alive.
Rex, I don't like the looks of this whole thing. Something's fishy. That Mrs. Dixon sends too many messages for our own good.
Well, this time, Alec, I'm getting the whole truth from her.
Did it occur to you that we may be walking into some sort of a trap?
It has. But fortunately, I'm holding Mrs. Dixon's trump card, her automatic. Oh, here's a compartment.
I don't like it, Rex. I don't like it one bit.
Mrs. Dixon? Mrs. Dixon? It's Rex Saunders.
She doesn't answer. I wonder...
Wait. The door's unlocked.
Well, this compartment's empty.
We just looked through. Alec.
What is it?
Her luggage. It's gone. It was up there on the rack when I was in here with her.
I told you there was something fishy about this. Mrs. Dixon must have gotten off this train when we made that stop a while back at Minneapolis. That's what happened.
No, Alec, she was on this train when it pulled out of Minneapolis station. I checked this compartment to make sure of that.
Then where can she be?
I have no idea. But I know one thing. The woman and her luggage just don't vanish into thin air. Mrs. Dixon must be on this train someplace, and we're going to find her.
Now, look at your radio for a second. Do you realize how easy it is to convert it to a modern, up-to-date radio phonograph? That's right. For as little as $12.95, you can buy the RCA Victor 45 attachment and play it through any radio, phonograph, or television set. It's as easy as that. It's as economical as that. And with RCA Victor's 45 attachment, you'll enjoy the finest in recorded music, the music you want when you want it. With RCA Victor's wonderful new 45 system of recorded music attached to your radio, you can load up to 14 records on this neat, compact little instrument. Then press a button once and relax and listen to over an hour of clear, distortion-free music on handy, non-breakable 7-inch records. So make your radio an exciting new radio phonograph. See and hear and buy the remarkable RCA Victor 45 attachment.
Mrs. Dixon and all evidence of her had disappeared into thin air. Alec and I searched the train from the first to the last car. Not a sign of her. The only tangible traces of Mrs. Dixon were her husband's coffin in the baggage car up ahead and the automatic that I'd lifted from her purse. Alec and I were right back where we started from, the dining car.
Rex, you haven't eaten a thing.
My mind's not on food, Alec. And I'm very much afraid I won't regain my appetite until this train pulls into Chicago.
You mean the wire you expect to receive from the Denver police?
Yes.
Alec, what is it?
Up ahead. That woman going to the door, black satin dress.
The same dress.
And the same figure. And blonde hair. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, she'd only turn around.
Come on, hurry before we lose her.
She's going into the next car. There she is. In the next car. She's stopping. If she'd just turn around once so we could be sure that... Oh, luck. A tunnel. What do we do now?
Wait till we get out into the light again.
But in the meantime, we might lose track of that woman, whoever she is.
Well, we'll wait right here. I'm not moving.
Rex! Rex! Rex!
Alec. Huh? You all right?
Oh, I never felt worse. What happened?
Well, offhand, I'd say we've become unpopular with some of our fellow passengers.
But who could have done it?
I haven't the slightest idea.
That woman who we thought might have been Mrs. Dixon. But she's not in the car ahead. She's gone.
And that isn't all that's missing.
Well, what do you mean?
Whoever played taps on our heads back in that tunnel snatched Mrs. Dixon's automatic from my pocket.
You mean to tell me that we're going back to our compartment and just wait?
What else can we do?
Well, I don't know, but just waiting. That isn't like you.
Well, come to think of it, Alec, Mohammed had a long wait, didn't he?
Well, I recall that he finally gave up and went to the mountains.
All right, then let's take a tip from Mohammed. We'll go to the mountains.
Would you mind unriddling me?
Not at all. Speaking of mountains and mysteries, here we are.
Why, this was Mrs. Dixon's compartment.
Mm-hmm.
And just what do you expect to find in there now?
Who can tell? It's locked.
But that's impossible. These doors only lock from the inside.
Yes.
Yeah? What do you want?
That's the man.
Huh?
That's him.
What's the matter with that guy?
My friend has a good memory for faces, especially one like yours with a scar on the left cheek.
So?
And as for me, I'm sure that you and I have met before. A while back in a tunnel.
What do you two characters want?
We're looking for Mrs. Jean Dixon.
Jean don't want to see anybody. She don't feel good.
It's all right, Steve.
Rex, that dress she's wearing.
Well, what about it?
As I said, we're looking for Mrs. Jean Dixon. This was her compartment.
It still is. I'm Jean Dixon.
The girl in the compartment was wearing Jean Dixon's dress. And that's where the resemblance ended. I didn't know what game she and the man called Steve were up to. But I knew that Alec and I were playing with dynamite. And we had to be careful that it didn't go off in our faces.
I rented a car, Rex.
Good.
It's parked at the shipping exit as you instructed. But what about the wire from the Denver police?
It was waiting for me at the telegraph office.
Anything helpful?
Mrs. Dixon's husband was a noted person.
He was?
To the police.
Oh.
They knew him as Charles Dixon, alias Chuck Dixon. He was arrested here in Chicago 10 years ago for a bank robbery.
Wow.
$25,000 worth. Dixon was released from prison 6 months ago. He left Chicago. And then he and his wife, Jean, turned up again in Denver. Dixon was killed last week in an auto accident. If it was an accident.
Well, that isn't much help to us. We know Dixon's dead. You yourself saw his coffin on the train, and there it is now, down there on the unloading platform.
It's the circumstances surrounding Dixon's death that interest me, Alec.
But you said it was an accident.
Well, that's the way the Denver police have it listed. However, they had an idea that it was murder, but they couldn't prove anything.
And you think Mrs. Dixon was murdered, too?
I think so.
But we found no trace of her. No corpse.
It would be an easy matter to dispose of a corpse aboard a moving train.
No, on the contrary. I'd imagine a train would be about the worst place to hide a body.
Now, you don't follow me, Alec. I think Mrs. Dixon's body and her luggage was thrown off that train.
But what about that woman who's posing as Jean Dixon and that fellow with her? They must be the murderers.
Undoubtedly, from the way things look.
And you're allowing those two to run around loose?
Well, there's nothing I can do about that just yet. Without exact proof of Mrs. Dixon's death, there's no charge I can bring up against them. Besides, Alec, I'm sure they'll be on hand when the time comes to pick them up.
How do you know that?
That coffin down there containing the mortal remains of Chuck Dixon. Those two have been down there on the platform near it ever since it was taken off the train. By the way, I found out that the coffin it was picked up by a hearse from the Lennox Funeral Chapel.
The Lennox Funeral Chapel. That was the place Mrs. Dixon mentioned in her last message to you.
Yes.
I wonder what it all means.
Alec, wait a minute. Down there on the platform.
Oh, the woman's walking away from the coffin.
Yeah, she's coming this way. Quick, get behind these shipping boxes.
I wonder what she's up to.
That's up to you to find out.
I follow her?
Yes. In the meantime, I'll keep an eye on her partner. Let me know where she goes, and don't let her out of sight for a moment.
All right.
Let me have the keys of the car.
Here you are. It's a black Nash sedan.
Oh, one more thing.
Yes?
If I'm not here when you get back, I'll probably be parked outside the Lennox Funeral Chapel. From here on, I'm keeping close tabs on that coffin.
I missed you at the station.
The coffin was picked up there half an hour ago. Well, what happened?
She got into a cab outside the station. I followed her across town, and then her cab stopped at a small hotel on Pearl Street, the Saxon.
What then?
She got out of the cab and went inside. I waited a few minutes outside. Then I went in and checked the register. She signed in as Mrs. Jean Dixon, and they gave her room 306. Anything developed here?
Not so far. The coffin was delivered to the funeral chapel across the street.
What about the man, Steve?
He's been in the chapel.
What do you suppose he's doing in there?
Well, speak of the devil.
Huh?
There he is, coming out of the chapel now.
He's getting into that car parked outside. Oh, you better get started. We might lose him.
We're not following him.
We've got to... What?
Come on.
But, Rick... No. Sometimes I don't understand you at all. You let him drive off just like that, knowing full well that he and that woman murdered Mrs. Dixon.
I told you before, Alex, that those two will be available when the time comes to arrest them. Just now, I have a keener interest in Mr. Dixon's coffin. It's this room, Alec. Come on.
Yeah. And now that we're here, what do we do?
Have a look inside this coffin.
Yes. Look. That man in there. He's breathing.
Get back. Oh. Get back, you two. One phony move and I shoot you both full of holes.
Alec, let me introduce this gentleman. Chuck Dixon.
But he's alive.
Yeah, but you two ain't living to talk about it.
Just a minute is all the time it takes to recognize the peak of perfection. 60 seconds of listening to the unbelievably fine RCA Victor 9X571, and you'll realize performance you never thought possible in a table model radio. The RCA Victor 9X571 brings you tone you could never get before from a table model radio. An enormous new 8-inch speaker is mainly the answer, the reason for deep, rich tone usually found only in consoles. The exclusive Golden Throat tone system, fine reception from a built-in antenna, a beautiful plastic cabinet with a fine wood effect, illustrate the quality that is matched with utmost economy in RCA Victor's wonderful new 9X571. See it for yourself. You'll know it's true that RCA Victor's 9X571 brings you everything you could ever want in a table model radio at an incredibly low price. Better write the name down, 9X571. Be sure to buy the RCA Victor 9X571.
I got the money, Gene. It's all...
Hello, Chuck.
Sally. What are you doing here?
Come on in before I blow your stupid brains out right where you're standing.
Where's Jean? How'd you get here? What'd you do with Jean?
You got the money in that bag, haven't you?
Where's Jean?
You and that sneaky wife of yours were going to pull a fast one on Steve and me. Playing dead so you could come back and dig up the money for yourselves. Playing Steve and me for a couple of stupid suckers. Well, we waited 10 years for that money. 10 long years for you to lead us to that bank money. And now we've got it. We got it all for ourselves, too. You didn't want to do it straight with us, so now you're out.
Where's Jean? Where is she?
Jean? She's dead.
What?
That's where she is. Nice and dead, just like you're going to be.
You killed her.
No, Steve did. When Steve gets here, he's doing the same job on you.
I doubt that seriously.
What?
And may I suggest you drop that gun, unless, of course, you want Alec to fire.
How did you get here?
They came with me.
What?
Or rather, Mr. Dixon came with us by special permission of the local police.
They said you and Steve killed Jean. I came just to make sure.
And I'd say that point was eminently settled by the lady's admission.
Eminently, Alec?
That bag, the money.
Oh, yes, the money. That would concern you. Well, rest assured the funds are in good hands, down at headquarters. Now, suppose we all sit down and wait for Steve. You two should be very pleased.
That must be Steve at the door now.
Let him in, Alec. Let him in, by all means. Well, that's over. Now for a quiet dinner and a peaceful trip the rest of the way home.
Rex.
Yeah?
There's still some things I don't understand. According to the Denver police, Chuck Dixon was killed in that auto crash.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't killed at all.
Well, Chuck and his wife, Jean, had a neat plan to recover the money Chuck and Steve had stolen in the bank robbery 10 years ago. Chuck had hidden the money before he was picked up by the police, but Chuck wanted it for himself and Jean, so when he was released from prison, he and Jean went to Denver. He thought that if his former partners learned of his death, they'd give up the idea of ever finding the stolen funds.
But they didn't give up.
No, not at all. They followed Chuck to Denver, and when the police found the body in the car crash, Steve and Sally had an idea that it was one of Chuck's tricks to put them off the trail.
But whose body was in that car?
Oh, it was a derelict Chuck had picked up. The body was smashed beyond recognition.
You know, that was the fright of my life when we found Chuck Dixon alive in his own coffin. I never expected that I'd see... Rex. You're not even listening to me.
What did you say, Alec?
I said you weren't listening.
Oh, forgive me. I was looking at her.
Her?
That attractive brunette over there across the aisle from me. You know, Alec, I'm sure she's been trying to gain my attention.
I knew it. I just knew it was too good to last. We'll probably never get home now.
Time now for Mr. Kane, tracer of lost persons. For amazingly fast relief from the pains of simple headache or minor neuralgia, try Anacin. For Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. It gives you not just one, but a combination of medically active, tested ingredients. Relief comes incredibly fast. Take only as directed. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N, at your druggist. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Toothpaste presents Mr. Kane, tracer of lost persons. One of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Next time you buy a dentifrice, get high-polishing, high-foaming Colonel toothpaste or tooth powder. Colonel is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colonel. And now for Mr. Kane and the Nightmare Murder Case. As our story opens early one morning, we find a kindly old tracer and his assistant, Mike Clancy, poring over some documents in his office.
Mike, ask Susie to step in here for a moment. I want her to attest these signatures.
Well, Mr. Kane, Susie ain't in yet.
This hour? Well, that's odd. You suppose she's ill?
I couldn't say, boss.
Well, Mike, bring her apartment right away.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand it. She's always so punctual.
Well, you'd think she'd let you know if she was sick or something.
Yes, that's right. Got me worried.
They're ringing, boss. I hear them. But I don't get the answer yet. Well, suffering cat, here's Susie now. Well, that's one phone call that hasn't aided the war effort.
Oh, I'm sorry to be late, Mr. Keene.
What happened, Susie?
Just as soon as I get my breath, Mr. Keene, I'll tell you. See, a family by the name of Nolan lives in the apartment below mine. There's the father, Jim Nolan, and his wife, Mary, and their daughter, Helen.
Yes?
Well, at 5:30 this morning, I was startled out of a sound sleep by hearing Helen cry out. She was calling, "Daddy, don't leave me. Come away from there. I beg you." And then I heard violent sobbing.
Family row, huh? Now, Susie, that ain't any reason.
Mike, don't interrupt. Go on, Susie.
Well, I couldn't imagine what had happened. They're usually such a quiet family. And then this morning, just before I left for the office, Helen came to see me. Mr. King, she told me the strangest thing. She'd had a terrible dream about her father last night.
A dream?
And to cap it all, her mother told her this morning that her father hadn't been home all night. They're afraid something terrible's happened to him.
Well,
Helen's nearly out of her mind. And, well, I brought her along to the office with me. I wonder whether you'd talk to her, Mr. King.
Well, all right, Susie. Send her in.
And I'll take these documents along now that Susie's come in.
Yes, please do, Mike.
Mr. Keene, this is Helen Nolan.
Oh, come in, my dear, and sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Susie has told me briefly what has happened, so suppose you let me ask you a few questions first. When did you last see your father?
Yesterday evening when he got home from work.
And what does he do?
He's a typesetter at the Daily Advocate. That's down on Center Street.
Yes, go on, my dear.
I'm sure he's been murdered, Mr. Keene. Murdered. I dreamed it last night as clear as could be.
Try to calm yourself, Helen. A dream is one thing and the facts of life quite another. Has anything happened lately that makes you believe someone wanted to murder your father?
Oh, no, Mr. Keene. My father has no enemies. He leads the most regular life in the world. Well, he's never stayed out all night in his life, but my dream was so clear.
Well, try to think back. Now tell me, when you last saw your father, what were you doing?
Well, last night I was seated at the piano when Dad returned home. You see, Mr. Keene, I love to sing, and just as I was beginning a song...
Helen, your voice sounds sweeter every day.
Oh, hello, Dad.
That's a beautiful song.
It's a dreamy song. It reminds me of you.
Me? Dreamily? You hear that, Mother? Well, come to think of it, perhaps you're right. Guess what tomorrow is? Tomorrow I'm celebrating. I've been working 25 years at the newspaper office, and I've a big surprise in store for you.
Jim, Helen has to be leaving.
Oh, that's so, Mary?
Sorry, Dad, I've got a date, a very special one. I'll see you in the morning, and you can tell me your surprise then. And maybe I'll have one for you. I returned home quite late, Mr. Keene. Mother and Dad had both gone to bed, I supposed, and then later on I had that terrible dream. A nightmare. My father's been murdered, Mr. Keene, or he's in some awful danger. I know it.
Well, tell me, Helen, how does your mother account for your dad's disappearance? Is it possible they had a quarrel?
That's just it, Mr. Keene. I don't like to say this.
You think she may be holding something back?
I don't quite know.
Well, suppose I have a talk with your mother. However, first I'll send Mike Clancy, my assistant, to your dad's newspaper office for a checkup. And Helen, I'd like you to remain close by where I can reach you very quickly.
You're very kind, Mr. Keene. Do you think anything...
My dear, try not to worry. I'll get working on this case right away.
Well, I talked to Jim Nolan's boss like you asked me, Mr. Keene.
What did he say, Mike?
Well, sir, Nolan didn't show up at this newspaper office today at all. And he's always very punctual and a reliable worker. Boss didn't know much about him in a personal way, so he suggested we talk to a fellow by the name of John Olson, who works with him. And he's right here in this office.
All right, Mike. Let's go in. Are you John Olson?
Yes, that's me.
Well, my name is Kane, and this is Mike Clancy.
How do you do? How do you do?
We're inquiring about Jim Nolan. I understand that you and Jim are friends?
Yes. Jim and me are just like that. He's a fine fella. Fine worker, too, but why didn't he come today?
Well, that's what we want to find out.
Maybe you can help us, John.
Sure, I'll help, but how?
Well, for some unknown reason, Jim Nolan has disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. Did he have any trouble here that you know of?
Trouble? Oh, Jim and me and the rest here are like one big family.
Then you'd know if he was worried about anything.
Sure, Mr. Kane, but Jim was always happy. His head was always in the clouds.
In the clouds? In what way?
Well, one thing, he talked all the time about how he wanted a house in the country with cows and chickens and honeysuckle climbing all over the porch. Yeah, he talked about that all the time.
A house in the country, you say? That might explain something.
Well, I hope so. Now, you find Jim, Mr. Kane. Say his old pals here want him back. Quick.
All right, John. I'll do the best I can. Come along, Mike. We're going now to see Jim's wife, Mary Nolan.
But, Mr. Kane, I can't imagine why Jim didn't come home last night and why he didn't show up at work today.
Are you sure? I'm going to ask you something, Mrs. Nolan. What was the surprise your husband had in store for Helen?
Well, I suppose it might have something to do with his work, with a raise, perhaps.
Could it possibly have had anything to do with that cottage in the country?
What?
Your husband may be in great danger, Mrs. Nolan. You want him back, don't you? And Helen's heart is breaking.
You're right, Mr. Kane. I'd give anything in the world to have Jim home again. Perhaps I should tell you everything.
I think perhaps you should.
You see, it was this way. On the first day we were married, Jim would bring his weekly paycheck home to me. We agreed that out of it I'd lay aside $5 every week to put in the savings bank. And last night, after Helen had left the house, Jim said to me,
"Well, Mary, I guess you know what my big surprise is. Tomorrow is 20 years to the day when we started our savings account."
"Tomorrow, Jim? Oh, I hadn't remembered."
I don't wonder, Mary. 20 years. It's been a long time. But now our dream can come true. Together with the interest, there must be over $6,000 in the bank. Yeah. Enough to buy that cottage in the country and a few acres of land to live off of. Yep. Tomorrow I'm quitting my job.
Quitting? But, Jim, hadn't you better wait just a while longer?
No, Mary, I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I'm going down to the office and tell them I'm through. Think of it. No more grinding away at the shop. Just green fields, blue skies, and air a man can breathe.
But things aren't too easy now, Jim. With expenses so high, some weeks I've hardly been able to make ends meet.
That's what you're worried about. Well, I understand, Mary. If we're a few $100s short, that's all right.
It's more than that, Jim.
More? How much? Answer me. How much?
Jim, I didn't realize.
Is there 6,000 in the bank?
Forgive me, Jim.
Is there 5,000? 3? 1? Is there anything?
No. Nothing.
Nothing.
I didn't know you cared so much, but Jim, let me tell you,
That's all I've lived for the past 20 years. No house. No country. All gone.
Jim, what are you going to do? Where are you going?
I don't know, Mary. I don't know.
See, Mr. Kane, I couldn't tell Jim the truth for Helen's sake.
The truth? How do you mean, Mrs. Nolan? What happened to the money?
Well, a few years ago, our daughter Helen developed a very fine singing voice. I spent the money having her voice trained under one of the best teachers in the country.
I see.
Last night she had an audition. If Helen wins, it will mean a contract with the Metropolitan Opera.
So that's it. But, Mrs. Nolan, you were wrong in not telling Jim the truth.
Oh, I realize that now, Mr. King. I was gambling Jim's happiness against Helen's future. And if Helen failed, Jim would never forgive me. Now I'm afraid Jim may have done something terrible.
That's the story, Helen, as your mother told it to me.
Poor Mother. I never knew. And poor Dad. Oh, Mr. King, we've got to find my father.
Yes, Helen, and quickly. But frankly, I don't know where to start. I haven't a single clue to go on.
That terrible nightmare I had. In it, I saw someone trying to murder my father. I saw it as clearly as I'm seeing you in this room.
But that was a dream, Helen, a dream.
Mr. King, sir, if I might make a suggestion. It is just possible...
Oh, I know what you're thinking of, Mike.
For a fact, boss, the great-grandmother Gilhooly had second sight. Why, once she had a dream...
Yes, Mike, I've heard such things do happen, but to look for a lost person on such a basis, why, it's fantastic. Dreams are too vague and uncertain. I wouldn't attempt it.
Oh, Mr. King, it wouldn't do no harm to have the young lady describe it.
No, I suppose not.
It was so vivid, Mr. King. Please let me tell you.
All right. Go ahead, Helen.
Well, I suddenly found myself running along what seemed to be a broad wooden platform. I could faintly see a pier in the distance, and I could hear water lapping up against it. Then as I got closer, I noticed my father standing uncertainly on the edge, and someone was beside him. Railroad tracks and a watchman's shack were between me and the pier. I wanted desperately to get to my father, but as I started to cross the tracks, I heard a train approaching rapidly. Then the watchman came out of his shack and said,
"You better hurry, miss, if you're going to make it. Come along, I'll help you."
He flashed the train down, and with its brakes grinding, I leaped across the rails, crying out, "Daddy, don't leave me! Come away from there, I beg of you!" Suddenly, my father was gone, and the other person ran away. And I woke up sobbing wildly.
You're very close to your father, aren't you, my dear?
Terribly close. Oh, Mr. King, doesn't that dream mean anything to you? Don't you believe it shows danger, that something dreadful has happened to my father?
Well, boss, what do you say?
Well, Helen, there's just a bare possibility you've been through one of those rare psychic experiences one occasionally reads about. There's 1,000 to 1 chance. While I've never attempted such a thing before, I propose to look into this dream of yours. Mike?
Yes, sir.
There's a railroad line running the length of the West Side riverfront. That's the logical place to begin. Inquire of every shackman's booth along there for any trace of the missing man.
In just a moment, we'll hear the outcome of Mr. Kane's search for Jim Nolan. Meanwhile, cold sufferers, at the first sign of a sneeze or other common cold symptoms, take something to help reduce fever if present, something to ease the headache, and something to relieve the pains and aches of a cold. Hill's cold tablets are specially prepared to go after all these symptoms at once. You can rely on Hill's cold tablets because each ingredient in this scientifically compounded cold tablet is of the highest possible quality, a proven formula, famous for more than 50 years. Take only as directed. Ask for Hill's cold tablets at your druggist tonight. Now back to Mr. Kane and the nightmare murder case. It's a few hours later, and the tracer is in his office, waiting to hear the results of Mike Clancy's search of the riverfront. His telephone rings.
Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Kane?
Yes, Mike. What's the news?
Well, boss, I think I've got a lead, and it looks like a good one.
Fine. Where are you?
At the corner of 12th and West Street.
Very well, Mike. I'll be there right away.
And this shackman I told you about, Mr. Kane, he says to me, well, here we are at his hut now. I let Tom, that's his name, tell you the story himself.
Very well. Suppose you wait outside, Mike, while I go on in.
Right, boss.
Hello, Tom. I'm Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mr. Keene. Come on in, sit down.
Thank you.
I ain't got much style here, but it's a mite warmer than outside. Mike Clancy was telling me what you're after.
Yes, I understand you noticed someone early this morning who answered the description of the man we're looking for.
That's right. I spied him first about 5 o'clock. He was hanging around the pier there.
The pier, eh?
Yes. Well, the early mill train comes by here at 5:30. As she was coming down the stretch, I sees this here fella easing towards the tracks. That's funny, thinks I. So I called him to get back, but he took no notice. He acted like a man in a daze. So I flags the train down with my red lantern and pulls him away from the rails, and just in time, too.
And then what happened, Tom?
Well, I took him into my shack here, Mr. Kane. He didn't look like the usual waterfront hobo, so I asked him what his name is.
And what did he say?
Well, he says, "What's that to you? Jim Jones is good enough." I talked to him for half an hour, kind of quiet-like, but didn't seem to make no kind of impression. He acted real beat down.
He did, eh?
Yeah. He just couldn't seem to get hold of himself. Kept saying he had no interest in life. Finally, I persuaded him to go and get some sleep. Told him he'd feel better then, and I directed him to a hotel around the corner.
A hotel, you say?
Yes, sir. Last I saw him, he was headed that way.
Well, thank you, Tom. You've been a real Samaritan. God bless you. This must be the hotel Tom spoke of, Mike.
Well, I guess we're at the end of the trail, Mr. Kane, and that's fine.
Yes. Well, here's the lobby door.
Go ahead, boss.
Mike, you see what I see?
What, police and plenty. Well, it looks like trouble, sir.
There's Inspector Hopkins. Come on. Hello, Inspector Hopkins.
Why, what are you doing here, Mr. Kane?
I might ask the same of you.
Well, I'll tell you. It's a little matter of murder.
Murder?
Yeah. The night clerk was slugged over the head this morning and the safe robbed.
Any idea who did it?
Oh, sure. This is one murder we don't have to worry about. We just got a confession out of the gunman.
Good for you, Inspector.
Yeah, Mr. Kane, it's an open and shut case, all right. This gunman was the last one to sign the register before the murder was committed. And he signed it under the name of Jim Jones.
Oh?
But we broke him down, though. That name is a phony. His real name is Nolan.
Nolan?
My, oh, my.
Oh, you know him, Mr. Kane?
Well, as a matter of fact, we were looking for him for another matter. A little domestic trouble.
Oh, well, that sews it up then.
You say that he confessed to this murder?
Got it down in black and white.
Oh, is that terrible, Mr. Kane?
Inspector, what time did the murder take place?
The medical examiner has just finished his examination and handed me his report. He says the hotel clerk must have been dead approximately 12 hours.
It's now 5:30 in the afternoon, so the murder must have been committed about 5:30 this morning.
Yeah. Between 5 and 5:30, the doc says. Not later than 6.
Between 5 and 5:30. Inspector, with your permission, I'd like to check on some of the details of this murder. And then I'd like to talk to Jim Nolan.
Sure thing, Mr. Kane. This way.
Come along, Mike.
Boy, if that nightmare ain't coming true, boss, with murder and all the trimmings.
Hush, Mike.
All right, Mr. Kane, you've seen the desk clerk's body. Now, do you want to have a talk with Nolan?
Yes, Inspector. I'd like to see what I can get out of him.
Well, he's right in here, Mr. Kane. Oh, Nolan. If someone wants to talk to you.
Hello, Jim. I'm glad to see you. My name is Kane.
Kane, you say? What do you want?
I've been sent by your wife and daughter to look for you.
I haven't any wife and daughter.
No? The inspector tells me you've confessed to killing the hotel clerk.
Sure, I confessed. Why don't you fellas let me alone? I've told you I did it, so let's get it over with. The sooner the better.
Do you want to die, Jim?
Is there any reason why I should want to live?
I can think of 2 reasons. Mary and Helen.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Inspector.
Yes, Mr. Kane?
I have an idea. Have you had this man view the body of the victim?
Why, no, it wasn't necessary, Mr. Kane.
All right. Jim, there's one question I want to ask you, and then I won't bother you anymore. Can you give me a description of the hotel clerk who was on duty when you registered this morning? The man you say you killed.
Haven't you enough evidence against me?
Yes, but this will clinch it.
Well, he was stocky, had black hair, a pug nose, and the little finger on his right hand was missing. I noticed the finger especially.
You're sure of that?
I'm positive.
Oh, Mr. Kane, just a minute. That ain't what the dead man looks like at all.
Of course not. That's a perfect description of Bugs Morelli, the safecracker.
Why, sure. That mug we've been out gunning for some time, eh, Mr. Kane?
Right. Morelli's your man, Inspector. Jim Nolan never committed this crime.
Yeah, but how,
Let me suggest what happened. Bugs held up the hotel desk clerk and then blackjacked him. While he was in the act of breaking open the safe, Nolan entered the hotel. To allay suspicion, Bugs then posed as the real clerk and assigned him to a room.
But then, why did Nolan here confess he murdered the clerk?
Well, that's another story. Jim Nolan has had a great shock. At the moment, he is desperate. He just doesn't want to live, and having failed in an attempt to kill himself, he thought he saw in this another way out.
Well, it sounds crazy, Mr. Kane, but it looks as if you might be right.
I'm sure of it, Inspector. With your permission, I'll take Jim Nolan along home.
Go right ahead, Mr. Kane. That is, if you'll promise to have him on hand if I need him as a witness.
I give you my word on it.
Mr. Kane, don't you see I can't go back?
Jim, don't talk that way. Of course you're going home.
I can't face them, Mr. Kane.
Why not? You haven't been guilty of any crime. You've acted a little foolishly, I think. But then so has Mary, your wife.
With our dreams, they've all gone sour. Our cottage has turned out to be just a house of cards. What have I to live for?
Jim, you're like a little boy who has lost his ice cream cone and thinks the world has come to an end. All of us have our dreams of one kind or another. Many are feathery and golden ones, just like yours. Why, we couldn't exist without them. But sometimes we have to sacrifice our hopes to help others attain theirs. And that's what's happened in your case.
What do you mean, Mr. Kane?
Mary didn't spend your savings, as you thought, for selfish reasons. She spent them on Helen.
Helen?
Yes. Your daughter has a fine singing voice. Something you didn't realize, Jim. Mary wanted to give her the best musical education that money could buy.
But if she'd only told me...
Well, that's where she was wrong. She was afraid. Afraid you might not understand. And afraid if Helen knew the circumstances, she'd refuse to continue her studies.
So that's the way it was.
Yes. Jim, I believe you're going to have reason to be very proud of Helen. Well, here we are.
Home.
Yes, home. That has a wonderful sound, hasn't it?
Yes, Mr. Kane. It has. Mary.
Jim. Oh, Jim, thank God you're home again. Helen, he's back. Daddy's back. Oh, Dad, I'm so happy. If you only knew how we've worried about you.
There, Helen. It's all right.
Oh, Jim, it was all my fault. Can you ever forgive me?
Don't worry, Mary. Mr. Kane explained everything. I guess I was a little foolish, too. You did exactly right about Helen.
How can we ever thank you, Mr. Kane? Oh, yes, how can we?
Don't try, my dears. My reward is in seeing you all so happily reunited.
But, Mr. Kane, I still don't understand. How did you manage to trace me?
Well, it's a strange story. Strange and incomprehensible. Helen had a vivid dream about you last night. She dreamed you were in great danger. And from the misty gropings of her mind, she saw almost an exact duplicate of the spot where you were standing. By following this lead, I was able to pick up your trail.
That's amazing, Mr. Kane. And I've never been one to put any stock in dreams at all.
No, I never did either. But it is an amazing coincidence. Suppose we call it just that. Now, I must be going.
Oh, wait, Mr. Kane. Helen has something to tell you. I won that audition, Mr. Kane.
You won that audition? Good for you.
And a contract to sing at the Metropolitan next year.
Helen.
Oh, Daddy, I'm so happy.
Helen, darling, it all seems so wonderful. I can hardly realize what it means.
I think it means, Jim, that you're going to have that cottage in the country after all.
It's always a shock to meet someone whose nice appearance is suddenly shattered by a smile that reveals dull, dingy-looking teeth. or whose breath is unwelcome. Because many people are hampered by both of these handicaps without even knowing they have them, it pays to know about Colonos toothpaste. To help correct these conditions when caused by improper cleansing, just brush your teeth with Colonos, as you would with any other toothpaste, with this one exception. When you finish brushing, swish its rich, active foam thoroughly through your mouth. For Colonos is one toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. Thus it fosters a double result. First, Colonos helps your brush remove ugly surface stains from your teeth. Then, at the same time, it freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. For a high-polishing, high-foaming toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in, ask for Colonos. It has been approved by thousands of dentists. If powder is your preference, try Colonos tooth powder. It offers the same double result as a wonderful wintergreen flavor. Get Kollynos, toothpaste or tooth powder. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. You've been listening to Mr. Kane, Tracer of Lost Persons. On the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Kane next Thursday when the kindly old tracer brings us another thrilling missing persons case.
Thank you so much again for enjoying this classic detective compilation. I hope you'll give it a thumbs up if you did. I hope you'll leave a comment, and if you are not subscribed, please do so, and you'll be notified of upcoming videos. I'm Greg. I'll see you on the next one.